3 years ago, Bai Xiyue found out she was pregnant right after getting divorced. This was not the most ridiculous thing. The most ridiculous thing was that 3 years later, she ended up sleeping with her ex-husband by mistake. After that, her ex-husband started to be everywhere. Once again, she was bullied by her ex-husband by chance. Chapter 1, One Drink, Big Trouble. When Bai Xiyue woke up that morning and realized there was someone behind her, she was utterly terrified. The moment she moved, a deep, familiar male voice sounded above her. "You're awake. Want some water?" The voice wasn't too loud, but to Bai Xiyue, it sounded like a thunderclap. It was Ji Lianqing, her ex-husband. She shut her eyes tightly, telling herself, "This is a dream. This is just a dream. This has to be a dream." Otherwise, how could she explain the fact that she was lying stark naked in bed with her ex-husband? Even worse, her body still ached in all their familiar places. Judging by the soreness, Ji Lianqing must have been wild last night. Memories surged back like crashing waves. Last night, her department had a small get-together. After work, she had rushed to drop off Miu Miu with Ms. Wang and arrived late to the dinner. As punishment, her department chief made her down 3 shots. She had already been exhausted from performing 2 surgeries that afternoon, and drinking on an empty stomach had left her woozy. Afterward, the department chief pulled her aside for a private conversation. What he really meant to say was that the hospital would be selecting a deputy director after the new year, and before that, he hoped she could resolve her personal issues. Everyone at Fushan Hospital knew that Bai Xiyue had been divorced for 3 years and was raising a daughter. Fushan was the most prestigious private hospital in the province, and Bai Xiyue was a chief surgeon in the general surgery department. Dr. Bai was famous throughout the entire medical community. Though she didn't hold the title of department head, she was in charge of surgical oncology. Her skills with a scalpel were unmatched. Despite relatively few years of clinical practice, her expertise was superb. She had performed thousands of surgeries without a single error. Patients traveled far and wide to see her, some even waiting days just to get an appointment. On top of that, Dr. Bai was strikingly beautiful, tall and elegant, known in the medical field as an ice-cold beauty. Even though Fushan was wealthy and nationally renowned, the hospital leaders were constantly worried that some other institution might poach her. That's why they were always fretting about her personal life, determined to keep their prized talent in the family. And so, the so-called department dinner included a certain male colleague from general surgery. Anyone with eyes could tell it was a thinly veiled matchmaking attempt, arranged by the department chief himself. Out of respect for the chief, who was more mentor and father figure to her than just a boss, Bai Xiyue didn't leave, even though she was unhappy about it. By the end of the night, Bai Xiyue could barely tell who was who. In a haze, she remembered someone holding her close. She instinctively resisted, pressing her hands against the man's chest to keep him at a distance. Then she heard a deep, familiar voice. "It's me." Feeling safe, she allowed herself to fall asleep. How she ended up back at Ji Lianqing's place, how they ended up in bed, she had no idea. Her last memory was of him helping her take off her coat while she mumbled something about needing a shower. She vaguely recalled him sighing. In the bathroom, she might have gotten a little too handsy with him. His abs had always been her weakness. The sound of his restrained breathing lingered vividly in her mind. She remembered him saying, "Let me wipe you down. Just bear with it." But instead, she kissed him without hesitation. Then he said something. He said, "You can't hold back even for a moment." "But yeah, I've been holding back for 3 years." If there were a crack in the ground, Bai Xiyue would have gladly dived into it and stitched it shut with surgical thread. This was humiliating. Yes, she hadn't had a relationship since the divorce. But even so, was she really that starved for affection? Chapter 2, 3 years of divorce taught her a lot. And it had to happen in front of her ex-husband. Right now, the man still had his arms around her. Her bare back was pressed against his strong, firm chest, each breath reminding her just how intimate their contact was. After 3 years, she was once again skin to skin with him. Shame flooded her, and Bai Xiyue hated herself for her incompetence. Her memory of last night was fragmented and useless. After being hungry for so long, she finally had a feast, yet she couldn't recall a single detail of how it tasted. Useless. Judging by how sore her body felt, last night's Ji Lianqing must have been. No. She couldn't think about it any further, or the shame would make her curl up like a shrimp. Ji Lianqing looked down at the woman in his arms. He watched as the blush crept up from behind her ears, until the entire ear was red. His Adam's apple bobbed silently. His large palm was still on her waist, and the warmth of his hand nearly burned through her skin. Neither of them said anything. Bai Xiyue felt the air grow thick with unbearable awkwardness. "Do you want some water?" he asked again. Bai Xiyue summoned every ounce of willpower to calm herself down. She inched forward, trying to put some space between them. "Can you go out?" She almost bit her tongue mid-sentence. Her voice. Why was it so hoarse? Ji Liancheng got out of bed, lifting the thin quilt as he did. "Sorry. I couldn't help myself." Couldn't he help himself? With what? How loud had she been last night to make her voice sound like that? Bai Xiyue couldn't hold back anymore. She yanked the blanket over her head and let out a silent scream of rage. She heard rustling as Ji Liancheng moved around. Then came his voice again. "I left your clothes on the nightstand. The toiletries are all new. I'm heading to the office. If you need anything, call me." "Call you? Like hell I will." Once the room was finally quiet, Bai Xiyue peeked out from under the blanket like a thief. She hurriedly put on her underwear and went to the bathroom. As she lifted her head to the mirror, she saw a woman looking back at her with shyness and a lingering glow. She nearly slapped herself. Her blouse collar couldn't even cover the marks on her skin. Alarm bells went off in her head. She pulled the collar down. As expected, her neck, her collarbone, and everything below was covered in the aftermath of a man's rough love. Ji Lian Cheng. Are you a dog? 3 years of divorce and this is what you've learned? Furious enough to kill, Bai Xiyue suddenly froze. If Ji Liancheng had learned these tricks only after their divorce, then what did that mean? A corner of her heart crumbled. An unnameable bitterness began to rise. She swallowed it back and gave herself a mocking smile. Of course. They were divorced. Even if he had other women, what was strange about that? It was her still staying chaste and pure who was the real idiot. Her clothes had been washed and dried, still carrying that familiar scent. Bai Xiyue wouldn't allow herself to fall into old memories. She stepped out of the bedroom and headed down the stairs. "Madam." The housekeeper downstairs looked at her awkwardly. Bai Xiyue raised her eyes. The housekeeper quickly corrected herself. "Dr. Bai, breakfast is in the dining room. It's all your favorites." Bai Xiyue didn't want to stay here another second. She forced a smile. "Thank you, Auntie. I'm almost late for work. No time for breakfast." The housekeeper's eyes reddened but said nothing more. Before leaving, the young master asked a song to drive you. In the pre-op blood work, were there any abnormalities? Who wrote the vascular imaging report? Why wasn't he the patient with venous malformation properly prepped for surgery? I want a written explanation from the attending physician after the operation. And you? A surgical oncologist after treating hundreds, if not thousands, of patients can't handle one complication without standing there in a daze. How many lives do you think the patient has for you to waste time like this? Chapter 3, There's always someone trying to set her up. No one dared to make a sound. On the operating table, even the slightest error could mean the loss of a life. Bai Xiyue hadn't been scheduled for surgery that morning, which was why she'd let herself have a drink the night before. But who could have guessed that as soon as she arrived at the hospital, she'd be urgently called into the OR, scrubbing in, changing clothes, stepping straight onto the operating table. The organ transplant patient had suffered vascular anastomosis issues, with a high risk of hemorrhage at any moment. If a tumor patient started bleeding on the table, it would be a death sentence. Nothing short of a miracle could save them. That's why Bai Xiyue had exploded in anger. Still, everyone could tell something was off. Dr. Bai could get angry, sure, but never this irritable. By the time she stepped off the operating table, 3 hours had passed. After the chaos of the previous night, Bai Xiyue felt like half her soul had been drained. She changed out of her surgical scrubs, washed her hands, and leaned against the locker, closing her eyes for a moment of rest. The head nurse from general surgery knocked and entered. Xiyue opened her eyes and glanced over, then closed them again. "You came too?" the head nurse said, "A bunch of airheads. If something had gone wrong, no one would be having a peaceful new year. Xiyue, good thing you were here, otherwise, it would have been a disaster." Lin Jifan, close to retirement age, had looked after Xiyue for years. She was one of the few people in the hospital who could talk to her without tiptoeing. Xie frowned slightly, her thick lashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids. Even as a woman, the head nurse found herself stunned every time she looked at Bai Xiyue. She couldn't help but soften her voice as she asked, exhausted, huh? How about I get someone to bring you lunch? You can eat and rest in the on-call room. There was another surgery that afternoon, and pre-op still required patient data analysis, no time to sleep. Xie shook her head. I'm fine. I can manage. Lin Jifan sighed. At least there wasn't an emergency surgery last night. If you keep working non-stop like this, even the healthiest body won't hold up. Sure, no surgery, but the man from last night had worn her out even more than the OR ever could. Her legs were still sore. Standing through the operation earlier, she'd even felt herself trembling. Seeing she was silent, Lin Jifang added, Xie, the director asked me to check with you. What do you think about Dr. Li? Bai Xie gave a soft chuckle and bit her lip before replying, head nurse, Dr. Li is a PhD from overseas. I'm a divorcee with a kid. He is a perfectly good man. We're not suitable, okay? Lin Jifang disagreed. What are you talking about? With your qualities, even the best man would be lucky to have you. Besides, it was Dr. Li who asked the director to set this up. Don't you get what that means? Bai Xie understood. She often ran into Dr. Li in the hospital cafeteria. He always gave her a shy smile. Back when she married Ji Lianqing, her mother had voiced concerns, saying he was too outstanding and might be out of her league. At the time, Xie had been full of confidence, brushing it off as unnecessary worry. But reality had proven her mother right. The saddest part. After tasting the sea, no other water suffices. After Mount Wu, no other clouds compare. After experiencing a man like Ji Lianqing, she couldn't bring herself to look at anyone else. Still, Bai Xie said, well, I guess I can get to know him. After finishing her shift, Bai Xie changed and headed home only to be intercepted by Li Yunqing in the parking lot. Though never married, Li Yunqing was 2 years older than her and seemed calm and dependable. Dr. Bai. He looked a little nervous, eyes avoiding hers. I know this might be a bit abrupt, but I'd like to invite you to dinner. Bai Xie hadn't driven that day. She had already arranged for a colleague to give her a ride. She quickly replied, sorry, I have to pick up my child. Li Yunqing offered, you didn't drive today, right? Let me take you. Another colleague nearby gave Bai Xie a knowing look and teased, Dr. Bai, something came up for me. Why don't you let Dr. Li drive you? Don't worry, I'll show you that autographed photo of movie star Lu tomorrow. She sped off like she was afraid Bai Xie would change her mind. Bai Xie sighed silently and turned to Li Yunqing. Is that okay? Of course, of course. Li Yunqing, pleasantly surprised, quickly opened the passenger door for her. Chapter for doctors also chase stars. The two got in the car, and the car started on the road. The car was silent. No one spoke. Li Yunqing was nervous and didn't know what to say. Bai Xie was so tired that she didn't even want to open her mouth. After exiting the most congested intersection in front of the hospital, Li Yunqing asked, Dr. Bai, are you still a fan? Bai Xie smiled but said nothing. Li Yunqing knew better than to ask, which kindergarten is Miu Miu in? Bai Xie said, just go straight. It's not a kindergarten. She's too young, so the kindergarten won't accept her. It's an early childhood education center. Li Yunqing smiled, although Miu Miu is small, he is very cute and sensible. Many people in the hospital have seen Miu Miu. The little girl is pretty and sweet, and everyone likes her very much. Bai Xie thought about it, and finally expressed her concerns, Dr. Li, I'm divorced and have a child. Li Yunqing interrupted her, I don't care. Xie, can I call you that? Bai Xie nodded gently. Li Yunqing retracted his gaze, Xie, you are excellent. Whether it is business or character, I always feel like I have to look up to you. If you agree to be my girlfriend, it will be my honor. Bai Xie said, relationships are not a matter between two people. Do your family members agree with you? Dating is a matter between two people, but after marriage, it is the fusion of two families. Li Yunqing said, they will support me. Bai Xie lowered her eyes and said nothing more. The lanes were limited, and the traffic jam was much better. Li Yunqing talked about his study and medical experience abroad, and soon arrived at the Early Childhood Education Center. Bai Xie said before getting off the car, thank you, let's have dinner together another day. Li Yunqing said, I will go with you and take you and Miu Miu home later. Bai Xiyue said, we can just take a taxi. It's rare that you get off work on time. You should go back and rest. Li Yunqing insisted on getting out of the car with her. The Early Childhood Education Center charges a lot of money, and there is no fixed time for parents to pick up their children. Therefore, there is no crowding at the entrance of the Early Childhood Education Center. No matter where Ji Lianqing appears, he always stands out from the crowd. Therefore, Bai Xiyue saw him at a glance. Her heart skipped a beat. Forgot today is Friday. Friday is the time when Ji Lianqing will pick up the children, as they had agreed before. Over the past year, Bai Xiyue had never made any mistakes, just to avoid meeting Ji Lianqing. What happened last night still had some impact on her. I even got a day like this wrong. Go quickly. While Ji Lianqing didn't notice her. Before leaving, she subconsciously looked over there again. But he happened to meet Ji Lianqing's eyes. There was a staircase in front of the Early Childhood Education Center. She panicked and felt her feet go empty. While the scream was still in her throat, a pair of arms appeared around her waist. Be careful. Li Yunqing supported her, and when he saw that she had stood firm, he withdrew his hand like a gentleman. Bai Xiyue was in such a state of embarrassment that she couldn't help but glare fiercely at the culprit. But she could do nothing at the moment. She could only smile at Li Yunqing and thank him. Li Yunqing asked, Miu Miu, do you want to wait a while before coming out? Bai Xiyue said, no, let's go. Before she could finish her words, she saw Ji Lianqing walking straight towards them. This man has been in a high position for a long time and usually has a cold face. Even though he has a handsome appearance, no one dares to look at him for a second. The embarrassing scene this morning seemed to still be before her eyes. The person Bai Xiyue least wanted to see at this moment was him. But Li Yunqing didn't know about it and kept asking, not answering. What about Miu Miu? Before Bai Xiyue could say anything, Ji Lianqing had already spoken, my daughter, I'll pick her up. This one sentence made Li Yunqing understand the other person's identity. He looked at the man, then at Bai Xiyue, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Bai Xiyue had to speak up, sorry, I got the date wrong. Dr. Li, let's go. The last sentence was directed to Li Yunqing. Li Yunqing glanced at Ji Lianqing again and said, let's go. Etc. Finally, Ji Lianqing stopped them. Chapter 5, Steal the Child from Me. He said, Bai Xiyue, I want to talk to you alone. Li Yunqing hurriedly said, then, Xiyue, I'll wait for you in the car. Bai Xiyue was stunned for a moment before she nodded. Li Yunqing strode away. There were only two people left, standing on the steps, one going up and down, and the atmosphere seemed stagnant. Bai Xiyue was extremely tired. When she saw Ji Lianqing, she felt inexplicably angry, so her tone of voice was not very pleasant. What do you want to say? Ji Lianqing withdrew his gaze from the distance, his eyes were deep, hiding many of his already restrained emotions. He said, if you want to remarry, give Miu Miu to me. For Bai Xiyue, this topic was too sudden. She had never thought that one day she would discuss this topic with Ji Lianqing, and she was stunned for a moment. She didn't say anything, and Ji Lianqing didn't say anything either, waiting for her answer. After a while, Bai Xiyue finally reacted and said in disbelief, what are you talking about? You want custody of Miu Miu? What did you promise me in the first place? It's only been a short time and you've changed your mind. Ji Lianqing, how could you do this? Ji Lianqing frowned slightly, I don't have any other intentions. I am discussing this matter with you. I don't mean to snatch Miu Miu from you. His tone and demeanor were very calm. In comparison, Bai Xiyue's total irritability today had exceeded the standard and he was furious. You clearly promised me that you would never compete with me for Miu Miu. Bai Xiyue became more and more frightened the more she thought about it. With Ji Lianqing's power, she had no chance of winning the fight for custody. If I had known, I would have. Bai Xiyue. Ji Lianqing called her name lightly, I'll say it again, I have no intention of competing with you, the decision is in your hands. Then what do you mean? Miu Miu was born after 10 months of pregnancy. She is the flesh and blood of my body. I can't let her go. But you, President Ji, you want a child. It shouldn't be difficult to find a woman to give birth to one for you, right? Ji Lianqing frowned even more tightly, Bai Xiyue, calm down. You're trying to snatch the child from me, how can I stay calm? Ji Lianqing looked at her, still giving people the feeling of being calm, if you remarry, will you have another child? If not, will your husband agree? If you do, then your concern for Miu Miu will inevitably decrease. Before he could finish, Bai Xiyue sneered and said, "Don't worry about it." Ji Lianqing felt a dull pain in his temple. It had been 3 years since his divorce, and he hadn't felt this way for a long time. Now, he followed the routine every day, working frantically like an emotionless robot. The woman in front of him always easily turns on the secret switches in his body and emotions, and can easily stir up the waves in his heart. Ji Lianqing, you are still such a loser. Sighing in his heart, he said, "What I said is all true, and these are the issues we need to consider. I love Miu Miu as much as you do. You leave the child to me, what else do you have to worry about? Does my love for her mean less than yours? I am her biological mother. No matter what, Miu Miu comes first to me. This will never change." Ji Lianqing said, "Let's be realistic. Now of course you put Miu Miu first, but if in the future?" "Let me be more realistic," Bai Xiyue looked at him coldly, "then let's look at the present. You also said if, who knows what will happen in the future? How do you know I'm going to get married? How can you be so sure that I'm going to have another child?" Ji Lianqing didn't say anything, and his eyes seemed to fall unintentionally in the direction where Li Yunqing left. Bai Xiyue immediately figured out why he said that today. Could it be that he saw her and Li Yunqing together, which made him misunderstand that she was in a relationship, so he thought about remarrying? Regardless of whether she was in a relationship or not, the two of them had sex last night. In his eyes, was she such a shameless woman? She was already in a relationship with someone else, and yet she had sex with him? Bai Xiyue closed her eyes, suppressed the bitterness in her heart, and forced herself to speak. "No matter what happens to me in the future, it has nothing to do with you. I will never give you the custody of Miu Miu." In Ji Lianqing's opinion, her words undoubtedly tacitly acknowledged her relationship with the man just now. He said, "What happens to you in the future really has nothing to do with me. But Miu Miu is my daughter, and I can't let her call another man dad." Bai Xiyue just found it ridiculous. What he said sounded like he would never get married in the future. Thinking this way, she also asked, "Are you never going to get married in the future? Am I going to watch Miu Miu call another woman mother?" Who would have thought that as soon as she finished speaking, Ji Lianqing answered without hesitation, "No." Chapter 6 Why Divorce? Bai Xiyue was stunned, still not quite reacting. "What?" Ji Lianqing looked at her, his dark eyes showing little emotion. "I said, I will never get married. I have Miu Miu, that's enough." Bai Xiyue was stunned again, and then, an irrepressible joy began to rise in her heart, but she immediately despised herself. What did Ji Lianqing's words have to do with her? Besides, if she remembered correctly, she had seen rumors of big stars in the entertainment industry having affairs with Ji Lianqing more than once. Not to mention, one of them was a rich lady who was a perfect match for him. Her eyes were cold. "Your Ji family is rich and powerful. Are you sure you don't want to give birth to a son to inherit the family business?" Ji Lianqing looked at her deeply. "There's nothing I can do about it. It was you who gave birth to a son." Bai Xiyue was furious. "How dare you despise me for not giving birth to a son? If you want a son so much, ask someone to give birth to one for you. Ji Lianqing, you don't need to pick up Miu Miu anymore. Go and have a son, why are you picking up a daughter?" After she said that, she walked upstairs angrily. Ji Lianqing was helpless and grabbed her wrist. "That's not what I meant." Bai Xiyue was filled with grievance and anger, and she no longer cared about having physical contact with him. "If it's not that, then what does it mean? I shouldn't have told you that I was pregnant. Miu Miu was born after our divorce, and it has nothing to do with you." Ji Lianqing's face sank. "How come Miu Miu has nothing to do with me? No matter when you were born, Miu Miu is my daughter." Bai Xiyue was so angry that she said something she didn't want to say. She looked down and saw that he was still holding her hand. She was even more furious. "Don't touch me." She tried to shake him off, but her movement was so big that her collar slipped off her shoulders, leaving a large mark. Ji Lianqing glanced over and his eyes darkened a lot. When her shoulders touched the damp and cold air, Bai Xiyue pulled up her clothes belatedly and glared at Ji Lianqing fiercely. Ji Lianqing was filled with sorrow and only had pampering. After a long while, he finally spoke. "I'm sorry." Bai Xiyue was unyielding. "Sorry for what?" Ji Lianqing sighed softly. "I'm sorry about what happened last night. You were drunk, but I was sober. I shouldn't have." Everything was fine, but he suddenly brought up last night. Bai Xiyue was caught off guard and the tips of her ears turned red. Ji Lianqing continued, "Anyway, I was wrong. Also, what I just said did not mean that I wanted to snatch Miu Miu from you. I just said that if you have a new life in the future and feel that Miu Miu might get in the way of you, I, for my part, always hope that Miu Miu can come back to me. After talking for so long, Bai Xiyue calmed down. After confirming that Ji Lianqing had no intention of snatching the child from her, she relaxed a little. Miu Miu will not hinder me. Ji Lianqing looked into the distance again before saying, "Go ahead. Don't let him wait too long." After hearing this, Bai Xiyue felt aggrieved and uncomfortable. She wanted to explain, but couldn't. So she simply turned around and left without saying a word. Ji Lianqing kept looking at her back until he could no longer see her, then he looked away. Li Yanqing saw Bai Xiyue coming from afar, got out of the car, and went to open the passenger door for her. Bai Xiyue apologized, "I'm sorry, Dr. Li. My friend just called me and said she's nearby and will come to pick me up. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Li Yanqing's hand paused in midair, and he was stunned for a moment before he withdrew it. He smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll treat you to a meal when you are free." Bai Xiyue breathed a sigh of relief, "Thank you." Li Yanqing didn't mean to leave immediately. He asked, "Is that Miu Miu's father?" Bai Xiyue pulled her hair back and hummed expressionlessly. Li Yanqing's smile was bitter. He looks very good. It's more than just looking good. Ji Lianqing has always been the child of other people's families in the eyes of his parents. He is good at studying, loves sports, and will inherit the family business after graduation. He is good at strategizing and winning battles from afar. He is definitely the best among his peers. Li Yanqing asked again, "It may be a little abrupt, but I still want to ask, Xiyue, why did you get divorced in the first place?" Chapter 7, the first and only. Why divorce? Bai Xiyue was in a trance for a moment. There are many reasons why normal people get married, such as true love, marriage of convenience, common interests, or being well matched. But the reasons for divorce are basically the same. Thinking about the joy she felt when she first learned that she was going to marry Ji Lianqing, and then looking at herself now, Bai Xiyue couldn't help but spit on herself. She was so stupid and foolish, and she deserved a divorce. She shook her head. "Let's talk about it another day. Dr. Li, you should go first. There will be a traffic jam soon." Li Yanqing left, her hands in her pockets, walking aimlessly along the street. What about a friend coming to pick her up was of course a lie. She just didn't want to give Li Yanqing any signal. Ji Lianqing's words today made Bai Xiyue really consider what she should do in the future. She had to live her whole life alone. Not to mention the group of colleagues in the department who were worried about her, she couldn't even get over the hurdle of Ms. Wang. But to find someone, fall in love, get married and have sex with him, to be honest, Bai Xiyue had never thought about it. Her first man was Ji Lianqing. The only man is also Ji Lianqing. She was incapable of accepting the mere thought of being intimate with another man. In the past 2 years, she could still use the excuse that Miu Miu is still young to refuse, but what should she do when Miu Miu grows up? Thinking about Ji Lianqing's words, not getting married, just now, Bai Xiyue didn't know what to feel. When the two of them just met, she knew that Ji Lianqing was a well-known diamond-level bachelor, and there were many women who were thinking about him, including big stars, small actors, and socialites. Now that he is divorced and single, I'm afraid the market situation is no worse than before. After walking on the street for more than an hour, Bai Xiyue took a taxi home. Ms. Wang was used to reheating the food over and over again, and she was used to seeing her come home late, working overtime again. Bai Xiyue wasn't hungry, just tired. She changed her shoes, washed her hands, and collapsed on the sofa. "Mom, I'm not hungry, let me take a nap." Ms. Wang felt distressed and angry. "There are so many people in the hospital, and you are the only one who can perform the operation. You are so tired every day, what if you collapse?" Bai Xiyue listened to her nagging every day, and felt warm and relaxed, and was about to fall asleep in a daze. Ms. Wang sighed, took the blanket and bent down to cover her. Just as she was about to get up, she saw a conspicuous mark on her collarbone. As someone who had experienced this, her eyes widened immediately and she slapped Bai Xiyue on the shoulder. "What's going on?" Bai Xiyue was about to fall asleep, but she was frightened to death by the slap in the face. "Mom, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Ms. Wang was furious. "Scare you to death? Tell me the truth, what did you do last night?" "I felt something was wrong when I answered the phone." "That person was Ji Lianqing, right?" "What? Did Ji Lianqing call Ms. Wang last night?" Bai Xiyue didn't think about this at all. Ms. Wang continued to rage. Tell me, were you with him last night? She pointed at Bai Xiyue's neck. What else did Bai Xiyue not understand? She hurriedly said, Mom, it's not what you think. There's nothing wrong between us. Ms. Wang was not so easily fooled. Do you think your mother is blind? I tell you, I have no problem with who you are with, but I just can't. Before she finished her words, Bai Xiyue's phone rang. It sounded like a life-saving straw, and Bai Xiyue picked up the phone without even glancing at it. The call was from Ji Lianchen. He said, come over here, Miu Miu has a fever. Ji Lianchen's villa. Aunt Zhang welcomed her in, took her upstairs and explained Miu Miu's situation to her. Miu Miu has been in good health since childhood. When he occasionally catches a cold, he just sneezes and have a runny nose, but never has a fever. Having raised her for more than 2 years, Bai Xiyue naturally knew how much her ancestor disliked taking medicine. The aunt sent her upstairs and stopped in front of the bedroom. The young master and Miu Miu are both in there. Bai Xiyue raised her hand and knocked lightly on the door. The man's low voice was a little tired. Come in. Bai Xiyue pushed the door open and saw Ji Lianchen sitting beside the bed with Miu Miu in his arms. Chapter 8. Very convinced. The man was still wearing his shirt, but his clothes, which used to be smooth and neat, were now wrinkled. It was obvious that he did not even have time to change his clothes after returning home. Miu Miu's face was flushed, and she lay listlessly in Ji Lianchen's arms, her eyes closed, and her thick eyelashes quietly stuck under her eyelids. Bai Xiyue had already wiped her hands with alcohol wipes when she got out of the car. She put down her bag and called softly, Miu Miu. Miu Miu heard the familiar voice, her eyelashes trembled, she pouted her little mouth, and cried aggrievedly, Mom. Bai Xiyue's heart was about to melt, and she took a step forward. I'll hold her. Ji Lianchen didn't move. I'll hold her and let her take the medicine first. He was at his wits' end. He said a lot of nice things, but Miu Miu just wouldn't listen. He couldn't bear to yell at her, and even more so to scold her, so he had no choice but to call Bai Xiyue. Bai Xiyue ignored him and took the child directly. Ji Lianchen looked at her and said nothing. Bai Xiyue didn't sit on the bed, but sat on the chair beside the bed. Please bring the medicine for me, and then, please step aside for a moment, Mr. Ji. Hearing this address, Ji Lianchen frowned. You really have to. Bai Xiyue looked at him. How about you feed him? Ji Lianchen had no choice but to put the prepared medicine and warm water next to her and went out. After a few minutes, he became worried and knocked on the door and came in again. Then, he was surprised to find that Miu Miu had already taken the medicine. He asked, how do you feed it? Bai Xiyue smiled and touched Miu Miu's head. Why feed him? Our Miu Miu eats by himself. Miu Miu is very well behaved, isn't he, little darling Miu Miu? Miu Miu pursed his lips, looking aggrieved, but he dared not say anything. Ji Lianchen was convinced. After the child took the medicine, he became quiet after a while and seemed to have fallen asleep. Bai Xiyue said softly, she is sick, I will take her back. Ji Lianchen was reluctant to let go. He only saw Miu Miu once a week, and he had to leave within 2 hours of bringing her back. How could he bear to let her go? Bai Xiyue said, well, my colleague and I will switch shifts and take care of her at home for a day tomorrow. If she's better, you can pick her up tomorrow night. The two had agreed before that Ji Lianchen would pick up the child on Friday afternoon, let him play with her for a day on Saturday, and then return him to Bai Xiyue on Sunday morning. In order to take care of Miu Miu, Bai Xiyue has always been off work every Sunday. But Ji Lianchen was still worried. She is sick. Isn't it bad to toss her back and forth like this? Bai Xiyue glanced at him and said, then can you handle it yourself? Ji Lianchen really didn't dare to say this. As far as he could remember, nothing seemed to be difficult for him. But who would have thought that he would fall into the hands of such a little thing? As long as she called him dad, Ji Lianchen felt that his heart melted. Maybe, this mother and daughter were born to jinx him. He thought for a moment and said, I don't know, would it be convenient for you to stay here for one night? If possible, Bai Xiyue really didn't want to step into this villa again. But as things turned out, not only did she come again, she entered the man's bedroom. Thinking about how they were making love here last night, she felt extremely uncomfortable. It was absolutely impossible for Ji Lianchen to let her stay. She shook her head. Ji Lianchen said, I don't mean anything else. You are doctor, you should know Miu Miu's condition. It's really not suitable for her to toss back and forth. She already has a fever, and she will sweat after taking the medicine. You still want to take her outside to get some fresh air. Bai Xiyue said, wrap it tightly, it will be fine. Ji Lianchun said, what are you worried about? There is a guest bedroom here, so what if you sleep there for one night? Bai Xiyue, can you consider the child? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiyue got angry. Why don't I consider the child? I'll get in the car when I go out, and the wind won't blow me. I'm a doctor, I know better than you whether it will have any impact. I just don't want to sleep at your house, I don't even want to step into this door, what do you think I'm worried about? Ji Lianchun was furious when he heard this. You came yesterday even though you didn't want to step into this door. Not only did you come, you even slept in my bed. Ji Lianchun. Bai Xiyue was so angry that she said, shut up. She spoke so loudly that Miu Miu in her arms suddenly woke up. Her two little hands shook unconsciously at first, then she grabbed Bai Xiyue's clothes. The next second, she pursed her lips and burst into tears. Ji Lianchun's heart was in a knot, he was angry and blamed himself. Chapter 9 If You Are Better. Bai Xiyue patted her gently and coaxed her softly. The tense atmosphere just now changed in an instant. Ji Lianchun watched her from the side. She lowered her head to coax Miu Miu, and he let his doting eyes stare at her. He wished he could put both mother and daughter in his pocket and prevent them from leaving him for even a second. After that, the two of them had no time to quarrel. Miu Miu's fever went down and he broke out in a sweat. Ji Lianchun filled a basin with warm water and, with Bai Xiyue's cooperation, wiped Miu Miu's face. Miu Miu became quiet again. The whole room fell silent. Bai Xiyue was about to open her mouth to say that she was leaving, but suddenly, her stomach made a series of gurgling sounds. Bai Xiyue? I was speechless and wished I could find a hole to crawl into again. She had forgotten that she had not eaten a proper lunch. She had been busy all afternoon and walked on the street for more than an hour in the evening. Until now, she had not eaten anything. She didn't feel hungry psychologically, but her physiological organs protested. Ji Lianchun didn't laugh at her, but frowned and asked, you didn't have dinner? Bai Xiyue felt that things had not been going well for her recently, and she had been embarrassed in front of him time and time again, so she just gave it a try. I didn't eat it. Ji Lianchun's tone became more serious. Why don't you have dinner? Without waiting for Bai Xiyue to answer, he asked again, didn't you go on a date? Didn't he invite you to dinner? When this was mentioned, Bai Xiyue got angry again. Does it have anything to do with you whether I have a date or not, or whether I have dinner or not? The two learned their lesson and dared not speak loudly during the argument, but spoke in low voices. Ji Lianchun looked at her silently for a few seconds, then stood up and left without saying a word. Bai Xiyue glared at him fiercely, her eyes fell on her daughter, and she said softly, little ancestor, you only know how to torment your mother. You didn't get sick earlier or later, but you got sick here. Tell me, did you do it on purpose? She sighed softly, heard some movement at the door, looked up, and saw Ji Lianchun, who had just left, coming back. Let me hold you. He reached out his hand and said, go downstairs and eat something. I just asked my aunt, and there's chicken soup in the kitchen. What do you want to eat? Ask my aunt to make it for you. Bai Xiyue didn't move. I don't want to eat. Go drive the car to the door, and I'll take her away. Ji Lianchun's anger, which he had just suppressed, began to rise again. You still want to leave? Bai Xiyue stood up, letting Miu Miu lean on her shoulder, and used her other hand to take out her coat to cover her. Ji Lianchun grabbed her wrist. Bai Xiyue raised her eyes to look at him. Ji Lianchun's eyes were dark and his gaze was deep. When he looks at people like this, he often gives people the illusion of being extremely affectionate. Bai Xiyue's heart skipped a beat and she tried to break free from his hand. Let go. Don't go. Ji Lianchun tried his best to control his strength so that he could hold her without hurting her. Take it as a beg you. His tone could be described as gentle, and what he said shocked Bai Xiyue. She had never seen Ji Lianchun like this before. This man may have a gentle side, but this gentleness has never belonged to her. In fact, when she met Ji Lianchun, she knew that he was a calm, self-sustaining and taciturn man. But women always have some unrealistic and beautiful fantasies, hoping that he can be different from others, tender and caring to her. Reality slapped her hard in the face. She still remembered that they had just gotten married and she still had unrealistic fantasies. One time when she went shopping with her friends and bought too many things, and she didn't drive, her friends encouraged her to call her new husband and ask Ji Lianchun to pick her up. In fact, she knew that Ji Lianchun was always very busy, but she also really wanted to know whether Ji Liancheng would come to pick her up under such circumstances. When she called, no one answered at first. Later, he replied to her message, explaining that he was in a meeting and couldn't pick her up, and said he would ask the driver to come over. If this is the case, Bai Xiyue also understands. But the key point is that in the end no one came to pick her up. She waited for more than 2 hours, until her friend's face turned pale. Finally, her friend's husband finished his work and took the two of them back. Since then, Bai Xiyue gradually gained self-awareness. If nothing else had happened later, perhaps she could have lived with him like this for the rest of her life. Even though I know he doesn't love me. Who made her like him? What a loser. My heart was pounding the first time I saw him. Sure enough, in love, the one who falls in love first is the loser. Now, the two are divorced. How lucky she is to be able to see such a gentle side of Ji Liancheng. She laughed at herself. Ji Liancheng, I didn't expect. Chapter 10 I owed her in my previous life. Halfway through her words, she thought again, why bother, they are already divorced, why say all this? Ji Liancheng asked in confusion, what? She shook her head. Nothing. Sorry, my words may not be appropriate, but I still have to go back. This time, Ji Liancheng didn't stop her, but quickly took his long coat and followed her. Bai Xiyue went downstairs, and Ji Liancheng walked in front of her to protect her. Bai Xiyue thought, if your behavior back then was 1/10 of what it is now, I would not have asked for a divorce from you. The aunt looked at her expectantly downstairs. Dr. Bai, the chicken soup is still hot. How about I give you another bowl of noodles? I remember you like it the most. Auntie, it was Ji Liancheng who interrupted her. He said, no need, she'll go back. The aunt was shocked, but Miu Miu is still sick. Receiving Ji Liancheng's gaze, the aunt sighed and left. Ji Liancheng asked, did you drive here? Bai Xiyue nodded, please drive the car to the door. Ji Liancheng asked, where is the key? Bai Xiyue held Miu Miu in one hand and reached into her pocket with the other hand, but couldn't find it, so it must be in her other pocket. She moved Miu Miu from her left shoulder to her right one. Miu Miu opened his eyes in a daze. She called in a baby voice, Mom. Bai Xiyue took the key and handed it to Ji Liancheng. Here, baby, mommy is here. Who would have thought that the little guy would turn his head away again and call softly, Dad, Dad. Ji Liancheng's heart melted instantly, and he hurriedly said, baby, Daddy is here. When Miu Miu heard their voice, he somehow became alert and stretched out his little arms towards Ji Liancheng. Ji Liancheng was about to take it, but Bai Xiyue hugged him tighter. Be good, Miu Miu. Daddy's going to drive. I'll hug you later. Usually, Miu Miu is very well behaved in front of Bai Xiyue. But today, she didn't know whether she felt wrong by taking medicine or felt that her father had someone to support her. She immediately shook her head. No, 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 Daddy, give me a hug. Miu Miu. Bai Xiyue's face darkened. Stop making trouble, Dad is going to drive us home, just listen to me. Go home. Miu Miu thought about it before she understood what this meant. She struggled desperately in Bai Xiyue's arms. I don't want to go home. I want my dad. I twisted my body and I don't know what switch was triggered, but I burst into tears. Ji Liancheng couldn't stand it anymore, so he quickly took his daughter over and held her in his arms, coaxing her, be good, baby, don't go home, Daddy is here. Bai Xiyue had a headache. Before, every Sunday, when Ji Liancheng sent Miu Miu back home when Miu Miu was younger, it was easier to coax her. He would tell her that Daddy had gone to park the car, or that Daddy had gone shopping, and then Bai Xiyue would take her home and give her some toys to divert her attention, and the little girl would forget about her daddy. But she is almost 3 years old now, and she is very naughty and can't be coaxed at all. Every time Ji Liancheng went to see someone off, she would cry and didn't want her father to leave. The situation now is exactly the same as it was then. Ji Liancheng hugged the person and comforted him, feeling so distressed. Bai Xiyue felt distressed and speechless. Now I am in a dilemma, what should I do? She was asked to leave Miu Miu alone and go home, and she was worried that Miu Miu's condition would relapse at night, and Ji Liancheng couldn't handle it alone. Moreover, with Miu Miu in this condition, how could she leave with peace of mind? If she stayed, she would feel uncomfortable. Ji Liancheng frowned and looked at her. How about you stay? You can sleep with Miu Miu on the first floor. What else can Bai Xiyue say? It turns out that children are all ancestors. They owed her in the previous life, and they came to repay the debt in this life. Auntie happily went to give Bai Xiyue her favorite seafood noodles. Miu Miu stopped crying and nestled in Ji Liancheng's arms, her little face flushed with tears hanging on her eyelashes. She glanced at Bai Xiyue, but before she could say anything, a snot bubble suddenly popped out of her nose. Caught off guard, Bai Xiyue burst out laughing. Ji Liancheng's gaze fell on her face with fascination. How long has it been since I saw her smile like this? I still had it when I just got married. At that time, he still had dreams in his heart, thinking that the person next to him was his sweetheart, and that they could grow old together and support each other. How lucky he was. But reality is always cruel. Before Bai Xiyue noticed, he withdrew his gaze. Little rascal. Bai Xiyue reached out and pinched Miu Miu's face. Miu Miu hugged her hands and said, I'm not the bad boy, Mom is the bad boy. Ji Liancheng deeply agreed with this statement. He scratched Miu Miu's nose gently. Bai Xiyue glanced at him and saw that he was looking at Miu Miu with soft eyes and tenderness on his face. Ji Liancheng looked at her. Chapter 11. Are you afraid of seeing others? His eyes were cold and his face was calm. Sure enough, he changed his face like turning the pages of a book, and he switched between the two faces with ease. Being extremely gentle towards Mu Mu. When he saw her, he looked indifferent. Bai Xiyue also frowned, trying to look indifferent. Her aunt asked her to eat, so she went to the dining room. Miu Miu stretched out her little hand to follow her, so Ji Liancheng had no choice but to hold her in his arms and sit at the other end of the dining table, the two of them watching Bai Xiyue eat. The aunt looked here and there, then walked away contentedly. Bai Xiyue lowered her head to eat, and when she felt the gazes of the two people, she finally couldn't help but raised her head and asked, Miu Miu, do you want to eat? Miu Miu shook his head, no. She was in high spirits now, and spoke with full energy. Bai Xiyue looked at Ji Liancheng again, do you want to eat? Ji Liancheng said, don't talk while eating, just eat yours. Boring. Bai Xiyue rolled her eyes and ignored him. Suddenly there was the sound of a car roaring in the yard. Bai Xiyue looked up again and looked at Ji Liancheng in confusion. Ji Liancheng was talking quietly with Miu Miu and didn't pay attention. When he saw her looking at him, he asked, what's wrong? Bai Xiyue pointed outside, it seems someone is coming. Ji Liancheng said, it might be Asong, he is out on business. Bai Xiyue said, that's good. If you have guests, I'll have to hide. Ji Liancheng frowned, hide? Are you afraid to see people? You are the one who can't stand being seen. Bai Xiyue rolled her eyes at him again, we are divorced. Is it appropriate for me to show up at your house in the middle of the night? What if your girlfriend sees me? Won't she misunderstand me? Ji Liancheng was about to say something when he heard a beep at the door and it opened. They both looked over at the same time, and saw a girl with long flowing hair standing at the entrance. She was gentle, generous and beautiful. Bai Xiyue lowered her eyes. If she is not the well-known superstar, then she is the well-matched lady. He was walking with her. Unexpectedly, Ji Liancheng was stunned, why are you here? His expression changed, how did you get in? Bai Xiyue put down her chopsticks, the bitterness in her heart almost unbearable. The door requires a card, and the password is required to enter the house. Ji Liancheng even had the nerve to ask how she got in. Seeing that the girl seemed to be familiar with the place, it was probably not her first time here. The girl smiled generously, Aunt Xiao knew I was coming, so she asked me to make soup for you. Where's Aunt Zhang? Is this the nanny we just hired? Please help bring the soup in. This person's vision is really unique. At least in Bai Xiyue's understanding, the nanny of the Ji family has her own room and never eats at the dining table in the main living room. Besides, she just mentioned Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao is Ji Liancheng's mother. This means that the two of them have even met their parents. It turns out that men's words cannot be trusted. He clearly said not long ago that he didn't want to get married. Bai Xiyue stood up and went to hug Miu Miu without saying anything. Since Mr. Ji has guests, I will take Miu Miu back first. When he heard that he was going back, Miu Miu immediately hugged Ji Liancheng's neck and said, Dad. Ji Liancheng patted her and looked at Bai Xiyue, take Miu Miu upstairs first. Bai Xiyue just found it funny, I'm afraid it's not convenient, President Ji. Miu Miu, are you going home with Mom? If you don't leave, Mom will leave. Miu Miu moved, lay on Ji Liancheng's shoulder, and looked back at her pitifully. Bai Xiyue hardened her heart and turned away. Miu Miu burst into tears. Bai Xiyue couldn't even move her feet. It turned out that someone was more nervous than her. The girl exclaimed, put the things in her hand on the table, ran over and patted Miu Miu on the back. Miu Miu, be good, baby, don't cry. Lianchen, give Miu Miu to me, I will comfort her. Not only did the other party know Miu Miu, but they also spoke in a familiar manner. Bai Xiyue's heart skipped a beat and she immediately got furious. Ji Lianchen, give me Miu Miu. Chapter 12, Divorced. Ji Lianchen wanted to coax Miu Miu, but when he saw Bai Xiyue losing control of her emotions, he became even more anxious. He held the child and dodged Shen Mingjie's hand, then strode to Bai Xiyue's side. Don't. Before he could finish his words, Bai Xiyue had already carried Mu Mu away, glared at him fiercely, and turned away. She didn't even wear a coat, and Miu Miu was still sick. Ji Lianchen hugged her in a hurry. Listen to me. Before he could finish his words, Miu Miu screamed and vomited all over the two of them. What followed was a flurry of activity. After comforting Miu Miu, Bai Xiyue was so exhausted that she no longer had the energy to care about anything else. No matter how irritable and upset she was, it had disappeared after all this, leaving only a heart full of exhaustion. I'll hold her. The man half knelt in front of her, his voice low and soft. Go take a shower. Miu Miu had fallen asleep. Because of her stuffy nose, her mouth was slightly open and she was snoring happily. In comparison, Bai Xiyue was in an extremely miserable state. She didn't even want to look at Ji Lianchen. She gently placed Miu Miu on the sofa and wiped the stains on her body with a wet wipe. Ji Lianchen sighed silently and reached out to hug Miu Miu. Don't touch her. Bai Xiyue said in a cold voice, please go drive the car. Ji Lianchen took his hand back, and there was no unusual emotion on his handsome face. You still want to leave? Bai Xiyue threw the wet wipes into the trash can, stood up and put on her coat, then went to pick up Miu Miu, wrapped her in clothes, and walked out. Ji Lianchen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then got up to drive. From beginning to end, he never looked at Shen Mingjie. Ji Lianchen drove the car to the door. Bai Xiyue carefully placed Miu Miu on the back seat and used a pillow to block her side. Ji Lianchen stood in the direction where the wind was blowing and said softly, I'll take you back. Bai Xiyue stood up, closed the car door, and got into the driver's seat without saying a word. Ji Lianchen's heart was in a knot. He raised his hand to hold the car door and said tentatively, I really don't know. With a bang, Bai Xiyue slammed the car door shut and stepped on the accelerator. Ji Lianchen stood in the cold night, his eyes as solemn as the night itself. When he came back, Shen Mingjie was about to hand the soup in her hand to Aunt Zhang. Ji Lianchen looked at her coldly and said indifferently, Auntie, please show the guest away. After he finished speaking, he walked upstairs. Aunt Zhang hurriedly handed the soup over again. Miss Shen, I'm sorry, let me take you out. Shen Mingjie looked upstairs with the soup in her hand, but Ji Lianchen was no longer visible. Shen Mingjie smiled at her auntie. Auntie, that was Miu Miu's mother just now, right? Auntie nodded and led Shen Mingjie to the door. Yes. Miss Shen, this way please. Shen Mingjie said as she walked. Does she come here often? It's not appropriate for her to stay at her ex-husband's house so late. Auntie opened the door for her. Ms. Shen, take care. Shen Mingjie looked at her and smiled meaninglessly. Auntie, Bai Xiyue has divorced Lianchen. From now on, she can't be the mistress of this family. Auntie remained calm and said, I only listen to the young master. Shen Mingjie nodded and left. Auntie sighed and looked upstairs again. What was going on? Ji Lianchen came down from upstairs holding Miu Miu's small school bag and medicine in his hands. Auntie asked him, Asong hasn't come back yet, are you going to drive there by yourself, young master? Ji Lianchen must have been worried when Bai Xiyue drove away like that, and Auntie guessed that he would chase after her. Ji Lianchen hummed, picked up his coat and walked out. When he reached the door, he turned back and said, Get someone to change the lock. He randomly drove a car from the garage, got on the road, and called Xiao Jin. The call came quickly. Son, has Meng Jie come over? Ji Lianchen's tone was cold. You gave her the password and door card? Is it appropriate for you to do this? Xiao Jin smiled. What? Are you angry? Your temper is exactly the same as your father's. Meng Jie is a good person, with a clean family background and a well-behaved person. It's impossible to expect you to take the initiative. A girl brought you a bowl of soup, why are you so angry? Ji Lianchen said, I have my own decision to make regarding my own affairs. After that, he hung up the phone. Ji Lianchen was driving fast and he was very familiar with this road, so he had already seen Bai Xiyue's license plate. He followed Bai Xiyue's car all the way into the residential area. Chapter 13. Don't fall into the same pit twice. When Bai Xiyue parked the car, he was already standing beside her. His handsome face still had no expression and looked very indifferent. Bai Xiyue pretended not to see him and went to the back seat to pick up the child. Ji Lianqing took a step forward, bent down before her, and picked up Miu Miu. Miu Miu hummed twice, and he patted him, and the little guy immediately leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep again. He looked at Bai Xiyue and said softly, Miu Miu didn't take her school bag or medicine. Bai Xiyue locked the car and turned to leave. Ji Lianqing followed behind. Before leaving, Bai Xiyue didn't tell Ms. Wang about Mu Mu's illness, for fear that she would worry. She left in a hurry and didn't even bring her keys. She rang the doorbell and Ms. Wang opened the door. She naturally thought that she had returned to the hospital to work overtime. Why did you come back so late? You didn't have dinner yet. You must be starving. Come on. Before she could finish her words, she saw Ji Lianqing holding a child. Ms. Wang Ruizhen loves and hates this former son-in-law. When Bai Xiyue first brought him back, Ms. Wang really liked her son-in-law more and more. But after learning about Ji Lianqing's family background, she became a little worried. After that, she gradually let go of this worry. Ji Lianqing treated her with respect, and her father-in-law and mother-in-law did not look down on their humble family. She originally thought that her daughter would live happily with Ji Lianqing for the rest of her life. But who would have known that one day, Bai Xiyue suddenly told her that she was divorced? She was so angry that she almost fainted. Since then, whenever Ms. Wang saw Ji Lianqing, she felt all kinds of annoyance towards him. Ji Lianqing greeted first, Auntie. Once upon a time, Ji Lianqing also called her mother. Now I call her auntie again. Ms. Wang looked unhappy. Come in. Ji Lianqing said, I won't go in. Miu Miu has caught a cold and has a fever. Please take care of her. Bai Xiyue turned around, took the child, and went straight into the bedroom holding Miu Miu. Ms. Wang was also worried. Do you have a fever? Have you taken medicine? Ji Lianqing retracted his gaze and said, I have eaten. Auntie, I will leave now. If you have anything, please call me. You can call me anytime, no matter what time it is. Ms. Wang saw Ji Lianqing off and went to Bai Xiyue's bedroom. Miu Miu was lying in the middle of the bed, sleeping soundly. She touched Miu Miu's forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. The sound of running water rang out in the bathroom. She stood up and walked to the bathroom door and asked, Have you seen each other often recently? Where did you sleep last night? The only sound in response to her was the sound of running water. She sighed and said, I admit that Ji Lianqing is very good. But yeah, we can't fall into the same pit twice. Bai Xiyue was depressed when she just got divorced. Seeing her daughter in that state, Ms. Wang naturally felt distressed. She said, Auntie Li next door has a friend whose son is a corporate executive with a PhD. I've seen his photo and he's quite good. How about you meet him? She said a lot, but Bai Xiyue didn't say a word from beginning to end. Finally, the bathroom door was opened, and Bai Xiyue walked out, steaming. She wiped her hair with one hand and walked past Ms. Wang towards the dressing table. Wang Ruizhen followed her. Did you hear what I just said? It's been more than 3 years since the divorce. You can't always be alone, right? Bai Xiyue wrapped her hair and said with a stern face, Mom, I'm very tired. I went to bed after wiping my face. Can you go to bed early too? Wang Ruizhen said, Blow dry your hair before going to bed, otherwise you will have a headache the next day. Bai Xiyue nodded, got it. Wang Ruizhen walked to the door and turned back to ask her, Then I'll talk to your Aunt Li and ask you to meet. Bai Xiyue and her colleagues took a day off on Saturday. After working non-stop for several days, she was really exhausted. She set the alarm at night, felt Miu Miu drowsily and found that he didn't have a fever, so she fell asleep with peace of mind. In the morning, Miu Miu's chubby body rolled around in her arms, calling Mom over and over again. Bai Xiyue was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes, so she held her in her arms and didn't want to move. The little guy didn't look like he had a fever yesterday, he was full of energy. He was restless in Bai Xiyue's arms, twisting and turning, and finally he lay on the bed with his butt sticking up, resting his face on the pillow, facing Bai Xiyue. The chubby little hands began to ravage Bai Xiyue's face. How can one sleep like this? Baby, go find grandma by yourself. Bai Xiyue touched her forehead again. It was warm and moist. She was relieved. She squinted her eyes and carried her to the bed. Mom can sleep a little longer. Miu Miu walked out with his short legs. As soon as Bai Xiyue closed her eyes, her cell phone rang. Due to her job, she was not allowed to turn off her cell phone. If their hospital needed to find someone, she needed to keep the communication open 24 hours a day. She picked up the phone. I'm Bai Xiyue. It's me. A man's deep voice came from the other end. Are you still not up? Chapter 14. Why is he here? It's Ji Liancheng. Bai Xiyue's voice immediately turned colder. What's the matter? Ji Liancheng asked. How is Miu Miu? Is he still having a fever? It's not burning anymore. Well, can I pick her up tonight? Bai Xiyue said. Forget it this week. I only see her once a week. If it's not possible tonight, then, tomorrow. I say, forget it. Bai Xiyue sat up with a stern face. See you next week, same as before. No, the same. Bai Xiyue hung up the phone directly. Although this is very rude. But she didn't want to hear this man's voice at all. The desire to fall asleep was replaced by sourness and bitterness. Bai Xiyue stuffed her phone under her pillow and pulled the quilt over her head. When Wang Rui's hen was feeding Miu Miu breakfast, Bai Xiyue opened the door and walked out. She glanced at the dining table and frowned. Mom, you fed her again and let her eat on her own. Miu Miu is sick, isn't he? Ms. Wang, who was always gentle in front of her granddaughter, said softly, Our Miu Miu is sick today and needs special care, right, little darling? Miu Miu chuckled. Bai Xiyue gathered her hair up and tied it into a bun. Very good, someone else will feed you the food, and you can take the medicine yourself later. When Miu Miu heard about taking medicine, his expression gradually stiffened, and he looked at his grandma pitifully. Grandma, I don't want to take medicine. Ms. Wang said, Our Miu Miu is sick. If you are sick, you will get better only if you take medicine. Miu Miu, be good and eat more to keep your body healthy. You won't need to take medicine when you get better. Miu Miu pursed his lips, thinking that the meatballs were no longer fragrant, and kept muttering, I don't want to eat them, I don't want to eat them. Bai Xiyue was too lazy to pay attention to her. This little girl is used to reading other people's faces. The more you indulge her, the more she will get ahead of you. Ms. Wang had no choice. Other things could be discussed, and she stood on her daughter's side in this matter. When Miu Miu saw that no one was there to help him, he blinked his big eyes and suddenly said, I want my daddy. Bai Xiyue had already sat down to eat breakfast. Hearing this, she glanced at her and said, Eat well. Miu Miu was a little afraid of her, but when he saw his grandmother was around, he felt safe. I want my daddy, I want my daddy. Seeing that Bai Xiyue was about to lose her temper, Ms. Wang stopped her and said, Can you blame the child? It was Dad's turn to take care of the child today. Miu Miu shouted beside him. Dad said, let's go to the aquarium. Let's go to the ocean to see the sea. Big dolphin, she said she was looking for it in the sea. Bai Xiyue frowned. You are sick, go next week. Miu Miu's big eyes flickered, her little mouth pouted, and she was about to cry in the next second. Ms. Wang felt distressed when she saw her, and hugged her in her arms, coaxing her like her darling. Bai Xiyue frowned as she watched. Mom, just spoil her. Miu Miu is sensible and obedient, so what if I spoil her? Ms. Wang couldn't stand the scene of her daughter scolding her granddaughter. She glared at her and continued to coax the child with her head down. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Bai Xiyue looked at her. Who? Ms. Wang said, How would I know? Go and have a look. Bai Xiyue stood up, walked towards the door listlessly, and opened it. Who is it? Ji Liancheng stood tall and slender outside the door. Bai Xiyue subconsciously slammed the door shut. Ji Liancheng looked over with his dark eyes and said, I'm worried about Miu Miu. He only said one sentence, but Miu Miu had already heard his voice, broke free from Grandma's arms, and ran to the door on his two short legs, shouting as he ran, Dad! Dad! The room was heated and the temperature was suitable, but it was chilly outside. Miu Miu hadn't recovered from her cold yet, and she definitely couldn't stand at the door in just a single layer of clothes. Bai Xiyue had no choice but to say, Come in. Ji Liancheng stood at the entrance. The originally spacious place seemed cramped because of his tall stature. Bai Xiyue took a step back and said coldly, You don't have slippers, just come in. Ji Liancheng picked up Miu Miu, looked at her, then looked towards the restaurant and called her Auntie. Ms. Wang came over. Although she had some problems with him, he was Miu Miu's father after all. She said, come in. Have you had breakfast? Let's eat together. Ji Lianqing then walked in. I've eaten, thank you auntie. Bai Xiyue said nothing and went back to the restaurant. Wang Rui's hen had no choice but to lead people to the living room. Aren't you going to the company today? Ji Lianqing explained, originally I was supposed to spend Saturday with Miu Miu. Look at my memory. Wang Rui's hen smiled and said, please sit down. I'll make you some tea. Ji Lianqing said hurriedly, don't bother, auntie, I'm not thirsty. Wang Rui's hen waved her hand and went into the kitchen. Ji Lianqing looked down at the baby in his arms, raised his hand to touch her forehead, and asked her, baby, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? Chapter 15 Don't be so fierce. The little guy's eyes were pitch black, like black pearls dipped in mercury, clear and pure. She clutched Ji Lianqing's shirt tightly with her little hands, pressed her face against his chest, and said in a baby voice, I miss Daddy. Ji Lianqing's heart melted immediately, and his voice became softer, Dad misses the baby too. Bai Xiyue rolled her eyes in the restaurant. She once hoped that Ji Lianqing would use his tenderness on her, but now all of it has been used on her daughter. After a while, Ji Lianqing carried Miu Miu towards the restaurant. Bai Xiyue raised her eyes to look at him, didn't you eat? Ji Lianqing explained, Miu Miu said that she was not full yet. Miu Miu was hugging Ji Lianqing's neck. When she heard this, she hurriedly said, I want to eat meat. Bai Xiyue said, drink some porridge, you can't eat meat. Miu Miu blinked and looked at his father. It's a pity that Dad has no say in this matter. President Ji had no choice but to say, let us drink the porridge first, and when Miu Miu gets better, we'll eat a lot of meat, okay? Bai Xiyue retracted her gaze and told herself not to be jealous. They were both in the past. What she couldn't get before, she couldn't even think about it now. Wang Rui's hen came over and looked at Bai Xiyue. What's that expression on your face? Is the food I cook so bad? Bai Xiyue said, the side dish is a little salty. Wang Rui's hen sat next to her, you're so salty that you're grimacing. Ji Lianqing glanced over here. Bai Xiyue lowered her head to drink her porridge and stopped talking. After breakfast, Miu Miu started to act up again, clamming to go to the aquarium. Bai Xiyue put the medicine on the coffee table expressionlessly, take the medicine first. Miu Miu grabbed Ji Lianqing's knees and spoke with a lack of confidence, I don't want to eat. Bai Xiyue hugged her shoulders and looked at her. Ji Lianqing couldn't help but say, don't be so fierce. Bai Xiyue looked at him, then you let her eat. Ji Lianqing. There is really no way around this. Bai Xiyue knocked on the table, hurry up, take the medicine. Miu Miu looked at Ji Lianqing pitifully. Ji Lianqing was so distressed that he hurriedly said, Miu Miu, take the medicine. Dad will take you to the aquarium, okay. Miu Miu was about to applaud when Bai Xiyue said, that place is not well ventilated and crowded. She can't go there now. Miu Miu became unhappy when he heard this, and hugged Ji Lianqing's knees and began to shake, Dad, we have to go, we have to go. Ji Lianqing began to coax her again. Bai Xiye's gaze fell on Ji Lianqing's face. The first time she met Ji Lianqing was in the summer when she was 20 years old. The man was already 26 at that time. He had the elegance of a mature man, yet also the uprightness of youth. Bai Xiyue was attracted to him at first sight. If we say that the faces of the world are crudely made in an assembly line factory, then Ji Lianqing's facial features are carefully crafted by the creator. The distance between the eyebrows, the curve of the jaw, the height of the bridge of the nose, every part of it is charming. After getting to know him, I was even more attracted by his calm and cool personality. Then, it fell little by little. Now, when she looks at this face again, she still marvels at the magic of the creator. 8 years have passed, and time seems to have left no trace on his appearance. Apart from adding a bit of mature charm unique to men, he is still as handsome as before. No wonder there are always women throwing themselves at him. What are you looking at? Ji Lianqing suddenly looked over. Bai Xiyue propped up her chin and looked away, trying to remain calm, nothing. Ji Lianqing's face suddenly darkened, I'll take her, you go back to the bedroom. Don't even want to see her? Bai Xiyue took a deep breath, you're not leaving. Before Ji Lianqing could say anything, Miu Miu hugged him and said, Daddy won't leave. Bai Xiye's face also tensed, Miu Miu, take the medicine. Finally, Ji Lianqing hid in the bathroom, and Bai Xiyue let Miu Miu take the medicine. After taking the medicine, Ji Lianqing accompanied her to play with building blocks in the toy room, and Bai Xiyue tactfully returned to her bedroom. 3 years after the divorce, the two had hardly met in private except for the handover of Miu Miu. Bai Xiyue thought that she would eventually let go of this relationship. But the scene yesterday deeply stimulated her. She never thought that Miu Miu would have a stepmother. I never thought that Ji Liancheng would remarry. In fact, this is normal, but she will subconsciously reject herself from considering these issues. Therefore, she never cared about how Ji Liancheng had been doing in the past few years or whether there was anyone around him. If you don't know anything, you can pretend nothing happened. But yesterday, the girl appeared in front of her. She could freely enter and leave Ji Liancheng's villa, make soup for him, and even know Miu Miu. It was obvious how close the relationship between the two was. She fished out her cell phone from under the pillow and found that Chen Xiaoyin had sent her a photo. Lu Shilo in the photo was still as handsome as ever. He lowered his head slightly, then raised his eyes to look at the camera. The way he did so was simply irresistible. Chapter 16, Ex-husband is the past tense. Bai Xiyue replied to her, so handsome. Chen Xiaoyin probably wasn't too busy at the moment, so she replied immediately, of course, brother is the most handsome. Bai Xiyue silently set this photo as the wallpaper for the lock screen. Just as she was about to put her phone down, the hospital's exclusive ringtone rang. Bai Xiyue sighed, immediately stood up and sat up straight, ready to go out at any time. What's the matter? After answering the phone, she frowned, rubbed her temples twice, and then went to change her clothes. After getting dressed, she said something to Ms. Wang. Ms. Wang was used to her having to work overtime during her break. Go and tell Miu Miu. By the way, when is your ex-husband leaving? He has no name. Bai Xiyue felt a headache when she heard this name. If he doesn't leave, there's nothing I can do. I am constantly reminding you of your current relationship. Since he is my ex-husband, it is a thing of the past. Bai Xiyue interrupted her long speech. The hospital is in a hurry, so I'm leaving. She knocked on the door of the toy room again. This house has 3 bedrooms. Ms. Wang has 1 bedroom for herself, she and Miu Miu have 1 bedroom, and the remaining bedroom is Miu Miu's world. Most of the toys in this room were bought by Ji Liancheng. When I pushed the door open, what caught my eye was Ji Liancheng holding Miu Miu in his arms, patiently teaching her how to assemble toys. Ji Liancheng looked at her and asked, "Are you going out?" When Miu Miu heard this, he put down the toys in his hands and clapped his hands, saying, I'm going too. Bai Xiyue said, Mom is going to the hospital. You follow Dad and be a good boy. Is there something wrong? Ji Liancheng asked. Bai Xiyue said, well, I'll go over and take a look. I don't know what time I'll be back. If she. Thinking that she couldn't say this in front of the child, she raised her chin and said, come out, I want to talk to you. Ji Liancheng put Miu Miu on the carpet, stood up and walked towards her. What's wrong? Worried that Miu Miu might hear her, Bai Xiyue moved closer and said, try to coax her to sleep, and then leave quickly. Seeing her approaching, Ji Liancheng leaned back slightly. The rest of Bai Xiyue's words were stuck in her throat. What does this mean? Avoid suspicion. Why didn't you think of avoiding suspicion when you made me so sore and paralyzed the night before last? Impulsively, she grabbed Ji Liancheng by the collar. You! Mother! Miu Miu's voice suddenly came from below. Bai Xiyue looked down and saw that it was Miu Miu who had come over at some point. She was hugging Ji Liancheng's thigh and looking up at her. Mom, what are you doing? Bai Xiyue took a deep breath, let go of Ji Liancheng, took 2 steps back, and said coldly, don't forget what I just said. After that, she looked down at Miu Miu again and said, Mom is saying hello to Dad. Okay, Miu Miu, Mom is going to the hospital. You just play with Dad. Miu Miu raised his face and nodded vigorously. Goodbye, Mom. In the past, if Bai Xiyue suddenly had to work overtime, Miu Miu would definitely cry and make a fuss, but today, Ji Liancheng was here, and she actually said goodbye to him obediently. Bai Xiyue couldn't tell what she felt. When we got to the hospital, we put all these worries aside for the time being. Because there are still a lot of troubles in the hospital. The reason why I called Bai Xiyue back was because someone was causing trouble. The patient who was causing the trouble was under Bai Xiyue's care. The family members specifically asked Bai Xiyue to come out and say something, otherwise they would cry and make a scene in the corridor of the ward, seriously affecting the order of the hospital. The medical department had no choice but to call Bai Xiyue. The patient was in the middle to late stage of gastric cancer. Considering the patient's overall condition, Bai Xiyue did not recommend surgery, and explained the pros and cons of the surgery to the patient and his family. On the third day after the surgery, the patient suffered a sudden cardiac arrest. Bai Xiyue happened to be on duty at the time. From the time she discovered that the patient was not in the right condition to the time she successfully intubated the patient, it took less than 5 minutes. Normally, this would be done by colleagues in the anesthesiology department. Bai Xiyue acted decisively, shortened the rescue time, and successfully rescued the patient. However, the patient's condition was already not good after the operation, and this incident happened again. The family members insisted that it was a medical accident and demanded a huge amount of compensation, otherwise they would sue the doctor and the hospital. Bai Xiyue stood in the corridor in a white coat and said in a cold voice, "Go ahead and sue. I will cooperate with all the procedures. Dr. Wang, let's hand over the patient's condition. You will be responsible for this patient from now on." The patient's family members were not targeting Bai Xiyue, they just wanted the hospital to pay some money. When they heard that the attending physician was going to be replaced, they immediately refused to do it. "Why don't you treat us?" They originally came here for Bai Xiyue. If Bai Xiyue didn't care, they would lose more than they gained. Bai Xiyue was a beautiful sight just standing there. She didn't look like a doctor, but more like a beautiful star. As soon as she put on her white coat and opened her mouth, she looked like a star. She was so cold and calm that people dared not offend her. She spoke, word by word, with clear enunciation and a resounding voice, "Aren't you going to sue me? In order to avoid suspicion, I naturally can't be in charge of him anymore. Otherwise, aren't you afraid that I will take revenge on you?" Chapter 17. What catches his eye? The patient in the next bed couldn't stand it and said, "You're almost done. Who of you who lives in this building is counting the days to come? Your patient was blocked by phlegm. If it weren't for Dr. Bai's timely intubation, to put it bluntly, there's no telling whether he would be alive now. People saved him for you, you can't be so heartless." In the ward and in the corridor, medical staff, patients' families, patients and visitors were all watching the excitement. After hearing these words, they all had their own thoughts. Bai Xiyue said, "I understand your feelings. Like you, we doctors also hope that the patient can get better soon. As I said before, if you want to sue, then sue. I will accompany you. If not, then everyone can go their separate ways and do whatever they need to do." The patient's family member who had been furious before said, "Then, Dr. Bai, can you still be in charge of my father's illness?" Bai Xiyue asked, "Are you still suing?" The family members shook their heads. Bai Xiyue asked again, "Are you still making trouble?" The family members covered their faces and said nothing. Bai Xiyue looked at the head nurse, "Everyone go away, the patient needs quiet." When she returned to the office, she saw Li Yunqing at first sight. "Dr. Li." She greeted him first, gently and politely, but with a sense of alienation. Li Yunqing walked towards her. "Aren't you going to take a break today? Why are you here again? Something's going on." Bai Xiyue opened the office door. "Are you looking for me or?" Li Yunqing raised the information in his hand and said with a smile, "Come and give some information to the director." Bai Xiyue nodded. She was taking a rest today, and now that things were done, she was ready to go back. After all, Mumu was not feeling well and she was worried. Just when I was about to say goodbye to Li Yunqing, he said, "It's late now, I wonder if it's convenient for us to have lunch together. After all this trouble, it's already past 11 o'clock. If Mumu and Ms. Wang were at home, Bai Xiyue would definitely be worried. But now, Ji Liancheng was here, and thinking about the evasive action he just made, Bai Xiyue didn't want to go back out of spite. Besides, she knew Li Yunqing's intentions very well. Since she didn't want to be involved with him, she should tell him clearly. She nodded, "Okay." Li Yunqing was overjoyed. "Then wait for me, I'll deliver the information and go change clothes." Bai Xiyue said, "Then I'll wait for you in the parking lot." After arriving at the parking lot, the two drove to a restaurant one after the other. The place Li Yunqing chose had a high average cost per person. After taking his seat, he asked Bai Xiyue what she liked to eat and if there was anything she was not eating. Bai Xiyue shook her head. She wasn't hungry, and she didn't have the heart to taste the food. However, what she wanted to say was best said after the meal. If she said it now, the atmosphere between the two of them would be so awkward that they wouldn't even be able to eat. Although Li Yunqing is a surgeon, he is a very gentle man at heart. He has good table manners and knows how to take care of girls. Bai Xiyue thought that if she hadn't met Ji Liancheng, perhaps she could have given it a try with Li Yunqing. But now, unfortunately, she has no feelings for him at all. During the meal, the two chatted about hospital matters and discussed cases, and time passed quite quickly. Finally, Bai Xiyue expressed her thoughts. After hearing this, Li Yunqing smiled instead. Actually, I can feel what your attitude towards me is, Xiyue. But for some things, you can never be content without trying. Since you said so, I won't disturb your life anymore. But, can we be friends? He knows when to advance and when to retreat, is sensible, and what he says makes people feel at ease. Moreover, the two of them are in the same major and have many common topics. Being friends seems like a good option. Bai Xiyue said, I'm really sorry, you deserve a better girl. Well, if you're in a relationship, I hope I can treat her to a meal as a friend. The two left the restaurant and Li Yunqing walked her to her car. Bai Xiyue said goodbye to him and got in the car. Before starting the car, she lowered the window and said, I'll treat you to the next meal. She was originally planning to treat everyone, but Li Yunqing paid the bill halfway through. Li Yunqing nodded and said yes with a smile. Bai Xiyue also smiled, then I'm leaving. Bye. Li Yunqing suddenly bent down and asked her outside the car window, Xiyue, are you rejecting me because of your ex-husband? Bai Xiyue was stunned. She didn't expect him to suddenly ask such a question. Seeing her in a daze, he smiled sheepishly. I feel that if I lose to him, I will be convinced. Bai Xiyue said with mixed feelings, why do you think so? In my opinion, you are much better than him. This time it was Li Yunqing's turn to be stunned. Really? Bai Xiyue nodded. Really? That person, forget it, I don't want to mention him. Not gentle, not considerate, taciturn, indifferent. There is nothing in the world that can catch his eyes and enter his heart, right? Oh, now there is Miu Miu. I guess there is only one Miu Miu left. Li Yunqing said, then drive slower. After the two said goodbye, Bai Xiyue returned home, parked the car, and didn't want to go upstairs. I don't know if Ji Liancheng has left. She took out her cell phone and wanted to send a WeChat message to Ji Liancheng. Then I remembered that neither of us had each other's WeChat. Yes, when we first got married, WeChat was not so popular yet. Besides making phone calls, we would occasionally send messages to each other. After the divorce, I had Miu Miu, and the only contact we had was through phone calls. She sent a message directly, but no one responded for a long time. Chapter 18 You like him so much. After waiting for a few minutes, Bai Xiyue sent another WeChat message to Ms. Wang. Ms. Wang loves to watch short videos when she has nothing to do. She basically never puts her phone down and will reply immediately when she sees a message. As a result, Ms. Wang did not reply either. When she doesn't reply to messages, she is usually looking at Miu Miu. This means that Ji Liancheng may be gone. Bai Xiyue didn't wait any longer, locked the car and went upstairs. When she entered the house, she found Ms. Wang busy in the kitchen. She didn't see Miu Miu, so she had to go to the kitchen and ask Ms. Wang, Mom, where is Miu Miu? Is he asleep? Ms. Wang heard the noise and turned to look at her. You're back. Have you eaten? I ate it. Where's Miu Miu? I'm coaxing her into sleeping. She won't take a nap. Bai Xiyue was a little confused when she heard it. Who to comfort? Ji Liancheng? He hasn't left yet. Wang Rui's hen glanced at her. Miu Miu is clinging to him, how can he leave? He came into my bedroom. Ms. Wang looked at her again. What's so shameful about your bedroom? People can't even enter. Before she finished speaking, Bai Xiyue turned around and left angrily. When she reached the bedroom door, she pushed it open without knocking. Just as she was about to start questioning him, she saw Ji Liancheng looking at her and making a gesture to her to keep quiet. Looking at Miu Miu again, he was holding her in his arms and was obviously about to fall asleep. Bai Xiyue felt like a smoking firecracker that was about to explode when someone doused it with a basin of water. On the surface, it looked like it wouldn't explode, but I almost got internal injuries. Even though she had a child, her bedroom was not messy. The main reason why she didn't want Ji Liancheng to enter the bedroom was that the bedroom was too private a place, and also, there were many photos of Lu Shiluo in her bedroom. In particular, behind the door, there is a huge half-body poster of Lu Shiluo. To outsiders, her career was glamorous and her skills attracted patients to her. Moreover, she was already 28 years old and no longer a naive girl. She seemed to no longer be qualified to be a star chaser. Therefore, the secret in her heart was suddenly exposed in front of others, making her feel a little ashamed and guilty. There are quite a few photos of Lu Shiluo, so it is impossible to expect that Ji Lianqing has not seen them. But Bai Xiyue thought again, they are both divorced, so who she likes or whether she is a fan has nothing to do with him. If it really doesn't work, let Miu Miu take the blame and say that this is what Miu Miu likes. Bai Xiyue thought this method was feasible. After thinking of a solution, she looked at Ji Lianqing again and found that Ji Lianqing was not sitting on the bed, but on a chair beside the bed. His shirt was extremely wrinkled and there was a hint of fatigue between his brows. She said softly, "Have you taken the medicine?" Ji Lianqing felt a headache when he mentioned this. He said so many nice things and coaxed her, but she still refused to eat. In the end, it was her grandmother who fed her. After a whole morning of hard work, Ji Lianqing really felt a little tired. She asked again, "Have you eaten?" Ji Lianqing nodded again. Bai Xiyue didn't know why, but she felt that Ji Lianqing's attitude towards her had become even colder. She sat on the bed and stretched out her hand, saying, "Give her to me. She's in a daze now, so she won't make a fuss." Ji Lianqing glanced at her, but didn't move. He asked, "Are you going to chase me away?" Bai Xiyue frowned, "She's asleep, why don't you leave? Do you want to stay for dinner?" Ji Lianqing held his breath and asked, "What if she wakes up and looks for Dad?" Bai Xiyue smiled gently, "She wants to see her dad every day, can you still accompany her every day?" Hearing the sarcasm in her words, Ji Lianqing stopped talking. He didn't move, so Bai Xiyue grabbed it. Although she said she was grabbing it, her movements were still gentle, and Ji Lianqing didn't dare to refuse her. He watched her take Miu Miu, with a look of reluctance on his face. Miu Miu hummed twice, smelled the familiar scent of Bai Xiyue, smacked his lips, tilted his head and fell asleep. Bai Xiyue turned around and put her on the bed, covered her with a thin blanket, then looked at Ji Lianqing, "Let's go." Ji Lianqing stood face to face with her. As they were about to walk out, the 1-meter-high poster behind the door was particularly eye-catching. Bai Xiyue pretended to be indifferent, opened the door, and asked him to go out first. Ji Lianqing took a big step and walked to the door, then suddenly turned around and approached her. "Do you like him so much?" Ji Lianqing couldn't contain the viciousness and jealousy in his heart. He pressed the man against the door. The pain that had been lingering in his heart every night for the past few years turned into a sharp sword. He looked at Bai Xiyue with a frighteningly dark look in his eyes. Chapter 19. You can date me and I can take care of the kids. Bai Xiyue suddenly felt embarrassed as if her clothes had been stripped off. She frowned and pushed Ji Lianqing, then left the bedroom and closed the door before speaking. "What do you care?" After saying that, he felt annoyed again. He had clearly decided to use Miu Miu as a shield, how could he forget it in the blink of an eye? What a brain! She looked unhappy, and Ji Lianqing didn't say anything else. Wang Rui's hen came over and asked, "Are you asleep?" Bai Xiyue hummed. Ji Lianqing then spoke, "Then auntie, I will go back." Wang Rui's hen glanced at her daughter's face and didn't dare to say anything polite to keep her. She just smiled and said, "Then drive slowly on the road." Ji Lianqing walked towards the door, but suddenly stopped and looked back at Bai Xiyue. "If you want to go on a date this weekend, I can take care of Miu Miu for 2 days. His words were incomprehensible, and Bai Xiyue was furious. "Which I have yours, so me dating? Am I dating someone who doesn't care about children?" Wang Rui's hen was also confused. Date? Her daughter had a boyfriend. Ji Lianqing said, "I didn't mean to quarrel with you, I just told you the truth. Just now, Secretary Song saw you in the hotel." After he said that, he turned and left. Bai Xiyue was stunned. Secretary Song is Ji Lianqing's assistant and has been with Ji Lianqing for several years. Seeing her in the restaurant means seeing her having dinner with Li Yunqing? No wonder he said he was dating. Bai Xiyue felt uncomfortable all over, but she didn't know how to vent. Wang Rui's hen asked her, "What did Ji Lianqing mean? Secretary Song saw you? You went on a date. Who?" Her rapid-fire questions made Bai Xiyue even more annoyed. She said impatiently, "Mom, I'm just having a meal with a colleague. It's not a date at all," she said, and Ms. Wang believed it. She nodded and said, "It's a colleague. Speaking of dating, why don't you meet the corporate executive that your Aunt Li wants to introduce to you?" Bai Xiyue felt like her head was about to explode. She covered her face and said, "Mom, let me be quiet for a while. It's a mess, everything is a mess. It seemed like everything went haywire since that night. So why did she get drunk? If she hadn't been drunk, she wouldn't have been taken back by Ji Lianqing, and the two of them wouldn't have had sex. If all this hadn't happened, her already calm heart wouldn't have been disturbed again. But now, her heart was in turmoil again. In the next few days, life seemed to return to its previous peace. Work was still busy as usual, Miu Miu had recovered, and Director Liu of the department sighed and tried to introduce another young talent in the hospital to Bai Xiyue before the new year. As New Year's Day approaches, the number of patients increases instead of decreases. The severe cold weather is not a friendly sign for cancer patients. Not only the oncology department, but also the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular, neurological and other departments are overcrowded. It is no exaggeration to say that Bai Xiyue's job is to help patients race against death. Once the diagnosis is confirmed and the patient meets the surgical indications, the surgery date must be as early as possible. This caused Bai Xiyue to work non-stop for several days. One day, she stood on the operating table for more than 10 hours and almost fainted when she got off the table. Today, there was another complicated operation. The patient was old and had multiple underlying diseases, so the operation time had to be shortened as much as possible to ensure the patient's safety and reduce the occurrence of surgical accidents. Everyone stared at the knife in Bai Xiyue's hand. When a general surgeon cuts an appendix or removes a cyst, the atmosphere is usually relaxed and interesting. Surgeons are usually humorous, so it's normal for them to tell jokes and make some jokes. But in the Department of Oncology, the atmosphere on the operating table is solemn and dignified. Bai Xiyue would only be able to perform surgery on difficult and complicated cases. If you were not careful, accidents might happen on the operating table. Bai Xiyue's surgery is also the one that all the trainees, interns, and medical interns want to perform the most. Because you can learn a lot. But on the operating table, Bai Xiyue was also famous for her rigor and seriousness. To be able to be her first assistant, second assistant, or even a circulating nurse, one must have strong psychological qualities. Today's surgery is a test of the doctor's ability. Dr. Bai, the surgeon who had been looking down, suddenly spoke up, Liu Chuanxiang. Chapter 20. Consider yourself. Liu Chuanxiang is an anesthesiologist. The role of anesthesiologists in a surgery is crucial. He needs to monitor the patient's vital signs throughout the entire process and cooperate with the completion of the operation. When Bai Xiyue called him, he was looking at the data displayed on the machine. He looked up quickly. Bai Xiyue's hands kept moving, but her body remained motionless. Give it a closed injection. Liu Chuanxiang was stunned and didn't react for a while. Bai Xiyue added two more words, give it to me. Liu Chuanxiang understood now and was shocked. Where? Bai Xiyue said, head and neck. Liu Chuanxiang asked, does your cervical spine hurt? Bai Xiyue frowned and hummed. Everyone in the operating room was shocked. It was well known that tumor surgeons all had bad cervical vertebrae. An operation could take as little as 2 or 3 hours, or as long as more than 10 hours. On the operating table, maintaining the same position for a long time would cause the cervical vertebrae to be overloaded. It would be strange if there were no problems. Liu Chuanxiang and Bai Xiyue entered Fushan in the same year. They had collaborated on stage countless times and knew each other's temperament. He knew that if Bai Xiyue hadn't really been unable to help herself, she wouldn't have said this. He immediately became anxious. When did the pain start? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You can't just do the blockade casually, especially in the cervical spine. If you don't do it right, it will cause big problems. Let Lao Ju take a look at you. Bai Xiyue said, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and fight. Seeing that he was anxious, Liu Chuanxiang sighed, took out the needle and medicine, drew out the tube, and vented the air. Then he stood behind her and pinched her neck. Where does it hurt the most? Here? Here? I'm giving you the injection, just bear with it. Blocking is a painkiller, but it won't work that quickly. Everyone knows that Bai Xiyue must still be in pain. But no matter how painful it is, she will insist on completing the operation without any mistakes. This is a responsibility to the patients and to the hospital. The only one who is not responsible is himself. After the operation, Bai Xiyue was so tired that she slumped in the chair. Liu Chuanxiang scolded her, you are in so much pain and you still want to go on the operating table. Are you made of iron? Can you think about your own health? Bai Xiyue closed her eyes and leaned her head against the back of the chair. The patient came from the south, a long way away, and placed his last bit of hope in my hands. If I don't do the surgery now, it will be too late. Let me tell him, I'm sorry, my cervical spine is not good, I can't do it. Liu Chuanxiang said nothing. Bai Xiyue added, compared to a life, my pain is nothing. Liu Chuanxiang sighed, what can I say about you? Come on, don't lie there, go eat first, then I'll take you to the physical therapy department and let Lao Ju take a look at you. I didn't make it to the physiotherapy department. While they were eating, Bai Xiyue's cell phone rang. It was the head nurse of the emergency department calling. Before the other party could finish his sentence, Bai Xiyue pushed the bowl away and ran out. Ms. Wang went out to buy groceries when she was accidentally bumped into by someone. She fell to the ground, broke her arm, and was taken to the emergency department by the ambulance. After a busy period, Ms. Wang was admitted to the orthopedic surgery department. The ulnar and radius in my right arm are broken. Manual reduction was unsuccessful, so I need an operation. Wang Ruizhen was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to comfort Bai Xiyue, it's okay. Everything else is fine. It's just a fracture. You just need to take care of it. I don't know if it hurts or not. Bai Xiyue had just cried, especially when the manipulation was being done. Someone had to hold down the injured arm hard, and the doctor relied on his experience to connect the broken bones together, pinching the flesh to connect the bones while they were still alive. It was so painful that it could make people die. But Ms. Wang was afraid that Bai Xiyue would worry, so she gritted her teeth and said nothing. The key point is that the arm is now too red and swollen, and surgery cannot be performed. It can only be performed after the swelling subsides. Bai Xiyue felt distressed and angry. She wrapped the ice pack for her and carefully placed it on the inside of her arm. Why can't you be more careful? How can I let you go out alone in the future? Wang Ruizhen said, I will pay attention next time. What time is it? Don't forget to pick up Miu Miu. Bai Xiyue hummed. Wang Ruizhen sighed, you and Miu Miu should make some wontons tonight. They are frozen in the refrigerator. Once the water boils, just cook them for 5 or 6 minutes. Bai Xiyue said, I will take Miu Miu home and leave you alone in the hospital. Chapter 21 It's inconvenient for you. Wang Ruizhen immediately said, don't take Miu Miu to the hospital. She has just recovered from her cold, don't let her get infected again. I'm fine here, the doctors and nurses are all your colleagues, they will take care of me. Bai Xiyue was so angry that she was speechless. What are you thinking? You are like this now, how can I feel at ease when you are alone in the hospital? If you're really worried, just find a caregiver. You can't bring Miu Miu here anyway. Bai Xiyue took out her cell phone and said without even looking up, I won't feel at ease no matter who comes. I have to watch over you in person. Wang Ruizhen asked, who did you call? Bai Xiyue dialed the number, Miu Miu Dad. Wang Ruizhen said, don't fight, it's not the weekend. Bai Xiyue glanced at her and said, take a rest and stop worrying. She left the ward and called Ji Lianqing in the corridor. Ji Lianqing was in a meeting. When his phone vibrated, he subconsciously wanted to turn it off. However, he saw the caller ID, made a gesture to the project manager to pause, and then stood up to answer the call. Everyone in the conference room was a little surprised. This was the first time they saw Ji Lianqing answering a phone call during a meeting. They didn't know who the caller was that made Ji Lianqing take it so seriously. Secretary Song, who was sitting next to Ji Lianqing, frowned. Ji Lianqing left the conference room, answered the call, and asked her, what's the matter? Bai Xiyue got straight to the point, can you help take care of Miu Miu for a few days? Ji Lianqing said, of course. Bai Xiyue said, okay, then you go to the Early Childhood Education Center tonight to pick her up. I'll pack some of her things and send them to you later. Not only did she have to pack Miu Miu's things, but since Ms. Wang was in the hospital, she also had to go home to get Ms. Wang's clothes and toiletries. Ji Lianqing asked, what do you want? Bai Xiyue didn't answer, but said, if it's inconvenient for you, then forget it. Ji Lianqing said, that's not what I meant. It's fine for Miu Miu to stay with me for as long as she wants. I'm just worried about you. Bai Xiyue interrupted him, 1 or 2 days is fine, but if it takes too long I'm afraid Miu Miu will come looking for me. Call me then and I'll comfort her. Ji Lianqing hummed. Bai Xiyue finally said, thank you, and hung up the phone. Ji Lianqing was stunned for a few seconds. Miu Miu was sick, so he went to her house rashly, but his slippers were no longer in the house. Bai Xiyue told him to leave quickly while Miu Miu was asleep. He found many photos of Lu Shiluo in the bedroom. Secretary Song sent him a message saying that he saw Bai Xiyue having lunch with someone and their behavior was intimate. All signs indicate that Xiyue has truly let go of the past. She even started dating and was about to start a new life. But he is still immersed in the past, unable to extricate himself. By some strange coincidence that night, he had her again. After 3 years, he possessed her again. The wonderful feeling made him think he was in a dream, and Bai Xiyue's enthusiastic response also ignited a glimmer of hope in his silent heart. But so quickly, Bai Xiyue extinguished the weak flame with her own hands. Even if it was a dream, this dream was too short. Boss Ji. Ji Lianqing concealed the emotions in his eyes, put on a cold look again, and said to Secretary Song, "The meeting continues." Bai Xiyue returned to the ward and said to Ms. Wang, "Don't worry, Ji Lianqing will go pick up Miu Miu. When you finish the injection, I will go home to pack my things and send Miu Miu's things to him." Wang Ruizhen looked at her and asked, "Yeah, tell your mother the truth, have you really let go of Ji Lianqing?" Bai Xiyue's expression showed nothing unusual. She even smiled. "Mom, what are you talking about? We have been divorced for 3 years. Why are you still asking this question now?" Wang Ruizhen said, "You don't have a boyfriend, and you've been seeing him a lot lately, how can I not be suspicious? What's more, the kiss mark on Bai Xiyue's body that day has always been like a thorn in her heart. This happened for a reason. If it weren't for Miu Miu, he and I would probably never have anything to do with each other again." Wang Ruizhen didn't see any emotion on her face, so she felt relieved. "That's good. I have to say this in advance. I will arrange a blind date for you in the future, and you are not allowed to refuse. Chapter 22. It's only natural for me to take her with me." At night, Bai Xiyue went back to pack her things. Ms. Wang would be hospitalized for at least a week, so Miu Miu's clothes and daily items had to be packed up. At the end, Bai Xiyue glanced at the bed and put away her own nightgown separately. She called Ji Lianqing in advance and entered the villa smoothly. Worried that Miu Miu would make a scene when she saw her, she told Ji Lianqing to ask Aunt Zhang to come out and get something. As a result, the person waiting for her at the door of the villa was Ji Lianqing himself. "Where's Miu Miu?" She got out of the car and walked back. Miu Miu had a lot of things and packed a suitcase. Ji Lianqing strode over and said, "I'm watching cartoons." Bai Xiyue opened the trunk and said, "Don't let her watch it too much. Half an hour to an hour a day is enough. This box." Seeing Bai Xiyue nod, Ji Lianqing reached out and took the box down, really not going to go in and see her. Bai Xiyue shook her head. "I saw it, I was afraid she wouldn't let me go." Ji Lianqing said nothing more. Bai Xiyue said, "Then I'll leave. Sorry to bother you these few days." Ji Lianqing said, "Miu Miu is my daughter, it is only natural for me to take care of her, how can it be troublesome? Anyway, thank you." Bai Xiyue didn't want to say more to him, and turned to get in the car. Just as she opened the car door, she remembered something and turned back to say, "Miu Miu has never been apart from me for so long. If she misses me and doesn't sleep at night, even when I was working overtime and couldn't go home at night, my mother would let her sleep with one of my clothes. I put that dress in the side pocket of the suitcase. If she makes a fuss, you can take it out and try." Ji Lianqing nodded. Bai Xiyue got in the car and lowered the window. "Also, even if she likes something, don't let her eat too much. Go to bed on time at 8:30 p.m., and be sent to the Early Childhood Education Center before 8 a.m. After she finished speaking, she frowned again, feeling that there were too many things to explain and she couldn't finish them in just a few words. She took out her phone and looked up at Ji Lianqing. "Is it convenient for you to add WeChat?" Ji Lianqing held the box in one hand and said, "I didn't take out my phone." Bai Xiyue opened the WeChat search function. "Is this your phone number?" Ji Lianqing said yes. Bai Xiyue searched it out and handed it to him. "Is this it?" Ji Lianqing nodded. Bai Xiyue lowered her head and operated again. "Then I'll add you, and you can check it later. You can ask me any questions, and I'll tell you when I think of it. But sometimes I'm in surgery, so I may not be able to reply in time." Ji Lianqing hummed again. Bai Xiyue thought for a moment, then said, "Don't be upset if I say something." Ji Lianqing said, "You say." She smoothed her hair, her expression a little unnatural. "If your girlfriend comes over, I won't feel comfortable with Miu Miu being alone with her. Maybe I think too much. Anyway, please take care of me." Ji Lianqing looked at her deeply and said nothing. Bai Xiyue glanced at him, then quickly looked away and started the car. "I'm leaving. Goodbye." The car slowly drove out of the yard and onto the road. Ji Lianqing's tall figure stood in the yard, his back looking a little lonely. Back at the hospital, Ms. Wang's ward was very lively. The doctors and nurses on night shift came over to greet her. Liu Chuanxiang and Director Zhu from the physical therapy department also came. Bai Xiyue greeted them, and the doctors and nurses on duty went about their business. Liu Chuanxiang said, "I guess that you didn't have time to go to the physical therapy department, so I asked Lao Zhu to come over and take a look at you." Bai Xiyue said, "You don't go home after work, but you worry about this and bother Director Zhu to make a trip." Zhu Cai and Liu Chuanxiang have a good personal relationship. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "What's the problem?" Wang Rui's hen asked beside him, "What's wrong? Is your cervical spine working again?" Bai Xiyue hummed, afraid that she would worry, and said vaguely, "It's getting colder today, I forgot to wear a scarf when I got off the car, and I caught a cold." After she said that, she gave Zhu Cai a wink. Zhu finally understood and said, "Come on, let's go to my place and I'll check you out." Liu Chuanxiang said, "You guys go ahead, I'll keep Auntie company." Chapter 23. It's not bad to find a colleague. Bai Xiyue's cervical spine is an old problem. There is actually no good treatment for this disease. If you maintain one movement for a long time, your joints will easily become stiff and overloaded, which will naturally lead to a series of problems over time. Want relief? Unless you don't have surgery. But this is Bai Xiyue's job. So, I can only bear with it. Wang Rui's hen also knew that she had this old problem. After she returned to the ward and sent Liu Chuanxiang away, she asked, "Don't hide it from me." What happened? Bai Xiyue sat down beside her bed and wanted to laugh after hearing her words. "What would I hide from you? You've also read my annual physical examination reports." Wang Rui's hen said, "I didn't want you to go to surgery in the first place. It's too tiring. Being a doctor, curing illnesses and saving lives, has been Bai Xiyue's dream since childhood." She was tired, but she also felt satisfied. Bai Xiyue didn't say anything, and Ms. Wang continued, "Sometimes I think it would be nice for you to find someone in the same industry. At least they won't despise you for being busy and neglecting your family." She could bring up Bai Xiyue's lifelong affairs in just 3 sentences. Bai Xiyue stood up and looked at her ice pack, frowned and said, "Mom, go to sleep, conserve your energy and prepare for the surgery." The Department of Orthopedics arranged a single room with 2 beds for Bai Xiyue to accompany him. Lying on the bed, Bai Xiyue turned on her cell phone. It was almost 10 o'clock. She added Ji Liancheng on WeChat, but there was still no response. There was no addition on WeChat and no phone call, so it was obvious that Miu Miu was not making a fuss. The WeChat message didn't go through. Was it because he was busy, or he simply didn't want to add her as a friend? At this time, in the Ji family villa, Miu Miu finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. He pinched his temples and let out a long sigh of relief. The little guy was very happy to see that he was the one who came to pick him up. He went home to eat, play with toys, and wash up without mentioning his mother. But when it was time to go to bed, she refused to do it. Rolling around on the bed, looking for Mom. Ji Liancheng coaxed her with kind words and told her bedtime stories. After telling her stories, he also promised to take her out to play and buy her lots of candies. In the end, it was all useless. The little guy opened his beautiful big eyes and looked at him pitifully, asking for his mother. Ji Liancheng's heart was broken. But this was Miu Miu's first day here, and he didn't want to call Bai Xiyue. If it was like this on the first day, how would he spend the next few days? Besides, Bai Xiyue left Miu Miu with him because she had something to do, and he didn't want to disturb her for fear of delaying her work. In the end, he had no choice but to remember Bai Xiyue's words and take out the clothes she mentioned from the suitcase. It was a white nightgown, made of silk, smooth and soft to the touch. For some unknown reason, Ji Liancheng picked up the clothes and smelled them. Surprisingly, it really smells like Bai Xiyue. His Adam's apple moved up and down, but before he had time to think about it, he heard Miu Miu calling him "Dad" from behind. He hurriedly stood up, took the dress in his big hands, and gently placed it in Miu Miu's arms, and said to her, "Mom is still busy in the hospital, performing surgery on a patient. When she is done, she will come to see us." Miu Miu. It was almost 10 o'clock, and Miu Miu's biological clock could no longer hold on. Holding the clothes that smelled like her mother in her arms, she finally couldn't hold on any longer and slowly fell asleep. Ji Liancheng covered her with the quilt, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took the nightgown out of Miu Miu's arms. He took the clothes into the bathroom like a thief. When he came out of the bathroom, he had already taken another shower. His eyes were deep with a little red bloodshot. In a moment of impulse, I did something unspeakable with that piece of clothing. What should I use to comfort Miu Miu tomorrow? Asked Bai Xiyue for another one. Thinking of this, he suddenly picked up his mobile phone and opened WeChat. Sure enough, Bai Xiyue's friend verification message was still in the address book. He clicked it, passed the verification, and then couldn't wait to look through Bai Xiyue's circle of friends. But unfortunately, what greeted him was a horizontal line. Friends only show the moments of the last 3 days. He sighed and went to look at Bai Xiyue's portrait. It is quite ordinary, a small building reflected in the sunset, quite exotic. But in Ji Liancheng's view, it was particularly dazzling. Just as he was about to exit WeChat, he saw a message from Bai Xiyue. She asked, "Is Miu Miu asleep?" Chapter 24, To Help or Not to Help. Ji Liancheng rarely uses WeChat to chat with others. He doesn't set his moments to be visible for only 3 days, because there is really no need. He has never posted to moments. He sat on the edge of the bed and typed slowly, "Asleep." Bai Xiyue replied quickly, "She didn't make a fuss, did she?" He replied, "No." Bai Xiyue was relieved but also a little melancholy in her heart. Her daughter was too attached to her, and she sometimes felt tired. But her daughter followed her father so neatly, and she felt quite disappointed. Bai Xiyue didn't know what to say anymore, and it seemed like there was nothing else to ask. Given the relationship between the two of them, saying good night seemed a little too warm. Then, she saw the message the other party is typing displayed above the chat interface. She simply stared at the interface to see what he had to say. As a result, after waiting for a long time, no message came, and the words, "the other party is typing," displayed above seemed to be possessed by a demon, disappearing and reappearing. So, what exactly does Ji Liancheng want to say that is so difficult to say? Bai Xiyue directly sent a question mark. There was silence for a few seconds. Then, a few words came. He said, "It's late, go to bed." Bai Xiyue? I even have the urge to kill someone. She took off her pants, and this is the result. She angrily stuffed her phone under her pillow. After a while, she felt ridiculous, so, what was she expecting? She covered herself with the quilt. Sleep. She finally fell asleep, but Ji Liancheng on the other side could hardly sleep the whole night. The next day was Bai Xiyue's outpatient clinic day. Although her number was not so hard to get, it was impossible to get one on the spot. There were dozens of numbers in the morning, and most of them were booked several weeks in advance. She had an operation in the afternoon, so after settling Ms. Wang down in the morning, she went to the outpatient clinic and saw 60 patients without stopping. She didn't dare to drink water or go to the toilet. This is the normal outpatient clinic situation in large hospitals. Patients often complain that the doctor has already written a prescription on the computer before they have finished telling their medical history. In fact, if you calculate carefully in the morning, if we count for hours, we see 60 patients, 15 patients an hour, which means on average, each patient only has 4 minutes of consultation time. 4 minutes is really not enough time to spend on the patient's complaint, especially in surgery. Patients generally have a psychological feeling that the more they can talk to the doctor, the more they express themselves, and it seems that the cure rate of the disease will be higher. The reality is that as long as the doctor is experienced, he or she will have an idea of the condition as soon as you show them the previous test results. Especially for Bai Xiyue. Most of the patients who come to see her are in the middle or late stage of cancer. This is a characteristic of cancer patients. Basically, once cancer is discovered, it is already in the middle or late stage. Bai Xiyue could basically determine the patient's physical condition and whether he was suitable for surgery at a glance. The beds in the tumor surgery department were always full, and adding beds in the corridor was commonplace. In addition to operating on her own patients, Bai Xiyue was often used as a fire extinguisher to help out on various operating tables. If it were any other job, you would just need to do your own job well. As for helping others, it is a favor if you help, but it is your duty if you don't. But in the hospital, the slightest mistake can cost a life. Can you not help? As for Ms. Wang, Bai Xiyue still found a nurse. Given her status and position in the hospital, it was not realistic for her to ask for leave to take care of Ms. Wang. Not to mention tumor surgery, the entire general surgery department cannot do without her. In Fushan Hospital, there is a rather strange phenomenon. As a surgeon, Bai Xiyue is often invited to the internal medicine department for consultation. This can be called an astonishing oddity of the medical system. The surgery in the afternoon was relatively simple. Bai Xiyue handled some key steps, and then patiently analyzed the anatomical location and range of the lesion with the first assistant. She left the operating table only after she was sure that the first assistant could complete the rest of the work. After leaving the operating room, she hurried to the orthopedic surgery department to see Ms. Wang, and then went to the obstetrics department without stopping. Chapter 25. Dr. Bai is in a bad mood. There was a colleague who was waiting to give birth in the obstetrics department. Bai Xiyue had a good relationship with her, so she went to see her when she had time. She didn't stay long, just chatted for a few minutes and was ready to leave. In the corridor of the obstetrics ward, when she was seen, people everywhere called out, "Dr. Bai," and greeted her. "It's okay for boys to like you, but the nurses in my department can't move their legs when they see you." Bai Xiyue looked up and saw Liu Ying, deputy director of the obstetrics department, looking at her with a smile. Bai Xiyue asked her, "Are you free today?" Liu Ying pointed behind her and said, "A friend just came to consult me about prenatal care, so I was able to take a breath. There are more than a dozen people in the delivery room who are about to give birth, and I squeezed out this time." Following the direction of her finger, Bai Xiyue saw a familiar figure. The figure just walked to the corner, and when turning, half of the profile was revealed. Bai Xiyue retracted her gaze and asked casually, "Prenatal care? Are you planning to have a baby?" Liu Ying said, "Yes. We haven't gotten married yet, so I don't know why we're in such a hurry. By the way, how come you have time to come here?" Bai Xiyue smiled and said, "Just like you, I have to squeeze out my time. You should get busy. I have another operation to perform when I get back. Goodbye, beautiful lady." Bai Xiyue waved at her, and her smile slowly froze as she turned around. During the following surgery, Bai Xiyue said nothing, which made the already tense atmosphere in the operating room even quieter and more solemn. No one dared to make a sound. Seeing her like this, Liu Chuanxiang thought that her cervical spine was in pain again. "Does it hurt?" Bai Xiyue ignored him. Liu Chuanxiang looked at her again. Bai Xiyue didn't even raise her head and asked directly, "Am I a patient? Or is there data on my face?" Liu Chuanxiang heard the anger in her voice and dared not say a word. After the operation, while washing hands, someone quietly asked Liu Chuanxiang, "What happened to Dr. Bai these days? He seems to be in a bad mood." Liu Chuanxiang said, "Her mother had a broken bone, so she must be upset." Others suddenly realized. Of course, that is not the case. Bai Xiyue went to the orthopedic surgery department with a stern face. Ms. Wang keenly noticed that her daughter was unhappy. She asked, "What's wrong? Another troublesome patient?" Bai Xiyue hummed. Ms. Wang didn't ask any more questions, because even if she did, she wouldn't be able to help. "If you ask me, you can go home and sleep at night. It's not as comfortable as being at home in the hospital." Bai Xiyue lay on the bed next to him and sighed. "I also said that I can sleep a little longer without having to drive back and forth, don't you think so?" Knowing that she was worried about her and insisted on staying with her at night, Ms. Wang could not say anything. Sometimes, her daughter's personality really took after her late father. Once she made up her mind, no one could change it. "It's up to you. What do you want to eat tonight?" Bai Xiyue said, "I ordered a pig's trotter stew from the restaurant next door to replenish you." Ms. Wang wanted to laugh. "You are what you eat, and you believe this as a doctor." Bai Xiyue said, "When I was in junior high school, I broke a layer of skin on my forehead due to a fall, and you made me eat pig's skin jelly for a month. You are here to seek revenge. It doesn't matter if there is no opportunity, but if there is an opportunity, of course we must seize it." Ms. Wang laughed out loud at her amusingness. Bai Xiyue buried her face in the pillow, and the corners of her lips that were raised slowly dropped. At dinner, Ms. Wang complained that she didn't eat enough. "Look how thin you are. If you touch me, I feel like you are just bones." Bai Xiyue asked, "Is it that exaggerated?" Ms. Wang pointed to her collarbone and said, "Look, it's scary." Bai Xiyue reached out and touched it, thinking, "Is it really scary?" She silently ate half a steamed bun more, and finally felt so full that she went back to the office to study the medical records. The phone lay quietly on the desk. Throughout the day, there were constant calls and messages, but none from Ji Lianchen. "I don't know how Miu Miu is doing." She was wondering whether she should make a phone call and ask. Logically speaking, since there was no movement from Ji Lianchen, it meant that Miu Miu was fine. If she called rashly, what if Miu Miu wanted to look for her? She was just struggling when her cell phone rang. Chapter 26. I Miss Mom. She picked it up and saw that it was a video call request from Ji Lianchen. She subconsciously raised her hand to smooth her hair, straightened her back, cleared her throat, and then answered the call. The next second, a profile with a charming jawline appeared in the camera, and then a man's deep voice sounded, "Miu Miu, don't move." Okay. He seemed to have fixed his phone somewhere, stepped back, and his entire handsome face appeared in the camera. Bai Xiyue swallowed silently. Now I understand the impulse of many fans to lick the screen when they see their idols. She wanted to lick it too. Before she could see enough, Ji Lianchen had already held Miu Miu in his arms, and the small camera was immediately filled with Miu Miu's chubby little face. "Mom!" The little guy smiled with bright eyes and called out several times in a row, "Mom, Mom, Mom." Bai Xiyue took a closer look and realized that Miu Miu seemed to have cried, with tears still hanging on her eyelashes. No wonder she looked so wet. After not seeing her for a day, he really missed her. Bai Xiyue smiled and reached out to touch her, but ended up touching only the phone screen. She said softly, "Baby, have you eaten?" "Eat it, eat meat." Miu Miu seemed to want to touch her as well, and his two little hands kept stretching forward. Ji Lianchen grabbed her, and his big, slender hands with distinct joints appeared in the camera. Even the hands are so beautiful. Bai Xiyue pursed her lips silently. "Don't eat too much meat, you also need to eat fruits and vegetables." Bai Xiyue coaxed her, "You can watch cartoons later, and then go to bed obediently after watching the cartoons, okay?" "I want mommy." Miu Miu's little mouth pouted and it looked like he was about to cry again. Bai Xiyue said hurriedly, "Miu Miu, be good. Mom is in the hospital and has many surgeries to perform." She picked up her phone, switched the camera, walked outside the office, and showed Miu Miu the patients in the corridor. "Look, Miu Miu, there are so many grandparents waiting for Mom to have surgery. I'll pick you up when Mom is done, okay?" Miu Miu knew the nature of Bai Xiyue's work since she was a child, and the people around her inadvertently instilled in her the idea that Mom is very powerful. She understood very early that her mother should not be disturbed at work. She pursed her lips and said nothing, but her grievance was written all over her face. Ji Lianchen was so distressed that he looked at the screen. "Are you going to keep working overtime in the hospital? Even if you can come out to see her?" Fearing that she would disturb the patient's rest, Bai Xiyue walked a few steps into the corridor and then came back. She closed the office door and asked, "Are you sure I can see her?" Ji Lianchen also knew that it would be better if they didn't meet, but he was afraid that if they met, she would not be able to leave. Just like him. 3 years without seeing Bai Xiyue was hard enough to endure, but in the past few days, with frequent contact with her, he found that this was really a test of endurance. He had to work very hard to suppress the evil dragon living in his heart and prevent it from coming out and doing whatever it wants. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Bai Xiyue didn't know what to say. Miu Miu started to make a fuss, twisting her body to struggle out of Ji Lianchen's arms, and raised her hand to take a picture with her phone. "I want my mom. I want my mom." The phone fell over, and Bai Xiyue saw the ceiling in Ji Lianchen's bedroom. She heard Ji Lianchen sigh softly, and then he coaxed Miu Miu in a gentle voice, but Miu Miu's crying became louder and louder, and in the end she could no longer hear Ji Lianchen's voice. Bai Xiyue sighed. Miu Miu had never cried like this in front of her. The little girl was young, but she was very smart and knew very well how to use her advantages in front of different relatives. She wanted to say, "Don't bother her, she will stop crying when she is tired of crying." But to be honest, which mother doesn't love her own child? Hearing Miu Miu crying like that, although she could remain calm on the surface, she was actually very distressed in her heart. She took the phone, closed the video call, stood up, and walked outside. After saying something to Ms. Wang, she left the hospital and walked towards the parking lot. As soon as I got in the car, my cell phone rang. It was Ji Lianchen calling. He said, "I'll bring Miu Miu to the hospital to see you, you can meet her." Bai Xiyue said, "No need, I'll come over now." There was a pause, and then Ji Lianchen said, "Come over here. If it's convenient, can you bring another piece of clothing you've worn? I'll wash the one you wore yesterday." Chapter 27. Why am I double standard? Bai Xiyue went home first, got some clothes, and drove towards the villa. As soon as she parked the car, she saw Ji Lianchen coming over. The street lights were not particularly bright, but she could still see clearly his two long legs, taking big and eager steps. He held the child in his arms. Miu Miu was wrapped tightly, leaving only a pair of big eyes exposed. "Mother!" Even her arms were wrapped in Ji Liancheng's clothes. Bai Xiyue hurriedly took 2 steps to meet him and took the child over. Why don't you wait inside? It's too cold outside. Ji Liancheng reached out to support her, but quickly withdrew his hand. She wants to come out. Miu Miu put his head against Bai Xiyue's face and murmured, Mom. Go in first. Ji Liancheng carefully protected her as she went up the stairs. After entering the house, Aunt Zhang was waiting at the door. Is Dr. Bai here? Have you had dinner? Bai Xiyue answered while taking off Miu Miu's clothes. I've eaten, Auntie. Miu Miu's hands were free, and he immediately hugged Bai Xiyue's neck, with his face pressed against Bai Xiyue's profile, and didn't move. Ji Liancheng asked softly, Have you brought the things? Bai Xiyue nodded. It's in the bag, I'll give it to you later. By the way, you don't need to wash this dress, let her hold it, I'll change it in 2 days. Ji Liancheng's eyes darkened and his voice became deeper. Okay. When Miu Miu saw Bai Xiyue, he hugged her for a while, became excited, and pulled Bai Xiyue to talk for a long time. He also took her to see her new toys and was busy for a while. It was past 10 o'clock, and Bai Xiyue didn't dare to leave. She coaxed the other person to sleep without making a sound, and asked Ji Liancheng to put her on the bed. Ji Liancheng put the child down and looked back. Bai Xiyue was already putting on her coat. He strode over and said, I'll take you there. Bai Xiyue lowered her head to pick up the scarf. No, just look at her. Ji Liancheng suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Bai Xiyue raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze clear and without any trace of romantic feelings. Ji Liancheng let go of her hand as if he was scalded, and no longer looked into Bai Xiyue's eyes. Then, drive slower. Bai Xiyue walked out without looking back. Aunt Zhang suddenly chased after him. Master. Ji Liancheng turned around and looked at her. Aunt Zhang came over with a thermos bucket. This is Dr. Bai's favorite seafood soup. Young master, let her take it away. Ji Liancheng said, Thank you, Auntie. Aunt Zhang handed him the bucket. Go quickly. Ji Liancheng chased out, and Bai Xiyue was about to get in the car. Etc. Bai Xiyue didn't stop moving. She got into the car, closed the door, and only lowered the window. Ji Liancheng's eyes dimmed a little, and he quickly stepped forward and handed over the thermos bucket. Auntie made soup for you. Bai Xiyue didn't answer and said, Thank Auntie for me. I appreciate the kindness. The hospital is still busy, so I'll leave first. Bai Xiyue. Ji Liancheng frowned and called her name. Are you really like this? Bai Xiyue snorted lightly, then looked up at him. What? If you give it to me, I have to take it. Sorry, with our current relationship, I have to avoid suspicion. We have to avoid suspicion. Ji Liancheng's voice was a little cold. Otherwise, it would be bad if your boyfriend misunderstood. Bai Xiyue smiled instead of getting angry. Yes. So, Mr. Ji, can I leave now? Are you admitting your relationship with him? Not sure if it was her illusion, but Bai Xiyue seemed to smell the smell of gnashing teeth. She felt pretty good about it. Yes or no, does it have anything to do with you? Didn't I tell you that if you don't have time, you can leave Miu Miu to me? He talked about this again. Bai Xiyue was furious. Are you being too hypocritical? Why, the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to see even a spark. He was about to get married and have children, but he even dared to imply that she was in a relationship. Ji Liancheng didn't understand. Why am I being hypocritical? When did you set the fire? Still pretending to be confused. It's fun to fool people, right? Do you really think she is that stupid? She said, It's something we all know, there's no need to hide it. After she said that, she stepped on the accelerator and was about to leave. I really don't want to stay even a second longer. Ji Liancheng suddenly reached out and took control of the steering wheel. Speak clearly. Chapter 28 slapped her. Ever since Bai Xiyue met him, she knew that he was a well-educated man. Although he was cold and indifferent, which made people intimidated, he was still well-mannered. From the time they met, fell in love, got married, and even divorced until now, Ji Liancheng has never done anything out of the ordinary. For him, reaching out and grabbing someone else's steering wheel is already a very rude thing to do. Bai Xiyue thought, what is there to say? But obviously, Ji Liancheng didn't think so. The next second, he opened the car door and said, Get out of the car, let's talk it out. Bai Xiyue didn't move. There's nothing to say. In the future, whether you or I get married and have children, it's our own business and has nothing to do with each other. But, I hope you don't bring up Miu Miu anymore. No matter what, I will never give you the custody of Miu Miu. He said, I don't mean to snatch Miu Miu from you. I just said. Ji Lianqing spoke in a low voice, and one could sense that he was obviously in a much lower mood. I also said that, Bai Xiyue interrupted him, don't worry about it. I will naturally take good care of my own daughter. On the other hand, if you think Miu Miu has delayed your relationship, I will take her away now. Bai Xiyue? Ji Lianqing interrupted her in an extremely cold voice, do you really have to do this? I've said before, I'm not in a relationship, and I won't get married in the future. He yelled, but her voice was even louder than his, why are you yelling? I said, I don't care about you. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Her voice was a little sharp, so sharp that it concealed the loss and depression in her emotions. Ji Lianqing could only see her temper, but he didn't understand that this was just her cover-up. She was using near hysterical emotions to hide her panic and jealousy. In the obstetrics department, she clearly saw the girl's profile. Who else could it be if not the daughter of a rich family who had walked into the Ji family villa so familiarly? The issue of having a child was on the agenda, but he was still telling lies here. How ridiculous. Before this, she even fantasized whether Ji Lianqing still had feelings for her. It turned out that it was all a joke she had imagined. Reality slapped her hard in the face. Yes, she should have known long ago that Ji Lianqing had never loved her, whether it was his lack of initiative in their marriage or his refusal to refuse when she filed for divorce. Get out of the car. Ji Lianqing's voice was much softer, let's go inside and talk. Bai Xiyue was worried that her tears would flow out in the next second, so she raised her chin slightly, without even looking at Ji Lianqing, and raised her hand to close the car door. There was a loud bang. The car drove away. Ji Lianqing stood in the cold wind for a long time. When he returned, Aunt Zhang, who was still happy because he had been out for so long, saw the thermos in his hand and her smile froze on her face. Dr. Bai, don't you want it? Ji Lianqing put the bucket on the dining table, she asked me to say thank you to you. Aunt Zhang's eyes suddenly turned red. Ji Lianqing strode upstairs, took a shower, went to bed, and lowered her eyes to look at the child who looked exactly like her. He loves Miu Miu. Not just because Miu Miu's blood flows in her body and she is his daughter. What's more, Miu Miu looks like Bai Xiyue. He had no idea what to do with Miu Miu and was very surprised how Bai Xiyue could give birth to a daughter who looked so much like her. The creator is truly amazing, gifting him with such a wonderful treasure. He was so obedient and doting on her, all because this was the child Bai Xiyue gave birth to. He gently touched Miu Miu's little face, and a faint smile appeared on his face. As for Bai Xiyue, when she returned to the hospital, she saw that the emergency department was in a mess. There was a chain car accident nearby, resulting in 1 death and multiple injuries. 5 ambulances from Fushan Hospital rushed to rescue the injured in a race against time. Bai Xiyue put on a white coat and went into the emergency room. The doctor on duty in the emergency room tonight is an internist, and there is not even an attending physician. Although the chief on duty has made a call, it will still take some time for the doctor to arrive. All the highly qualified doctors from other departments rushed over, but there were only 3 of them. There were a lot of doctors and nurses in training, but apart from helping to measure vital signs, they could not help with any other serious work. Everyone was a little bit at a loss. Then, Bai Xiyue came. Chapter 29, The Attitude of Launching an Army to Question the Culprit. 125 milliliters of mannitol, drip it quickly. Open another intravenous channel. 1 milligram of normal kidney is added to 100 milliliters of normal saline and dripped intravenously. How is the breathing in bed 3? Prepare the ventilator, 3 milligrams of Lobeline. It was as if a lost ship saw the lighthouse on the shore. The appearance of Bai Xiyue gave the panicked crowd a sense of reassurance. When several attending physicians and department directors of the emergency department rushed over, more than a dozen patients had already been properly accommodated, their wounds had been thoroughly cleaned and sutured, and those who needed surgery were having surgery, and those who needed examinations were having examinations. Although the medical staff were busy, they were orderly. There was a patient with a ruptured spleen, and Bai Xiyue performed the operation on him personally. The head of the department entered the operating room and joked, "This person is really lucky to have met Dr. Bai. The incisions and sutures he made are all more beautiful." Without even raising her head, Bai Xiyue separated the broken tissue and mucus. "I've been hit like this, how can I expect good fortune? Director, if you really have so much free time, wash your hands and let me take over." I have 2 more surgeries tomorrow morning. Bai Xiyue went back to her office to take a shower. When she returned to the orthopedics department, it was already the middle of the night. Ms. Wang knew that she was helping in the emergency room, and she couldn't sleep well until she came back, so she opened her eyes when she heard any noise. You're so busy at this time. Are you hungry? Bai Xiyue was originally very cautious, and after hearing this she sighed, why aren't you asleep yet? Ms. Wang said, I am old and I don't sleep much. Besides, I lie in bed all day and I only sleep for an hour in the afternoon. Bai Xiyue said, go to sleep quickly, I'm sleepy too. Lying in bed, she thought that being busy was actually a really good experience. At least, it left her no time to think about Ji Lianchen. In the next few days, she did not take the initiative to contact Ji Lianchen. Miu Miu would take the initiative to video call her, but Ji Lianchen's face never appeared in the camera again. I don't know how he coaxed Miu Miu, but the child was actually quite well behaved and didn't cry for his mother anymore. Ms. Wang has undergone minimally invasive surgery. For steel nails were nailed in the front, back, left and right sides of her forearm, and a plaster cast was applied. An X-ray will be taken for a follow-up examination 2 weeks later. If there are no accidents after 6 weeks, the plaster cast and steel nails can be removed. Her injury was to her right hand, so taking care of herself is not a problem, but it is impossible to expect her to do housework and take care of the children. She suggested to Bai Xiyue that they find a nanny. Bai Xiyue also had this idea. She was too busy at work, and it was unrealistic for her to ask for leave. Miu Miu couldn't always let Ji Lianchen take care of her. Ji Lianchen would love to, but Bai Xiyue wouldn't agree. On the day Ms. Wang was discharged from the hospital, Bai Xiyue sent a WeChat message to Ji Lianchen early in the morning, telling him that he didn't need to go to the early childhood education center to pick up the child in the evening, and thanking him for taking care of Miu Miu over the past few days. Ji Lianchen only replied with a few words, I am Miu Miu's father. It was obvious that he was unhappy. Just by looking at these few words across the screen, Bai Xiyue could imagine his frowning face. She hung up her phone and didn't reply. As a result, when she picked up her child in the evening, she saw Ji Lianchen at the door of the early education center. What do you mean? Her tone was unfriendly, just like an old hen protecting her chicks. Ji Lianchen glanced at her, obviously very dissatisfied with her attitude of coming up to him and accusing him of something. Bai Xiyue didn't care. She found that ever since she knew that Ji Lianchen had a girlfriend, was getting married, and was planning to have children, she no longer concealed her emotions when facing Ji Lianchen, and she disliked him in various ways. Miu Miu has been accustomed to being with me. If you suddenly say that you don't want me to take care of the child, at least let me tell the child. This is how he explained it. Bai Xiyue could accept this, then say hello to Miu Miu later. He hummed coldly. Miu Miu was brought out by the teacher. Ji Lianchen was tall and stood out from the crowd. Miu Miu rushed towards him and said, Dad, Dad. Ji Lianchen bent down to catch the person, picked him up, and said lovingly, Miu Miu, are you good today? Miu Miu didn't see Bai Xiyue yet, so she hugged Ji Lianchen's face and kissed him before saying, be good. Bai Xiyue was so jealous. It was obvious that Mu Mu got along very well with Ji Lianchen and didn't miss her as their mother at all. She shouted, Miu Miu. Chapter 30. She is being sentimental. Miu Miu tilted his head, and when he saw Bai Xiyue, his eyes became brighter, and his whole body fluttered. Mom! Mom! Bai Xiyue approached Ji Lianchen, took the child from her, and kissed her hard on the face. Baby, do you miss your mother? I miss my mom. Miu Miu hugged her neck tightly, wrapped his legs around Bai Xiyue, and hugged her tightly. Bai Xiyue felt her eyes a little sore, her throat choked, and she was unable to speak for a while. There were people coming and going at the entrance of the early childhood education center. Ji Lianchen said, let's go to the parking lot and talk. Bai Xiyue hugged Miu Miu and turned to leave. Ji Lianchen followed behind her, supporting her with his big hands from behind, protecting her as she walked down the stairs. Miu Miu chattered excitedly to Bai Xiyue like a little sparrow, wishing she could tell Bai Xiyue everything that had happened in the past few days. When they arrived at the parking lot, there were fewer people. Bai Xiyue smiled and said to Miu Miu, baby, you can go home with your mother today. Come, say goodbye to your father. Goodbye, Dad. Mu Mu's mind was now filled with Bai Xiyue, and he didn't even look at Ji Lianchen. Ji Lianchen smiled bitterly and held Miu Miu's hand. Miu Miu, do you remember what Dad said? Remember. Miu Miu answered loudly, Miu Miu will be a good boy. Miu Miu was so well behaved that Bai Xiyue couldn't help but glance at Ji Lianchen. I didn't expect you to be good at taking care of children. Ji Lianchen didn't respond to this, but said, then let's stick to the old rules. I'll pick her up on Friday night. No matter how reluctant Bai Xiyue was, she couldn't deprive the other person's father of his visitation rights. She nodded, placed Miu Miu in the child seat, and without saying another word to Ji Lianchen, started the car and left. Miu Miu, on the other hand, kept waving to Ji Lianchen, goodbye, Dad. Halfway through the journey, Bai Xiyue suddenly remembered that Ji Lianchen had not given her any of Moo Moo's things. We do have some spare ones at home, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't give them to us. But I have to ask him to return those clothes of mine. Thinking of this, she sent a voice message to Ji Lianchen while the traffic light was red. When you have time, ask Asong to return Miu Miu's things and my clothes. Thank you. Miu Miu, who was in the back, said in a childish and naive way, Mom, be careful when opening the book. She couldn't pronounce the word che clearly and her pronunciation was not very accurate. Bai Xiyue put down her phone and looked back at her. Little housekeeper, who are you worrying about so much? Miu Miu just laughed. Ji Lianchen quickly replied with a voice message, which Bai Xiyue casually clicked on. He said, you haven't reached home yet. Why are you looking at your phone while driving? Drive carefully and stop looking at your phone. Bai Xiyue snorted and muttered, I've found the roots. Follow your father. After she finished speaking, she was silent for a few seconds, then she said to herself, why haven't I seen you like this before? She thought again and realized that Ji Lianchen was not concerned about her at all. It was obvious that he didn't let her look at her phone because Miu Miu was also in the car. What people care about is Miu Miu's safety. She was being too sentimental again. When he got home, Miu Miu ran into the house without changing his shoes. Grandma. Ms. Wang has brought her up since she was a child and loves her more than Bai Xiyue. The little girl hasn't seen her grandma for a few days, so she naturally misses her very much. Ms. Wang just came out of the bathroom. When she heard the sweet voice, she immediately squatted down, hugged Miu Miu in her arms, and called him her darling. Bai Xiyue was startled. Mom, be careful with your hands. Ms. Wang said, it's okay. One hand can pick up our Miu Miu. Does Miu Miu miss Grandma? Miu Miu blinked his big dark eyes and said crisply, I miss Grandma. I miss Mom. I miss Dad. What does it mean to add a sentence like, I miss my dad, at the end? Who cares whether you miss him or not? Bai Xiyue raised her hand and took Miu Miu over. You can, but you can't hug her until your hand is healed. Miu Miu then saw that her grandma's hand was wrapped in white cloth. She immediately asked, Grandma, what's wrong with your hand? Bai Xiyue said, Grandma's hand is injured, so Miu Miu, be careful and don't touch it. Miu Miu immediately looked nervous. Does it hurt? Miu Miu, give Grandma a call. After she finished speaking, she puffed up her lips, and her chubby little face bulged out like a frog, and she blew hard on Wang Ruixian's arm. She clapped her hands and said, Miu Miu kui kui, waving painfully. She couldn't explain the word blow clearly, and she also said, fly, wrong. Bai Xiyue corrected her for the 101st time, Miu Miu, it's fei. Wave, she said loudly. Chapter 31 What do you mean? Ms. Wang said, it's normal for children to talk like this. It will be fine when they grow up. Miu Miu, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Miu Miu's attention was immediately diverted. I want to eat meat. The takeout they ordered for dinner was from a Shandong cuisine restaurant that Bai Xiyue often went to. Ms. Wang said, when did they say they would come over? It's not a good idea to always eat takeout. Bai Xiyue doesn't know how to cook. She has never cooked noodles in her life. Especially in recent years, Ms. Wang did not allow her to enter the kitchen, saying that her hands were life-saving hands and were only suitable for surgery. What if she got burned while cooking? Bai Xiyue said, I said you'd come over tomorrow. I specially asked someone to find someone to cook delicious food. As soon as she finished speaking, her cell phone rang. Due to her work, she was used to keeping her cell phone within easy reach. She picked it up and said, hello. He hung up after a few words. Wang Ruixian listened to the general idea and asked, why can't you come? The caller was from the housekeeping center. Bai Xiyue explained, they said that the elder sister had an emergency at home and went back to her hometown. Ms. Wang asked, why is it so difficult to find a nanny now? Bai Xiyue said, it's like this now. It's not easy to find a good nanny. Speaking of this, she thought of Aunt Zhang from Ji Lianchen's family. After she married Ji Lianchen, Aunt Zhang had always been very kind to her and cooked delicious food for her in various ways. Ms. Wang said, "Take your time to look for it. Don't be in a hurry. I can actually do it with one hand." Bai Xiyue glanced at her and said, "Let me save you some worry, okay? You're almost half crippled now, and you still want to cook. I think you don't want me to have the surgery in peace." Miu Miu was relatively well behaved when eating, and suddenly interrupted, "Grandma, please eat more." Wang Rui's hen immediately smiled and said, "Okay, baby. Our Miu Miu should also eat more and grow taller. After the meal, just put away the dishes and you don't have to wash them. The hotel staff will take them back." Don't ask, the question is why Wang Rui's hen didn't even let Bai Xiyue wash the dishes. The little girl was very excited at night because she hadn't slept with her mother for several days. She crawled all over Bai Xiyue and was never idle for a moment. Bai Xiyue teased her, feeling calm and enjoying the rare parent-child time. Their cell phone rang suddenly. It was a video call from Ji Lianchen. Bai Xiyue directly gave the phone to Mu Mu. "You talk to Dad, Mom is going to take a shower." Miu Miu took the phone, answered it, and shouted excitedly, "Dad." Bai Xiyue entered the bathroom. She looked at herself in the mirror. Pinched the face, pinched the waist, and pinched the collarbone. The feel doesn't seem to be that good. No wonder Ms. Wang said it looked scary. So, Ji Lianchen doesn't he like her, including her figure? She threw the underwear into the basket angrily and thought, "Who asked you to like it? I am just like this. How many girls envy me for being thin?" Wait for her to come out of the bathroom, dry her hair and walk towards the dressing table. Miu Miu called her, "Mom. Dad wants you. Looking for you," she said. "She wants you." Bai Xiyue said directly, "Tell him that mommy is busy." Miu Miu immediately said to the screen, "Dad, Mom is busy." Ji Lianchen's low and pleasant voice sounded, "Miu Miu, please give the phone to Mom." Bai Xiyue gathered her hair up and tied it with a hairband. Miu Miu slid down from the bed with her little butt sticking out, then ran over with her phone in hand. "Mom." Bai Xiyue had no choice but to take the phone and look at the man on the screen. "What's the matter?" She had just taken a shower, and her pretty face was slightly flushed. Her pajamas were relatively conservative, revealing only a little bit of her delicate collarbone. Ji Lianchen's breathing became heavier and he asked her, "Auntie is sick, why didn't you tell me?" Bai Xiyue frowned and immediately looked at Miu Miu. "Miu Miu, who told you to say that?" She forgot to tell Miu Miu not to mention this matter to Ji Lianchen. Ji Lianchen said, "What does the child know? Don't say anything to her." Bai Xiyue retracted her gaze and said calmly, "I fell and broke a bone." "Is it serious?" "Auntie is old. If she breaks a bone, it will be inconvenient for her to move, right?" "What do you mean?" Ji Lianchen was silent for a few seconds, then said, "I was thinking, since you are so busy with work and Auntie has broken her bone again, why don't I continue to take care of Miu Miu for a while?" Chapter 32, She Won't Starve. Bai Xiyue was silent for a few seconds, and her hand that was about to splash water on her face paused. Ji Lianchen looked a little puzzled, thinking that the network was stuck. He was about to take out his phone to check what was going on, but there was a ding sound and the video call ended. Miu Miu was lying on the bed playing with her fingers. When she heard the noise, she turned around and looked at Bai Xiyue. She saw that her phone was placed aside. She walked over and looked inside. The screen was completely black. She asked, "Where's Dad?" Bai Xiyue lied without blinking, "Dad is asleep." As soon as she finished speaking, her cell phone rang again. Miu Miu immediately went to get it, calling out, "Dad." Bai Xiyue didn't bother to care about her. Anyway, she would never agree to what Ji Lianchen said. Ji Lianchen thought there was a network problem, so he called again without hesitation. Miu Miu held the phone and struggled to climb onto the bed. "Dad. Mommy is here to take a nap." Ji Lianchen smiled, "Where's Mom?" Miu Miu put the phone on the bed and patted his face with his chubby little hands. "Mom, rub it in." Bai Xiyue said directly, "Don't tell me, there's nothing to say. If you have nothing to say, just tell Miu Miu and then you can hang up." They were all in the same room, and Ji Lianchen heard Bai Xiyue's words clearly. He asked, "Auntie has a broken bone and it's inconvenient. If you go to the hospital, who will take care of Miu Miu?" Bai Xiyue said, "I'm going to find a nanny." Ji Lianchen was silent for a few seconds, then said, "I told you I can take care of Miu Miu for a while longer. No need." Bai Xiyue didn't want to say anything more to him. "Miu Miu, say goodbye to Daddy." Miu Miu lay on the bed, raised her legs and swayed back and forth. Daddy, do you want to take a nap? Ji Lianqing knew that Bai Xiyue didn't want to talk to him, and it was inconvenient to talk like this. Seeing that it was getting late, he said, yes, Miu Miu also has to go to bed on time. Miu Miu said goodbye to him obediently. Bai Xiyue wiped her face and looked back. Miu Miu was lying on the bed, holding her little feet with both hands and pulling her socks hard. She giggled as her socks were pulled off. Bai Xiyue looked at her and felt her fatigue and sadness swept away. At this moment, she felt that even though she and Ji Lianqing no longer had any fate, she should be content as she had a baby who was related to him by blood in this life. In the morning, the alarm clock rang half an hour earlier than expected. Bai Xiyue reached out to turn it off in a daze. She wanted to take a nap, but suddenly she remembered that she had an additional task to buy breakfast today, so she had to get up with difficulty yawning. When she finished washing up and came out of the bedroom, she heard some noise in the kitchen. She looked out and immediately got angry. Mom! One-armed lady Wang Ruizhen is showing off her skills in the kitchen. Hearing Bai Xiyue's voice, Wang Ruizhen smiled guiltily. Are you up? I didn't do anything, I just threw the dumplings into the pot. Seeing Bai Xiyue's expression, her voice became smaller and smaller. Finally, she said nothing, turned off the stove silently, and took a step back, then, served the dumplings. Bai Xiyue glared at her and went into the kitchen to serve the dumplings. Ms. Wan was guiding her from the side, fearing that she would burn her hands. Bai Xiyue was angry that she didn't take care of her body and didn't want to say a word to her. Just as I finished my work, the doorbell rang. Who is it, so early in the morning? Wang Ruizhen looked at Bai Xiyue's face and muttered softly as she went to open the door. Ms. Wang opened the door and immediately opened her eyes wide in surprise. Lianqing? Why are you here? Auntie. Ji Lianqing said, your hand. I didn't know you had a fracture, otherwise I should have come to see you earlier. Wang Ruizhen waved her other hand. It's okay, it's just a minor injury. Come in first, it's very cold outside. Bai Xiyue came over with a cold face, pulled Wang Ruizhen over, and then stood at the entrance, blocking Ji Lianqing's way in. What are you doing here? Ji Lianqing said, Auntie's hand is injured, and you can't cook, I'm worried. Before he could finish, Bai Xiyue said, don't worry, your daughter won't starve. So, please don't come to other people's homes that will in the future, especially uninvited. Chapter 33 How do I dislike you? Wang Ruizhen was a little embarrassed. Yeah, what are you talking about? Let Lianqing come in first, it's very cold. Bai Xiyue slammed the door shut. Wang Ruizhen was stunned for a moment, then scolded her. What are you doing? How rude. Open the door quickly. Bai Xiyue said, open the door and let him snatch your granddaughter. When Wang Ruizhen heard this, her tone immediately changed. What? Bai Xiyue said, I can find a nanny today, so, mother, please don't do anything that makes me worry, okay? You are not allowed to enter the kitchen in the future. Wang Ruizhen was about to say something when the doorbell rang again. Bai Xiyue said directly, ignore him. Before he finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. Dr. Bai, it's me. Bai Xiyue was stunned for a moment, then pursed her lips and opened the door. Standing outside the door is Aunt Zhang. Ji Lianqing stood behind Aunt Zhang and looked at her seriously. Bai Xiyue couldn't force a smile on her face, she just said politely, Auntie, why are you here? Aunt Zhang looked back at Ji Lianqing, then at Bai Xiyue, and said, I heard that Madame Bai's hand was injured, and the young master asked me to come over to help take care of Miu Miu. Seeing that Bai Xiyue's face was not right, she hurriedly said, I can't do anything, but I can still do the housework and cook. Bai Xiyue looked at Ji Lianqing with a stern face, and said indifferently, I said, I won't let Miu Miu starve. Ji Lianqing, don't you believe me? Aunt Zhang got anxious when she heard this. Dr. Bai, it's me. Ji Lianqing interrupted her, I don't distrust you. I just ask you, Auntie's hand is injured, you can't cook, what are you going to let Miu Miu eat? Who are you showing that look of disdain to? What's wrong with me not being able to cook? Even though I can't cook, Miu Miu has grown up. Healthy. White and plump. It's not your turn to disdain me just because I can't cook. Ji Lianqing was a little confused. Where am I? He wanted to say, how do I dislike you, but before he could finish his words, Bai Xiyue slammed the door again. He didn't even give Aunt Zhang face. Aunt Zhang sighed and glanced at Ji Lianqing. Master, if you can't say nice things, then don't say anything. Ji Lianqing asked, can you really tell from my words that I dislike her? Aunt Zhang nodded. I think so. Ji Lianchen. He clearly didn't mean that. He already knew that she couldn't cook, and if she disliked it, he would never marry her. With his ability and personality, how could he possibly marry a girl he didn't like? Aunt Zhang asked, what should we do now? Ji Lianchen said, how can we find a good nanny in such a hurry? Nowadays, there are so many accidents when nannies take care of children. I am worried about letting a complete stranger take care of Miu Miu. Aunt Zhang thought for a moment and said, otherwise, master, you go back first. I'm alone here, and Dr. Bai's attitude should be better. No matter how unwilling Ji Lianchen was, he had no choice but to do so. Sure enough, when Aunt Zhang knocked on the door alone, Bai Xiyue didn't have the nerve to turn her away. In fact, Bai Xiyue also knew in her heart that it was not easy to find a good nanny, and it would be great to have someone who knew her well to help at this time. Ji Lianchen was actually very thoughtful, but his words were so painful. Aunt Zhang stayed at Bai Xiyue's house. When Ji Lianchen received her call, he was speechless and envious. If possible, he would like to take care of Miu Miu and her personally. That day, Bai Xiyue's first operation in the morning took more than an hour. After opening the abdomen, it was found that the irregular embryonic tissue had grown all over the abdominal cavity. It was meaningless to remove the original lesion. The abdominal cavity was cut open and sutured again. Bai Xiyue had anticipated this situation before the operation and had discussed it with the patient's family. Now that the patient had passed away on the operating table, the remaining life could only be counted in days. After getting off the operating table, the circulating nurse asked Liu Chuanxiang, I heard that Aunt Wen has been discharged from the hospital, why is Dr. Bai still in a bad mood? It's been a long time since I saw Dr. Bai smile. Liu Chuanxiang said, women's hearts are like a needle in the sea. If you don't know it, who can I ask? Shen Xiaoying, who had just returned from the supply room, heard the conversation and said, wait. I'll make Dr. Bai smile for you guys. Chapter 34, Mission Accomplished. Many young nurses in the Department of Oncology Surgery know that the cool and beautiful Dr. Bai likes the famous star Lu Shilo. No one made a big fuss about this matter. After all, Fushan Hospital has always been committed to shaping Bai Xiyue into a calm, mature and calm doctor. How could a doctor like this do something as childish as chasing stars? Therefore, when the department director occasionally heard a few young nurses quietly discussing Bai Xiyue's idle chasing, he would immediately criticize them without any investigation. Even when he later found out that Bai Xiyue really liked Lu Shilo, he still refused to admit that he had scolded the wrong person, and he also had a stern face and forbade anyone in the department to spread the matter. Therefore, the news of Bai Xiyue's idle chasing was only spread in a small circle and did not affect her image as a doctor. Then again, a few nurses had discussed that, given Bai Xiyue's conditions, if she had never married and had children and was still single, she would be a perfect match for Lu Shilo. A top star in the entertainment industry and a well-known doctor in the medical system. Both of them have outstanding looks. This CP is pretty good. Of course, they only dared to say this in private. If the director found out, it would be more than just a scolding. They might even lose a month's bonus. In short, it is a fact that Bai Xiyue likes Lu Shilo. Shen Xiaoying said that she could make Bai Xiyue laugh, so she naturally had her reasons. She heard from her friends that Lu Shilo was coming to the local area to record a variety show recently. If they were lucky, they should be able to see Lu Shilo from a distance. If God favored them a little more, they might be able to get his autograph from a close distance. Asking for an autograph, to put it bluntly, is like having close contact with your idol. Now that you have had intimate contact, the next step is to consider getting married. Yes, that's how fanatical fans are able to imagine, don't be too proud. Shen Xiaoying told Bai Xiyue the good news. Bai Xiyue was still somewhat rational, it's not that easy to see him. Besides, I'm so busy every day, how can I have the time to go there every day? But sometimes, it is true that life is like a play. In the afternoon, Bai Xiyue was checking on the patient in the ward when someone at the nurse station suddenly called out, Dr. Bai. Bai Xiyue stood at the door of the ward, what's wrong? Director Li from the emergency department called and asked you to go to the emergency department immediately. There is a patient in an emergency. Bai Xiyue said a few words to the assistant doctor beside her, hung the stethoscope around her neck, and walked out quickly. The emergency department lobby was crowded. Everywhere you looked, it was filled with people. Bai Xiyue went directly into the emergency room. Li Mingqi had a sullen face, and when he saw Bai Xiyue, he looked like he saw a life-saving bodhisattva. the crew was filming, and an actor fell from a height. The current diagnosis is a ruptured spleen. Splenic rupture is very common in emergency situations, and removing the spleen is not a difficult operation. Bai Xiyue knew there must be something going on. Sure enough, Director Lee said, the patient has a history of abdominal tumors. What you fear is what will happen. After laparotomy, splenic bleeding was ruled out, and there was sudden unexplained bleeding in the abdominal cavity. Can't find the bleeding point. Li Mingqi said, I can't find it. The patient is in shock and his blood pressure has dropped sharply. The two talked as they walked. Bai Xiyue had to go to the operating table and wash her hands and change her clothes, so time was urgent. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside her, and Bai Xiyue was caught off guard and was shocked. The man was tall, wearing a mask and a hat, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes. He grabbed Bai Xiyue's arm and said, Doctor, you must save him. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Please save him. Bai Xiyue was in a trance for a moment, but her years of medical experience allowed her to quickly adjust her mood. She said, I will, and then quickly entered the operating room. As a fan who has liked Lu Xiyue for several years, she can recognize her idol at a glance even if he is wearing a mask or a hat. Especially his eyes. Bai Xiyue calmly went up to the operating table and found the bleeding spot in the bloody abdominal cavity. 2 hours later, she put in the final stitch. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. She thought. Chapter 35, Fans Who Don't Look Like Fans. Have you heard? A big star is coming to our hospital. Everyone knows that Lu Xiyue's stand-in is injured. I heard that the two have a good relationship. Lu Xiyue's stand-in has been using him for so many years. It's pitiful. His spleen ruptured and he also had cancer. I heard that the surgeon was Dr. Bai. Given Dr. Bai's skill, he might have removed the tumor while removing the spleen. Is this a blessing in disguise? Lu Xiyue, with a made-up face and a fake beard, walked calmly towards the nurse's station. Yes, Dr. Bai. He must thank her very much. It was she who saved her good brother's life. The patient underwent surgery in the emergency room and went directly to the ICU. 24 hours later, there was no abnormality and he was transferred to the surgical oncology ward. Bai Xiyue had just finished her ward rounds and was about to drink some water and catch her breath in the office. There was a knock on the office door, and she put down the cup and said casually, Come in. Lu Xiyue pushed the door open and walked in. Bai Xiyue looked up and was stunned. To be honest, Lu Xiyue's makeup and hairstyle were a bit exaggerated. Looking in the mirror, he couldn't recognize himself. Who would have thought that the woman sitting behind the desk would be silent for 2 seconds and blurt out, Lu Xiyue. Lu Xiyue was very surprised. You can recognize this. Bai Xiyue stood up quickly. Is it really you? Please take a seat. Lu Xiyue smiled with his eyes curved. Are you Dr. Bai? I came here specially to thank you. I was so anxious that day that I didn't pay any attention to what Bai Xiyue looked like. But when I saw her today, I was actually quite surprised. Even in the entertainment industry, it is difficult to find a woman with such outstanding looks. Bai Xiyue took him to sit on the sofa next to her and smiled faintly. Isn't this what a doctor should do? You come to see him. Lu Xiyue nodded, and was surprised to find that Bai Xiyue's attitude towards him was actually very familiar, as if they had known each other for a long time. He asked tentatively, Is my makeup so bad? How did you recognize me? Bai Xiyue admitted generously, I am your fan. I watch your songs, your variety shows, and your TV shows. But I am too busy with work. I have never been to any super chats, charts, or on-site support. As a fan, am I not qualified? Lu Xiyue smiled and said, It is my honor to be liked by Dr. Bai. I was wondering how he recognized me at the first sight. Bai Xiyue looked into his eyes and smiled again. Lu Xiyue said, I really want to thank you for what happened this time, Dr. Bai. So, what do you want? An autographed photo? A record? Please leave me your address and I will ask my assistant to send it to you later. Bai Xiyue said bluntly, Of course I want them all. Lu Xiyue took out his phone. I don't know, is it convenient to add WeChat? Bai Xiyue smiled happily, It's my honor. While looking for the QR code, Lu Xiyue said, Dr. Bai is so young, but I just heard from others that you are very good at surgery. Bai Xiyue said, Just do your job well. Lu Xiyue handed the phone over, looked at her perfect profile, and said, To be honest, you don't look like a fan of mine. Or rather, you don't look like someone who would chase after a star. Bai Xiyue scanned his QR code and asked, "Why do you say that?" Lu Shilo said, "At least in my opinion, fans will not be so calm when they see their idols." Bai Xiyue smiled, "Maybe I control my expression better. Actually, I am very excited." Lu Shilo looked down at her WeChat and said, "Your name also has a she in it." As soon as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door. Bai Xiyue immediately stood up and said, "Come in." A young nurse pushed the door open and said, "Dr. Bai, please go and have a look. The patient in bed 36 has suddenly fainted." Bai Xiyue started to walk out, but when she got to the door she remembered there was another guest. She looked back and Lu Shilo immediately waved his hand, "Go get busy." When the young nurse heard the familiar voice, she couldn't help but take a closer look, but she didn't recognize who it was. "I was so busy that I kept busy until the end of the workday." Bai Xiyue only had time to look at her phone after she returned to the office. She found that Lu Shilo sent her a WeChat message. He said, "I have something to deal with, so I'm leaving now. Please reply to me when you are done. I want to treat you to dinner tonight. I wonder if Dr. Bai has time." Chapter 36. Your ex-husband is not bad. There is definitely no time. With a disabled and a young child at home, how could she feel at ease to eat with others? She refused and went to change her clothes to go home after get off work. Everyone in the department is aware of her family situation, and the head nurse also said that if there is a problem and other doctors in the hospital are really helpless, they will call her. Come to think of it, if she was suddenly called to the hospital in the middle of the night, leaving a half-disabled person and a child at home, she would really be worried. She went to pick up Miu Miu first. The chatterbox got excited when she saw her mother and started her show in the back seat, talking about which kid wet his pants, who spilled soup while eating, and who didn't take a nap and pulled her pigtails. Most of the time, Bai Xiyue was just a listener. To be honest, after a busy day in the hospital, she was too tired to have any emotions. It was impossible to expect her to have a lively conversation with Miu Miu. But Bai Xiyue would appropriately add some interjections in their conversation. "Wow. Har har. Yeah. There is no problem in fooling Miu Miu." They returned home and got out of the car. Miu Miu opened his arms for her to hug him. Bai Xiyue carried the person out of the car and put him directly on the ground. Miu Miu refused and hugged her legs. "Hug me. Mommy, hug me." Miu Miu already weighed over 30 pounds, and her whole body was full of flesh. Her arms felt heavy after she held him for a while. On the operating table, Bai Xiyue had already overdrawn her arm's energy. She was so tired that she didn't even want to pick up chopsticks when eating. She grabbed Miu Miu's chubby little hand and coaxed her. "Mommy will hold Miu Miu's hand and see if we can fly, okay? Wave it up." Miu Miu's attention was immediately diverted, and he trotted along with Bai Xiyue. It was impossible to fly, and Miu Miu was so tired that he was panting. After entering the house, Miu Miu changed his shoes at the door and called out breathlessly, "Grandma! Grandma Zhang!" Aunt Zhang was busy in the kitchen. When she heard the noise, she poked her head out and said, "Miu Miu is back. It's time to wash your hands and eat." According to Aunt Zhang, she could take care of Miu Miu here all day. Bai Xiyue felt bad about it, and finally, the two reached a consensus. Aunt Zhang made lunch in the villa and brought it to Wang Rui's hen, and then cleaned up the housework in the afternoon and prepared dinner. After dinner, she went back. Ms. Wang and Aunt Zhang also get along very well. During the chat with Aunt Zhang, Ms. Wang also learned a lot about Ji Lianchen, which led to her changing her view of Ji Lianchen. At least, the fault for the divorce is not entirely Ji Lianchen's. When Aunt Zhang was about to leave, Bai Xiyue had just given Miu Miu a bath. She asked, "Is Asong here?" These days, it is Asong who picks up and drops off Aunt Zhang. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhang said, "Asong has something to do today, and besides, I'm not going back to Mingyuxian." Mingyuxian is the name of the residential area where Ji Liancheng's villa is located. It is a very expensive location in the city center and there are only a few villas built there. Bai Xiyue immediately said, "Then where are you going?" "I'll take you there." Aunt Zhang waved her hands and said, No, I have an old sister who lives nearby. She asked me to stay with her for a night. I can just walk over." Aunt Zhang insisted on not letting her see her off and left on her own. Ms. Wang said, "Sister Zhang is a really good person. If you look at it this way, Ji Lianchen can't be wrong either." Bai Xiyue looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Ms. Wang said softly, from what Sister Zhang said, your ex-husband has never let you go. Bai Xiyue sneered, how is that possible? He said something just to be polite. Don't let your imagination run wild. Ms. Wang asked, is that so? Bai Xiyue walked towards the room, what else? Ms. Wang shook her head and sighed. After finally coaxing Miu Miu to sleep, Bai Xiyue came out of the shower and found her cell phone ringing, so she quickly picked it up. The call was from Sister Zhang. Her voice was urgent, Dr. Bai, it may be rude to disturb you like this, but could you please go to Mingyexuan to see the young master? He is drunk, Asung is out of town on business, I will go to take care of him. You should know that he doesn't let anyone get close to him when he is drunk. I am really worried about him, and you are a doctor, so, Dr. Bai, please take it as a plea from me, go and see the young master. Chapter 37 looks like a joke. She wanted to say, what does Ji Lianqing being drunk have to do with her? Then she thought that since he was drunk and wouldn't let anyone get close to him, it would be useless for her to go. I also want to say, doesn't he have a girlfriend? Let her go. But Aunt Zhang begged desperately over there. Today, if the person who called was not Aunt Zhang, Bai Xiyue would have been cruel enough to ignore it. But Aunt Zhang had always been very good to her, and she had been busy taking care of her mother these days. Once she opened her mouth, Bai Xiyue couldn't say no. She could only say, okay, I'll go take a look. Aunt Zhang thanked me repeatedly. Bai Xiyue said again, I'll go take a look. If everything is fine, I'll come back. She said something to Ms. Wang and drove towards Mingyexuan. I don't know if it was because she had been here several times, but the security guard at the door actually let her in directly. She parked the car, took her bag and walked inside. As a result, when I looked up, I saw Ji Lianqing's girlfriend walking towards me. Bai Xiyue was stunned at first, then she wanted to laugh. So, what was Aunt Zhang worried about? She was worried that no one would take care of Ji Lianqing, so here comes his girlfriend. Was it Ji Lianqing who contacted him himself? She drove over here looking like a joke. Shen Mingjie also saw Bai Xiyue, and her heart was alarmed. She blurted out the question, what are you doing here? Bai Xiyue was originally planning to turn around and leave, but after hearing her words and the tone of her voice, you must be kidding, Bai Xiyue has never been one to suffer any loss or be bullied. She said, what I'm doing here has nothing to do with you, right? You're really meddling in other people's affairs. Shen Mingjie walked over in high heels, you two are divorced, is it appropriate for you to cling to him like this? Lianqing may be embarrassed to say some things, but you should have some self-knowledge. He has long disliked you, and it's useless for you to keep pestering him. Bai Xiyue smiled and said, who are you talking about? Even if he doesn't like me, I am still the mother of his daughter. This is what Shen Mingjie hated the most. This woman was not to be feared, but she gave birth to a daughter for Ji Lianqing. This was a fact. But she changed her mind and thought, if Bai Xiyue could give birth, so could she. As long as she got the chance and gave birth to a boy, would she still be afraid that Ji Lianqing's heart would not be tied down? By then, not to mention that Bai Xiyue is nothing, even Mumu cannot compare to the son she gave birth to for Ji Lianqing. Thinking of this, she showed a winner's smile on her face, glanced at Bai Xiyue with contempt, then turned and walked up the stairs. Bai Xiyue followed her slowly. Shen Mingjie looked back at her and said, you are not welcome here, why don't you get out? Bai Xiyue was loyal to the person who entrusted her with the task. Even though she felt uncomfortable seeing Ji Lianqing, she wanted to take a look at him before leaving. At least she had an explanation to Aunt Zhang. Bai Xiyue didn't say anything. Shen Mingjie snorted and came to the password door. She raised her hand and pressed the password while speaking, you are doctors. The cosmetic department will do facials for you for free, right? The eyes are cut, the forehead is filled, the nose is padded, and the face skin can be covered with another layer. It's amazing. She deliberately walked slowly, wanting Bai Xiyue to see clearly that she could come and go as she pleased, and the combination lock was useless in front of her. But after the last password was entered, there was no familiar door opening sound, but instead a piercing alarm, ding. Wrong password. Please re-enter. Shen Mingjie thought she had accidentally pressed the wrong number, so she entered the numbers again one by one. As a result, the alarm sounded again. She was about to enter the number again when Bai Xiyue spoke up, can you pay more attention? If you make a mistake again, the combination lock will be locked. Bai Xiyue didn't think much about it, and simply thought that Shen Mingjie pressed the wrong button. She took a step forward and was about to reach out her hand, but Shen Mingjie was already one step ahead of her and continued to enter the password. When she entered the second digit, Bai Xiyue grabbed her wrist and said, "How can you open it with the wrong password?" Aunt Zhang told her the password when she called. But the first number Shen Mingjie entered was wrong, so Bai Xiyue stopped her. Shen Mingjie immediately yelled, "Aunt Xiao told me the password, how could it be wrong?" Bai Xiyue said, "Oh," in her heart, raised her eyebrows, raised her hand and entered the new password. With a click, the door opened. Shen Mingjie froze suddenly. Chapter 38. Of course I will take care of my boyfriend. She felt uncomfortable when Ji Liancheng kicked her out that day. But later, Aunt Xiao said that Ji Liancheng was just a person who didn't know how to express himself, and asked her not to be discouraged and to keep trying. She also said that it was impossible for Ji Liancheng and his ex-wife to be together. After all, they had been divorced for 3 years, and if they could remarry, they would have done so long ago. Shen Mingjie didn't dare to visit him rashly again, but asked someone to find out Ji Liancheng's itinerary and created a few chance encounters. She found that Ji Liancheng's indifference was not directed at her alone. With the strong support of Aunt Xiao, she became restless again. But who would have known that when she came again, Ji Liancheng had even changed the password? And Ji Liancheng's ex-wife actually knew the new password. What does that mean? Bai Xiyue didn't know why Shen Mingjie entered the wrong password, but knowing that the password at home was not revealed to Shen Mingjie by Ji Liancheng, Bai Xiyue felt strangely relaxed. Shen Mingjie felt that she had many advantages over Bai Xiyue. In terms of appearance, she was also a famous beauty. In terms of family background, Bai Xiyue could not be compared with her. Moreover, she was younger than Bai Xiyue and her figure was better than Bai Xiyue's. As long as Ji Liancheng was not blind, there was no reason to choose Bai Xiyue over the two of them. Aunt Xiao also said that if Ji Liancheng liked Bai Xiyue, he would never have divorced her at that time. So, at best, both of them are now on the same starting line. She stepped forward, pushed Bai Xiyue aside, and entered the door first. There was a faint smell of alcohol in the room, but it wasn't unpleasant. But in Bai Xiyue's memory, the number of times Ji Liancheng drank alcohol was very few. Not to mention being drunk. Ji Liancheng was lying on the sofa, his long legs bent pitifully, with nowhere to put them. Shen Mingjie screamed and ran over, squatting beside the sofa, feeling a little unsure where to start. "Liancheng? Liancheng?" Bai Xiyue didn't expect Ji Liancheng to be so drunk. Seeing Shen Mingjie trying to take action, Bai Xiyue stepped forward. "Get up, let me take a look at him." Shen Mingjie didn't move. Bai Xiyue said again, "I'm a doctor." Shen Mingjie then stood up reluctantly. Ji Liancheng should have fallen asleep. Maybe it was because of drinking, but he didn't sleep well. His brows were furrowed, and his handsome face looked a little more sad, which made people feel distressed for no reason. Bai Xiyue looked away and checked her breathing and heartbeat, and found nothing abnormal. Ji Liancheng suddenly moved, put his big hands under his ribs, and frowned even more tightly. Shen Mingjie asked, "How is it?" Bai Xiyue asked her, "Can you cook?" Shen Mingjie is a real young lady. She has never touched water since she was a child. But recently, in order to please Ji Liancheng's mother, she started to learn how to cook. She said, "Yes." Bai Xiyue said, "Then go make some porridge for him." Shen Mingjie got up and walked towards the kitchen. After a few steps, she realized something was wrong and turned back to ask her, "Why don't you go?" Bai Xiyue said, "I can't." Shen Mingjie was so angry that she fell backwards and pointed at her, "Don't touch him." Bai Xiyue thought, "You're talking about him as if he's your property. Besides, who wants to touch him?" Shen Mingjie went to the kitchen and Bai Xiyue prepared to leave. As soon as she stood up, she heard Ji Liancheng mutter something. As a doctor, Bai Xiyue was concerned that he might have other discomforts besides his stomach, so she moved closer and asked him, "What?" Yeah. Bai Xiyue was stunned. The drunk Ji Liancheng called her name in a daze. A string in her heart seemed to be plucked harshly, and almost instantly, Bai Xiyue felt her eyes getting hot. "There's porridge in the kitchen." Shen Mingjie's voice interrupted Bai Xiyue's thoughts. She came over and said, "I put it in the microwave. You can drink it after heating it up." Bai Xiyue stood up, "That's good. Take good care of him, I'm leaving." She was about to turn around, but her hand was grabbed. She looked down and saw that Ji Liancheng still had his eyes closed, but he grabbed her hand accurately. Shen Mingjie frowned, took a step forward to separate the two, and glared at Bai Xiyue. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiyue thought she was totally baffling. "What did I do? Why don't you ask your boyfriend what he did?" Shen Mingjie was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "My boyfriend, of course I am taking care of him, why don't you leave?" Chapter 39 Who Can Bear It? Bai Xiyue glanced at Ji Liancheng and turned to leave. Don't go. The room was very quiet, and even though Ji Liancheng's voice was not loud, the two ladies could hear it clearly. Bai Xiyue paused. Hey, why are you up? Hearing Shen Mingjie's voice, Bai Xiyue turned back suddenly. Ji Liancheng stood up shakily, his eyes half closed, somewhat different from his usual cold and indifferent appearance. Shen Mingjie reached out to help him. Slow down. Ji Liancheng pushed her away, turned his eyes away from Bai Xiyue, and looked at Shen Mingjie with a cold look in his eyes. Who are you? Who let you into my house? Get out. Bai Xiyue thought, is he this drunk? You don't even recognize your girlfriend. This was the first time Shen Mingjie was scolded since she was a child. She felt angry and wronged, and glared at Bai Xiyue fiercely, trying to say some things. Liancheng, I am Mingjie. Ji Liancheng pushed her away again. Get lost. He was very strong, and Shen Mingjie staggered and fell on the sofa next to him. Bai Xiyue thought again, should I leave or not? If I leave, will Ji Liancheng continue to beat people? If I don't leave, will Ji Liancheng beat her too? Before she could get too entangled, Shen Mingjie left first. Ran out crying. She was left alone, face to face with the drunk. Bai Xiyue was a little suspicious whether this man was really drunk, standing so steadily and looking at her so straight. Also, if he attacks her, will she fight back, or run away first? There was a ding sound, and Bai Xiyue was stunned for a moment before she remembered that there was still porridge heating up in the kitchen. Although Bai Xiyue can't cook, she still knows how to use some common electrical appliances. She walked towards the kitchen. Who would have thought that the man who was said to be drunk would suddenly stride over to her, not only standing in front of her, but also reaching out and hugging her? Bai Xiyue's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Didn't you say that you don't let anyone get close to you when you're drunk? He just beat and scolded Shen Mingjie. Well, it's not that exaggerated, but it's true that he didn't let Shen Mingjie touch him. Yeah? He whispered in her ear. Bai Xiyue's body swayed and she almost fell. She never knew that Ji Liancheng was so heavy. Reflexively, she raised her hands and hugged Ji Liancheng's waist, and her heart was stirred again because of the word yeah. Don't go. His voice was very low. His charming voice, which could already be called a bass, now sounded a little aggrieved, like a child who was bullied outside and was afraid of being beaten when he got home, so he only dared to cry secretly under the quilt. For a moment, Bai Xiyue also wanted to hug him tightly and feel the warmth of his chest again. But reason always reminded her that they were divorced, and although she was single, Ji Liancheng had a girlfriend. What happened last time was an accident. Once is enough. She tried to push the man away. The man seemed to be aware of her intention and hugged her even tighter. What's more, he rubbed his face against Bai Xiyue's ears and cheeks. Bai Xiyue felt that half of her face was getting hot, and the places he touched seemed to be burned by fire. From the beginning to the end, she had feelings for him. She didn't want to admit it, but her body was honest. If this continues, there's no telling what will happen. Bai Xiyue took a deep breath and said, let me go first, I won't leave. Before she finished her words, the man held her and shook her, whispering in her ear, don't let go, don't let go. My God, is this man acting like a spoiled brat? Bai Xiyue felt that her health bar was emptied in an instant. The man who used to be arrogant and cold, now acts so coquettishly that it makes people feel sweet. Who the hell can bear this? Bai Xiyue claimed to be an ordinary person. He had lived for more than 20 years and was immersed in the worldly affairs. The most beautiful things in the world are nothing but food, sex and nature. Her breathing was a little rapid, and she raised her chin as if inadvertently, and her soft red lips brushed Ji Liancheng's earlobe. As expected, the man's breathing suddenly became heavy. His lips were burning hot, following the curve of Bai Xiyue's face and kissing her lips accurately. Bai Xiyue dodged for a moment, but was pressed down by him and chased after her. Chapter 40 Sent by God to torture her. It was already late at night when Bai Xiyue returned home. Once Miu Miu fell asleep, it was difficult to wake him up again. Ms. Wang left the bedroom door open so that she could observe Miu Miu's condition at any time. She sat on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Bai Xiyue to come back. There was a noise at the door, so she got up and went to the entrance. Bai Xiyue saw her and sighed, waiting for me again. Ms. Wang said, I told you, you sleep less as you get older. Bai Xiyue changed her shoes and walked in, not knowing how to change her habit. Bai Xiyue knew that she was worried about herself, but she also felt bad for not sleeping so late. Are you hungry? Ms. Wang followed her. Would you like to eat something? Bai Xiyue said hurriedly, you should go to bed soon. I will wash up and go to bed. Ms. Wang glanced at her and said, didn't you take a shower and leave? Bai Xiyue was stunned for a moment, then pretended to be stupid. Did I wash it? Ms. Wang nodded. I washed it. Bai Xiyue said, oh, then wash your face again. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep. She entered the bedroom, closed the door directly, and then leaned against it, using the door panel to keep her balance. Ji Lianchen, this madman, was drunk and acted without restraint. Not only did he make her back ache, but her legs went weak as soon as she stepped onto the ground. By the time she finished showering and lay on the bed, she felt like she was falling apart. Then she wanted to swear. The calm and decent Dr. Bai became impulsive and impatient, and his brain short-circuited when he met Ji Lianchen. After so many years, Ji Lianchen's influence on her is still beyond her control. When he kissed her, half of her body felt numb. So, if this happened in ancient times, she was the king, and Ji Lianchen would definitely be the evil concubine who seduced the emperor not to attend the court early in the morning. You can't blame her for not having enough self-control. Ji Lianchen is really too charming. But it is also true that she despises herself now. Anyway, Ji Lianchen has a girlfriend. The first time, she was drunk, so it was understandable. But what about this time? The drunk person was Ji Lianchen, and she was sober the whole time. How could someone do such a thing? Now, we can only pray that Ji Lianchen will black out after drinking, and forget everything when he wakes up tomorrow morning. Moreover, such a thing must never happen again. Amidst a strange mixture of regret, sorrow, and even inexplicable hatred, Bai Xiyue finally fell asleep. When the alarm rang, Bai Xiyue really didn't want to get up. She was too tired. Every joint in her body was yelling, I don't want to move. She was already exhausted after a day's work, and Ji Lianchen tossed her around twice without any mercy if she hadn't used all her strength to maintain the last bit of calm, and then escaped when Ji Lianchen wasn't paying attention. With his endless energy, she would have been tortured to death. But then again, the last time they slept together by accident, she was drunk and passed out, forgetting everything they had done together, leaving only traces of him, the spoils of his hard work. This time, he was drunk and she was sober. Therefore, after many years, she once again clearly felt his passion, strength and intensity. Therefore, it is not her fault at all that she is addicted to it. This man was simply sent by God to torture her, right? Although Bai Xiyue felt ashamed to admit this, she derived supreme happiness from their intimacy, there was no doubt about that. She is a normal woman with her own needs. Especially knowing how strong the feelings this man can bring to her, it is very difficult for her to reject him. Bai Xiyue pulled her thoughts back to their original state, sat up in one go, put on her shoes, and ran to the bathroom. Then every day I would wash up, coax Miu Miu to get up, and eat breakfast. At the dinner table, Ms. Wang said, I didn't have time to ask you last night, your ex, is Miu Miu's father okay? Also, why did you come back so late? In order to provoke Bai Xiyue, she often mentioned her ex-husband recently, and she almost said it in front of Mu Mu just now. Bai Xiyue glared at her, it's okay. I came back late because I went to the hospital. As soon as she finished speaking, her cell phone rang. Chapter 41. When did you leave? She was afraid that Ms. Wang would continue to ask questions, so she quickly answered the phone, I'm Bai Xiyue. The call was from the vice president of Fushan Hospital. The president's surname was Chen and he was the executive director. He liked to use official language when speaking and doing things. Bai Xiyue didn't like him very much. Chen Quan said, Dr. Bai, I am Chen Quan. Bai Xiyue got up and went to the living room. Dean Chen, is there anything going on at the hospital? There's nothing wrong with the hospital. I just want to ask Dr. Bai for help. Bai Xiyue chuckled. Dean Chen, what are you talking about? Just tell me what you want to say. Chen Quan said, it's like this. I have a relative who was diagnosed with breast cancer. I heard that the earlier the breast cancer is operated on, the better. I don't want to ask Dr. Bai to check the time. If it's convenient, you can perform the operation on her. The incidence of breast cancer ranks first among female malignant tumors, and surgical treatment is indeed the preferred treatment option. But Bai Xiyue couldn't perform this operation. Dean Chen, let's not talk about the patient's condition. Our hospital has a thyroid and breast surgery department, and breast cancer patients are usually admitted to that department. It's not okay for me to go to their department for surgery, right? Chen Quan's tone was a little nonchalant. Why not just send it to your department? Besides, your department treats cancer patients anyway. Doesn't breast cancer mean it's not cancer? This doesn't violate the regulations. Bai Xiyue explained, in our hospital, there is no rule that prohibits the oncology department from treating breast cancer patients, but Dean Qian, I can't make the decision on this matter. Will Director Sun of the Breast and Thyroid Surgery Department agree? Our Director Liu may not necessarily have an attitude. It wasn't that Bai Xiyue wanted to make the department director take the blame, it was just that she really couldn't make the decision on matters like this. Instead of calling her, Chen Quan might as well go directly to Liu Changliang. Chen Quan's tone was already somewhat unhappy when he spoke again. Okay, then I'll say hello to Director Liu. However, if I'm admitted to your department, Dr. Bai, you have to do this surgery for me. Bai Xiyue smiled and said, let's see how the director arranges it then. After hanging up the phone, Bai Xiyue frowned. Having worked in the hospital for many years, she had little contact with Chen Quan. Even if she didn't like his behavior, he was her boss, so Bai Xiyue couldn't argue with him face to face. In the past few years since her divorce, she felt that her personality had become more mellow. If it were a few years ago, she would not have spoken so tactfully. What's up? Returning to the dining table, Ms. Wang asked. Bai Xiyue shook her head, it's about the patient. Miu Miu suddenly said, Mom, I want to eat chocolate berries. Bai Xiyue was unhappy when she heard this. Why eat strawberries in the middle of winter? Miu Miu began to shake his head. No, I just want to eat. Ms. Wang said, be good, Miu Miu, Grandma will buy it for you. Bai Xiyue disagreed, they are all ripened out of season, what good is there in eating them? Eat less, it's okay. There are 3 people in the family, and the minority obeys the majority. Bai Xiyue compromised, I'll go buy it. You have a plaster cast, so try not to go out if you can. After breakfast, she hurriedly sent Miu Miu to the Early Childhood Education Center and then drove to the hospital. The phone rang again. She turned on the speakerphone and kept her eyes on the road. Who is this? It's me. The man's usually deep voice now had a hint of hoarseness, adding a touch of magnetism. Bai Xiyue almost stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, then hurriedly stepped on the brakes, and spoke with a breath, with no hint of anything unusual in her tone. What's the matter? Ji Lianqing was awakened by Aunt Zhang knocking on the door. A few friends got together last night, and he couldn't control his emotions and drank too much. He vaguely remembered that Bai Xiyue had come, and he had a general memory of what happened afterwards, but when he woke up in the morning, he was lying in bed, his clothes had changed, and he looked very fresh, but the woman was gone. He asked directly, when did you leave? Bai Xiyue's heart trembled, and then immediately pretended to be stupid. What do you mean? Ji Lianqing frowned. Let me ask you, when did you leave last night? Or did you leave this morning? Bai Xiyue said slowly, you mean last night? Aunt Zhang called me and said you were drunk, and asked me to go over to see you. I went and found your girlfriend was there, so I left. How are you? Are you sober? Chapter 42 Don't hide it. This matter could not be concealed after all, and Aunt Zhang would not lie for her, so she might as well take the initiative. After all, only God and the earth knew what time she left, and she herself knew it. To Ji Lianqing's ears, these words were like a thunderclap. Girlfriend? Who? There was a hint of panic in his tone. Bai Xiyue told a lie, so she was inevitably a little nervous, so naturally she couldn't hear the other person's panic. She said, okay, Mr. Ji, you don't have to hide it from me anymore. I'm driving, so I won't tell you anymore. She hung up the phone directly. Ji Lianqing was stunned for a few seconds, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Bai Xiyue came to the hospital and participated in the department's handover. Afterwards, she was called to Liu Changliang's office. Director. Liu Changliang lowered his head to read the medical records. Sit down. Bai Xiyue sat down. You're looking for me. Liu Changliang handed her the medical record in his hand. Chen Quan called you? Look, this is the medical record of his relative. Bai Xiyue took it and said, he's pretty quick. The patient is in the first hospital. Then why transfer him to another hospital? Just do it in the first hospital directly. The provincial First People's Hospital is naturally larger and more famous than Fushan. Liu Changliang said, the first hospital is the hospital that treats the most pneumonia patients. Did you know that? Bai Xiyue said, I know, our hospital is also a designated one, but currently all the patients are concentrated in the public hospital. Why doesn't he do it in the first hospital because of this? It's funny, pneumonia patients are all in the infection department, isolated separately. Liu Changliang said, the disease is not under control yet. When doctors face patients, they need to take into account multiple factors such as disease prevention and control, disease treatment, and allocation of medical resources. The first hospital is no exception. What's more, the best surgeon in the first hospital has just come out of the isolation ward. No wonder. Bai Xiyue looked at the medical records and said, but you know my situation, director. My surgeries are all fully scheduled. I can't do it within 2 months. Liu Changliang said, I told Qian Quan that the patient's tumor was more than 3 centimeters. Based on the pathological diagnosis and molecular typing, I suggested that he undergo preoperative adjuvant treatment first. Bai Xiyue nodded, in terms of treatment, we can use trastuzumab combined with taxanes. Dean Qian must have the conditions to do so, and we can also add pertuzumab. Taxanes can be albumin paclitaxel. We can see the efficacy and try dual targeting. You and I are thinking the same thing. But I will still send this patient to the thyroid and breast surgery department. Bai Xiyue also understood. The oncology department could also accept patients, and it did not break the rules. However, there were unwritten rules between departments. The oncology department was the most profitable department, and a tall tree attracts the wind. Now accepting patients from the thyroid and breast surgery department would be a naked robbery, which might arouse public anger and make it difficult to carry out some work. Qian Quan is the executive director, not the business director, so his considerations are certainly not so thorough. Or maybe he considered it, but didn't care at all. After all, he was the dean, and he wasn't the one who admitted the patients or performed the surgeries. In short, if nothing happens, it's fine. If something happens, it has nothing to do with him. Bai Xiyue said, just arrange it. Breast cancer isn't a very complicated surgery, and I think her location is easier to handle. Her armpits are negative, so we can avoid a complete mastectomy and lymph node dissection, so it's relatively simple. If those people in the thyroid and breast surgery department hear what you said, they will be dissatisfied again. Liu Changliang looked at his favorite student, and the pride in his tone could not be concealed. Okay, you go and get busy. I will talk to Dean Qian. Bai Xiyue stood up, then I'll go check on the ward. Wait. Liu Changliang stopped her and said, the day after tomorrow evening, you have to go out for dinner with me. Bai Xiyue began to reject it reflexively, Director, I'm not getting married and I'm focusing all my energy on work. Shouldn't you be secretly happy about that? You're the director of a major surgery department, and you're doing matchmaking work every day. How degrading. Liu Changliang laughed and said, you have a problem with your thinking. How can there be industry discrimination? What's wrong with matchmaking? It's such a positive profession. Besides, the day after tomorrow, I'm not going to ask you to go on a blind date. Chapter 43. You are the only one who has sat in the passenger seat. It doesn't have to be a blind date. Bai Xiyue agreed. She had just left the director's office when her cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and walked quickly to the nurse's station. Who is this? Ji Lianqing's voice rang out. Bai Xiyue, tell me the truth, was that woman last night you? Bai Xiyue paused. One could tell that there was a rare hint of panic in Ji Lianqing's voice. He asked this because he didn't have a very clear memory of what happened last night. Bai Xiyue took a deep breath, but before she could say anything, Ji Lianqing spoke again. He said, Bai Xiyue, tell me, it's you, right? This time, there was no urgency in his voice, but more repression and subtle pain. Bai Xiyue only felt a slight ripple in her heart again, a kind of throbbing that she couldn't control. She said coldly, no. After that, she quickly hung up the phone and asked at the nurse's station, has the blood of bed 32 been drawn? Next, it's busy as usual. She no longer had time to look at her phone. I went to pick up Miu Miu after work. When I was almost at the early childhood education center, I remembered that I hadn't bought any strawberries yet. Bai Xiyue was busy every day like a spinning top, and suddenly a particularly sad emotion surged in her heart. With her abilities, she can live a comfortable, peaceful and happy life. But now, she is as tired as an old ox after plowing the fields every day. She leaned on the steering wheel and relaxed. She chose her life and did the job she liked. Although it was tiring, she also created value. Thinking of this, she was instantly comforted. Before getting off the car, she clenched her fist and encouraged herself, come on. As a result, she saw the tall figure that she loved and hated again in the early childhood education center. If the person who came to pick her up wasn't her own little ancestor, Bai Xiyue really wanted to turn around and leave. Ji Lianchun also saw her and strode towards her. Bai Xiyue thought to herself in despair, this bastard is so handsome even when he walks. When she looks for a boyfriend in the future, she will not mention other requirements, but she must find a tall guy, 2 meters tall, with legs 1.8 meters long. Ji Lianchun stood in front of her. Bai Xiyue glanced at him and thought, it's over, after seeing this face, I can't imagine accepting another man. What should I do? Did this man put a bewitching spell on her? Ji Lianchun spoke up, let's talk. Bai Xiyue said unhappily, I don't want to talk about it. Today is not Friday, and I don't want to quarrel with you in front of the child, so, President Ji, please leave quickly and don't delay me from picking up the child. I'm not here to argue with you. I told the teacher to pick up Miu Miu half an hour later. He didn't say anything else. He just reached out and pinched Bai Xiyue's wrist, then pulled her towards the parking lot. There was a huge disparity in strength between the two, and Bai Xiyue was dragged to the parking lot without any resistance. His car seems to have changed, but it is still a low-key luxury brand. The color is calm, the lines are smooth, and every detail seems to say, I am expensive. Like its owner, it gives people the illusion of being unattainable. Get in the car. Ji Lianchun was still concise and to the point. Bai Xiyue sat in the back seat angrily. Ji Lianchun looked at her movements in disbelief. After a while, he reluctantly opened the back door and got in. Isn't it good to sit in the front? The space inside the car was relatively spacious, but Ji Lianchun still felt like he had nowhere to put his long legs. I wouldn't dare. President Ji, doesn't you know that the front passenger seat is for girlfriends? Bai Xiyue didn't notice that there was a sour taste in her tone. Ji Lianchun frowned, isn't the passenger seat a secretary's seat? Bai Xiyue thought about it and realized that President Ji usually had a driver when he was working, and the person sitting in the passenger seat was mostly Secretary Song. She said angrily, I mean when you drive alone. Unexpectedly, Ji Lianchun said, when I was driving, you were the only one who sat in the passenger seat. Who are you trying to appease? When she was 3 years old. You don't believe it. When Ji Lianchun saw her expression, the feeling of helplessness surged into his heart again. He turned sideways, looked at Bai Xiyue seriously, and said in a cold tone, okay, let's not talk about that for now. Tell me, why did you lie to me? Chapter 44 I don't have a girlfriend. Lie to you? Bai Xiyue thought he was being ridiculous. What did I lie to you about? You entered Bai Xiyue at 9:18 last night, and left at 1:05 in the morning. Bai Xiyue looked at him in surprise. The security room has a vehicle entry and exit register. If you want to check it out, just make a phone call. So, he looked at her with cold eyes, why did you lie to me? Last night, it was you, right? Bai Xiyue suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, and she raised her hand to open the car door. Ji Lianchun grabbed her and pressed his upper body forward, holding her firmly between him and the car door. Bai Xiyue was annoyed, let me go. You thought I was drunk and didn't know anything. He lowered his head, his hot breath brushing her cheek, how could I not know? That was you, the one I hugged, touched, and kissed. Shut up. Bai Xiyue's face flushed. She turned away, trying to avoid him, don't say anything. Why don't you let me speak? You said that you were drunk last time and I shouldn't have taken advantage of you. What about you? I was the one who was drunk last night, what did you do? He pressed closer and closer, his thin lips almost touching her earlobe. Bai Xiyue put her hands on his chest, feeling ashamed and guilty. He was right. If Ji Lianchun took advantage of her the first time, what about this time? She was sober and accepted his proposal. After all, when Ji Lianchun was drunk, Bai Xiyue had many ways to escape. But she still compromised helplessly. Ji Lianchun accused her and she had nothing to say. Ji Lianchun's Adam's apple moved, his heart pounding, and his breathing became a little rapid because he was close to her. Can I understand that you are also willing? No. Bai Xiyue covered her ears fiercely, no way. Don't you know how strong you are when you're drunk? I didn't sue you for rape because of Miu Miu's face. As soon as she said this, the air in the car seemed to stagnate. It was quiet, dull and depressing. Neither of them moved for a long time. Bai Xiyue shouted that sentence with her eyes closed, not daring to look at Ji Lianqing's expression. After a long time, she opened her eyes, but just happened to catch a glimpse of a smile on Ji Lianqing's lips. The smile was strange, like a mockery, and also with a hint of loneliness. Bai Xiyue's heart skipped a beat, and the next second, she felt her shoulders sink. Ji Lianqing leaned on her shoulder, his handsome face against her neck, and whispered, "Yeah, even if. Are you reluctant to give me even a lie?" Bai Xiyue frowned at first, then reflexively touched his forehead and asked in surprise, "You have a fever?" Ji Lianqing raised his thin lips and simply put most of his body weight on her. "Ji Lianqing." Bai Xiyue tried to push him, but couldn't move him. "Do you know that you have a fever?" His forehead was burning hot. According to her experience, this man's body temperature was definitely over 39 degrees. "It's already burned like this, but you still drive here by yourself. Are you trying to live?" Bai Xiyue was angry and resentful, but she didn't know how to settle accounts with a sick person. She had no choice but to soften her voice and said, "I'll go pick up Miu Miu first and take you to the hospital later." Ji Lianqing spoke in a low voice, as if he was exhausted. "Don't go to the hospital, don't go, and don't see Miu Miu, it will infect her." Bai Xiyue sneered in her heart. If he was worried about passing it on to Miu Miu, then why wasn't he worried about passing it on to her? It is indeed differential treatment. She pushed him aside cruelly and said, "Then I'll go pick up Miu Miu. As for you, call your girlfriend and ask her to take care of you." Unexpectedly, some words irritated Ji Lianqing's nerves. He had fallen over limply, but when he heard these words, he sat up suddenly and looked straight at Bai Xiyue. Bai Xiyue was furious. "Why are you staring at me? Are you trying to show off your big eyes?" she said and went to open the car door. As a result, he was suppressed by Ji Lianqing again. Bai Xiyue used both her hands and feet to push him, her heart filled with sorrow. She no longer cared that he was a patient. As long as she remembered that he had a girlfriend, and even that he and his girlfriend had had an intimate physical relationship, she had the urge to kill him. Ji Lianqing pressed her tightly under him, looking at her with a pair of red eyes, and spoke with a bit of gnashing teeth, "Bai Xiyue. How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? I don't have a girlfriend. No." Chapter 45 I'm not a wooden man. Bai Xiyue's first reaction was, "Are you confused? How dare you say Shen Mingjie is not your girlfriend?" She almost yelled this and glared back without admitting defeat, like a cat with its fur standing on end, looking very ferocious and aggressive. Ji Lianqing gently rubbed her cheek with his fingertips, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He said in disbelief, Yeah, are you jealous?" Bai Xiyue's thoughts were exposed, and she immediately became angry and embarrassed. "Jealous? Jealous of you? Ji Lianqing, what are you dreaming about? How could I be jealous of you?" Not wanting to hear her say such heartbreaking words, Ji Lianqing looked at her red lips opening and closing, his mind went blank, and he lowered his head and kissed her. Strictly speaking, this was the first time the two had a proper kiss since their divorce more than 3 years ago. His breath was hot, and his faint cold fragrance enveloped her. Bai Xiyue once again collapsed into a ball in a useless manner. For a moment, she remembered what he said, "I don't have a girlfriend," but soon, the surging emotions invaded her, leaving her with only the immersion in his kiss, with no time to think about anything else. It was not until Ji Lianqing felt that he was about to lose control of the ferocious beast in his body that he reluctantly ended the kiss. He gently kissed the corner of her lips, again and again, his eyes falling wantonly on her face, the tenderness and lust in his eyes clearly visible. Bai Xiyue's breathing gradually returned to normal. After her mind went blank, she was filled with endless embarrassment. No future. A kiss from him can make her surrender. There is no point in despising yourself, the reality is already before you. Bai Xiyue only wanted to confirm one thing, otherwise, she would not only blame herself, but also feel that she was shameless. After all, she is single and Ji Lianqing is not. But before she could open her mouth, Ji Lianqing spoke. His lips were still pressed against the corner of her lips, and his voice was a little hoarse. Yeah, I'll say this one last time, I don't have a girlfriend. Shen Mingjie is just a blind date my mom introduced to me, but I made it clear to her before. I don't know what made you misunderstand, the past is not important, from today on, you remember, I have no one else. From beginning to end, there is only you. Bai Xiyue looked into his deep eyes and was greatly shocked. What do you mean? Shen Mingjie is not his girlfriend. Bai Xiyue was stunned when she heard the first 2 sentences. All her focus was on the fact that he didn't have a girlfriend. As for what Ji Lianqing said later, she no longer had the energy to analyze it. Really? She still couldn't believe her ears. She's not your girlfriend. Ji Lianqing sighed and shook his head. No. Bai Xiyue asked in a different way, you don't have a girlfriend? Ji Lianqing also answered obediently, no. He wouldn't lie. I don't even bother to lie. Bai Xiyue was certain of this. So, she doesn't have to blame herself. There is no need to condemn yourself for interfering in other people's feelings. Not to mention questioning your own values. Bai Xiyue instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Ji Lianqing sensed her change in mood and said, so, last night. It would have been fine if he didn't mention last night, but as soon as he mentioned this, Bai Xiyue's face suddenly turned red again. She lowered her eyes and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Even though she had confirmed that he was single, having sex with him while he was drunk was not something she should be proud of. Well, what time is it? It's time to pick up Miu Miu. Ji Lianqing looked at his watch, there are still 10 minutes. Don't change the subject, let's. What do you mean by we? Bai Xiyue was anxious and made up an excuse, I'm not still in love with you. I just have normal physiological needs. Only you men are allowed to have needs, are we women wouldn't? If you hug and kiss me, I will also react, okay. Chapter 46, Will you meet me or not? How could Ji Lianqing dare to hope that she still had remaining feelings for him? After hearing what she said, he could only express his understanding, I'm sorry, it's my fault. But I want to tell you that even if I wasn't drunk, yeah, I still have feelings for you. His burning gaze almost overwhelmed her. She dodged his gaze and said in a panic, well, I can understand that. We are all adults. It's normal to have needs. Ji Lianqing looked at her without blinking, watching the blush spread across her cheeks little by little, until even her earlobes turned red. So cute. Want to kiss? Bai Xiyue felt uncomfortable being stared at like this. She raised her hand to tidy up her hair, and unconsciously took the phone with her other hand. The phone screensaver photo appears on the screen and then automatically goes black after a few seconds. Bai Xiyue was unaware of this, and continued, actually, I think. She didn't notice that Ji Lianqing's expression had changed. He stood up, left Bai Xiyue, sat upright on the other side of the back seat, and interrupted Bai Xiyue, it's time to pick up Miu Miu. Bai Xiyue cried out, and looked up at him. Ji Lianqing had closed his eyes, his face as gloomy as water. Why does it feel like he seems angry? That's not right. Everything was fine just now. He was holding her, his movements were gentle, and his eyes were soft. How come I feel emotional again in the blink of an eye? How can men be so fickle? He couldn't wait to ask her to pick up Miu Miu, making it seem like she was reluctant to leave. An inexplicable feeling of grievance welled up in Bai Xiyue's heart. She opened the car door in a huff and got out of the car. Just as she was about to slam the door in front of him, she remembered his burning forehead and had to bend down again and said, you're still running a fever. Unexpectedly, Ji Lianqing interrupted her coldly, it's none of your business. This time, Bai Xiyue was really annoyed. She slammed the car door shut and turned away. Baffling. So crazy. Are you making fun of her? When he was in a good mood, he kissed and hugged her, but then he turned around and gave her a bad look. Do you really think she can come and go at will? Ji Lianqing. You are bastard. Miu Miu came out of the early childhood education center and was held in Bai Xiyue's arms. She held Bai Xiyue's face and kissed her twice, then asked in a baby voice, Mom, are you unhappy? Bai Xiyue smiled hurriedly, Mom is not unhappy. By the way, didn't Miu Miu say he wanted to eat strawberries? Mom will take you to buy some now. Miu Miu clapped her hands, okay, let's go buy some chocolate berries. As a result, just as she got in the car, Ms. Wang called and asked her where she was. She said that she had already bought the strawberries and asked her not to buy any more. Bai Xiyue went home directly. At home, Aunt Zhang had just put the food on the table. Miu Miu obediently called someone and started pestering her grandma for strawberries. Aunt Zhang brought out a large plate of delicious and tempting strawberries from the kitchen, some white and some red, which looked delicious. Bai Xiyue couldn't say much while watching Aunt Zhang. She just said, Miu Miu, eat one first. You can eat after you finish your meal. Ms. Wang said directly, this strawberry is grown by Lianqing specifically for Miu Miu. It is pesticide-free, pure natural, and pollution-free. You can eat it with confidence. What? Bai Xiyue was a little bit unbelieving. Ji Liancheng planted it. Can he also grow strawberries? Aunt Zhang smiled and said, it wasn't the young master who planted them. The young master rented a farm, and because Miu Miu loves to eat strawberries, he specially asked someone to plant a lot of them. No pesticides were used at all, they all grew naturally. Bai Xiyue thought, he really has a lot of intentions. Well then, she will benefit from it too. After all, her favorite fruit now is strawberry. After dinner, Aunt Zhang was cleaning up in the kitchen, and Bai Xiyue was helping. Aunt Zhang asked her quietly, the young master didn't say anything last night, did he? I thought he was in a bad mood when he woke up this morning. Bai Xiyue said, he was drunk and confused, I helped him upstairs and left. He was drunk, what could he say? Aunt Zhang sighed, Dr. Bai, actually the young master is not good at speaking, and he keeps everything in his heart. Between you. Bai Xiyue interrupted her, Auntie, he and I have already passed by. Give me this bowl, I'll put it in the upper cabinet. She deliberately changed the subject, and Aunt Zhang had no choice but to shut up. Later, Aunt Zhang left and Miu Miu fell asleep. Ms. Wang looked at her face and spoke carefully, what do you think about what I said last time? Bai Xiyue asked, what's the matter? She said, it's the corporate executive that Aunt Li wants to introduce to you. Do you want to meet him or not? Chapter 47. I just happened to be looking for you. Liu Changliang didn't come for the second day's shift handover. After the shift was over, Bai Xiyue walked out, and Shen Xiaoyan walked next to her. Dr. Bai, what's wrong with the director today? I see he looks unhappy. Bai Xiyue asked curiously, who messed with him so early in the morning? No wonder he didn't even show up for the shift change. Shen Xiaoyan said, I saw him chatting with Ding Chen for a while in the parking lot, and then I saw him in the department, and he had a sullen face. Bai Xiyue nodded, then you should be smart today and don't run into his trap, so as to avoid being scolded. Shen Xiaoyan said, that's hard to say, I can just hide behind you. Bai Xiyue patted her head, I won't stop you from getting shot. Get to work. While washing her hands in the operating room, she saw Liu Changliang. Sure enough, even with the mask on, one could feel the low pressure all over his body. Director, she called out. Liu Changliang glanced at her and said, bed 32. She nodded, the platelets have gone up a bit. If I don't have surgery, I'm afraid it will be too late. Liu Changliang hummed, be careful. Bed 32 is for a man in his 60s with non-small cell lung cancer. Lung cancer is the most common and lethal malignancy in the world, and non-small cell lung cancer is the most common histological type of lung cancer. Due to its high invasiveness and the lack of effective early screening programs, 70% of patients are diagnosed in the late stage. But Bed 32 was relatively lucky. Because of fever and cough, he was admitted to the infection ward. After a comprehensive examination, pneumonia was ruled out, but non-small cell lung cancer was found in the early stage. Bai Xiyue wanted to perform surgery on him at that time, but the patient's blood routine test was not up to standard. He had to take combined medications during the period, and would go on the operating table when his physical condition met the standard. Bai Xiyue nodded, I know. After she washed her hands, she looked back and saw Liu Changliang still standing there. She asked curiously, Director. Liu Changliang looked at her again and smiled, it's okay, go ahead. It was already afternoon when Bai Xiyue finished the operation. After the operation, the patient still needed to take a variety of drugs for maintenance treatment. But even so, the 5-year survival rate was extremely low. But then again, if the operation was not performed, I'm afraid the patient's remaining life would only be counted in days. She went to see a few patients, and when she passed by the nurse's station, head nurse Lin Jifang waved to her. She walked over, head nurse, what's wrong? Lin Jifang said, the pharmacy just called and said that several medicines are out of stock. Please take a look. She said, handing over a piece of paper. Bai Xiyue took a look and frowned, no stock? Can't get it. Lin Jifang said, they contacted the manufacturer and heard that the demand is high recently and they are also working overtime. This means that they can't supply the goods recently. Bai Xiyue said, ask our brother unit. If not, borrow some first. These drugs are essential and there are no substitutes. What will happen to the patients if we run out of drugs? Lin Jifang said, I'll ask the director and ask him to find a solution. Bai Xiyue warned again, this medicine must not be out of stock. We must find a way to get more. More than 60% of patients in oncology surgery are lung cancer patients. Commonly used drugs include vascular targeted drugs and recombinant human endostatin. This piece of paper almost covers all these drugs. If they are out of stock and the patient's life is in danger, who will be responsible? Surgery is important, but drug treatment after surgery is also key. Instead of using medicine, can the patient use his own immune cells to fight the disease? Is this an international joke? Bai Xiyue had been keeping this matter in mind, and confirmed it with the head nurse before leaving get off work. Lin Zhifang said in embarrassment, "I have already told the director, and the director said he would find a way, but he didn't reply to me." Bai Xiyue said, "I'll go find him." As a result, she knocked on the director's office door, went in and saw that there was another guest inside. "It's Qian Quan." She nodded and greeted, "Dean Qian, director." Qian Quan looked her up and down and said, "Dr. Bai, are you done?" Bai Xiyue was too lazy to pay attention to him because he spoke in a sarcastic tone, "I just finished the operation." "Director, since you have guests, I will come back later." Before Liu Changliang could speak, Qian Quan said, "Dr. Bai, don't leave yet. I just need to talk to you about something." Liu Changliang stood up suddenly, "Old Qian, what do you mean?" After saying that, he looked at Bai Xiyue, "Get out." Chapter 48 You Don't Care. Bai Xiyue responded and prepared to leave. Qian Quan quickly spoke up, "Old Liu, you should ask the person involved about this matter. You can't make the decision for Dr. Bai, right?" Liu Changliang slammed the table and said, "Old Qian, I gave you face, didn't I? I treat you as the dean, and you are still a person. If I don't recognize you, you are nothing. Get out of here." It was the first time that Bai Xiyue saw Liu Changliang lose his temper. Of course, the chief of general surgery has a bad temper, and this is no secret in Fushan Hospital. Liu Changliang is the type of person who dares to glare at the dean. He really doesn't even take a mere administrative vice dean seriously. After all, the total revenue of general surgery accounts for almost 80% of Fushan Hospital's annual revenue. It is said that Fushan Hospital is supported by the general surgery department, and no one dares to refute this. This determines Liu Changliang's voice in the hospital. Normally, the dean would be courteous to him when he saw him, and Qian Quan was nothing in his eyes. But Liu Changliang wouldn't get so angry for no reason. So, what did Qian Quan do? What made Director Liu so angry? No wonder you looked so bad since this morning. Upon hearing this, Qian Quan couldn't hold back his face. He stood up suddenly. His white coat couldn't hide his big pot belly. His belly trembled when he spoke. He pointed at Liu Changliang and said, "Is this how you talk to your boss? Good. Good. You are awesome, aren't you? The medicine can't be brought in, and the patients can't be treated. I don't know what you are so awesome about." He was about to leave after he finished speaking. Bai Xiyue was standing at the door, and frowned when she heard this. "Wait. Dean Qian, what do you mean by this? What do you mean the medicine can't come in?" Liu Changliang came over, grabbed Bai Xiyue's white coat sleeve, pushed her aside, and said to Qian Quan with a cold face, "Get out of here." Qian Quan snorted, flicked his sleeves and left. Liu Changliang slammed the door shut and said, "What the hell? A beast in human clothing." Bai Xiyue figured out something and asked, "Director, is it related to the shortage of several drugs in the department?" Liu Changliang said, "Don't worry about it, I'll find a way." Bai Xiyue was still worried and asked, "What did Dean Qian mean by the person involved?" "It's nothing, it just means that you have a lot of patients and use a lot of medicine. Why are you talking so much? Don't you need to go pick up Miu Miu? Why don't you leave?" Bai Xiyue felt something was wrong, but looking at Liu Changliang's attitude, she knew she couldn't get anything out of him. After leaving the director's office, she called her colleague at the pharmacy. The colleague said, "This drug is already in short supply. Now there are more and more cancer patients, and several drugs have been included in the medical insurance catalog, which has led to a shortage of some drugs. But in my opinion, the shortage is just a gimmick. I'm afraid they are trying hard to raise the price." Bai Xiyue thanked him, but she felt that things would not be that simple. It was not easy to raise prices, especially for several medical insurance drugs, whose prices were controlled by relevant departments. She drove to pick up Miu Miu, but halfway there she remembered that today was Friday and Miu Miu didn't need her to pick him up. Then, she had other tasks. Ms. Wang asked her to go on a blind date last night and she agreed. But now she regrets it. She has no intention of accepting another man in her heart, so why waste time on blind dates? It also wastes the other person's time and energy. Then, she remembered Ji Liancheng's fever. He said he would not pick up Miu Miu when he had a fever because he was afraid of infecting the child. So is he feeling better today? When dialing the phone, Bai Xiyue thought, I'm not concerned about you, I'm just asking if you can pick up Miu Miu today. If you can't answer the call, then I'll go and answer it, and at the same time I can postpone the blind date. It's the best of both worlds. The call was quickly connected, and Ji Liancheng asked her, what's the matter? Their voice was still cold. Bai Xiyue was furious when she heard this, can you pick up Miu Miu today? Ji Liancheng said, of course. Bai Xiyue asked, aren't you having a fever? Ji Liancheng said, thank you for your concern, I'm fine now. Bai Xiyue said angrily, who cares about you? You are just being sentimental. She hung up the phone after she finished speaking. I was angry for a long time, but finally I had no choice but to start the car and head towards the place where I had an appointment. There was no other way. If she didn't go, she wouldn't be able to get past Ms. Wang when she returned home. Chapter 49 I was forced to come. The address Ms. Wang gave her was a Western restaurant. Bai Xiyue didn't like Western food very much, and always felt that she wasn't full. In her opinion, Chinese food was still delicious. A steamed bun and a bowl of rice could give her stomach a full sense of security. But she also respected the other party's choice. She had already made a decision in her heart that she would definitely reject the other party later, and she would treat him to the meal to express her apology. After entering the door, she went straight to the cashier, took out some cash and handed it over. Then he walked to the agreed location. In the distance, she saw a broad figure. The man arrived early. He seems to be a punctual person. This is a plus. Bai Xiyue walked up to him and said, sorry, are you Mr. Zhu? Zhu Abor stood up and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Zhu Abor. Are you Dr. Bai? Bai Xiyue shook hands with him. I'm Bai Xiyue. The two smiled at each other, and Zhu Abor reached out and pulled out a chair for her. Please sit down. After sitting down, the two smiled at each other again. Zhu Abor spoke first. To be honest, this is my first blind date, and I'm a little nervous. Zhu Abor is tall, with regular facial features. He is dressed in formal attire, the standard attire of a successful person. Bai Xiyue said, it's called a blind date, but I think it's just making another friend. Zhu Abor asked, then, did Dr. Bai go on blind dates often before? Bai Xiyue smiled and said, my leaders at work and my elders at home are all worried about me. Mr. Zhu should understand this feeling. Zhu Abor nodded, I understand. Not long after I returned to China, my mother urged me to go on a blind date. There was no awkwardness between the two of them, they ate and chatted. It was obvious that Zhu Abor was very satisfied with Bai Xiyue. He took care of Bai Xiyue's feelings during the meal and was gentle, considerate and gentlemanly. Finally, after eating some dessert, Bai Xiyue said, nice to meet you, Mr. Zhu. Zhu Abor said, let's not use honorifics. You call me Abor, but I don't know if I can call you Xiyue. Bai Xiyue nodded, okay. But I'm sorry, I want to be with Mr. Zhu. Yibo, what I want to say is that, actually, I don't have any plans to fall in love at the moment. I'm very busy with work, and my daughter is still young, so I have no choice but to go out on a blind date. Zhu Abor was stunned for a few seconds before he said, Dr. Bai is so tactful. If you are not satisfied with me, you can just say it directly. There is no need to do this. Bai Xiyue was also stunned. No, you misunderstood, I'm not dissatisfied. Before she finished speaking, it suddenly occurred to her that this sentence was ambiguous. She smiled and said, I'm sorry to take up your energy and time, but I'm really embarrassed. If you don't mind, we can be friends. Zhu Abor asked, can I ask what you are dissatisfied with me for? Bai Xiyue had the urge to hold her forehead. She racked her brains to think of how to explain, Mr. Zhu, I was forced to come here for a blind date. This was not my original intention. I believe Mr. Zhu can understand my situation. Zhu Abor said, I can understand. In fact, I don't quite agree with this old-fashioned model. But when I saw you, Xiyue, today, this idea changed. I think we can try to get to know each other more deeply. Xiyue, give me a chance, okay? Bai Xiyue had a headache, then an idea suddenly occurred to her, and she said, did Aunt Li tell you that I'm divorced and have a daughter, and she lives with me? Juabor nodded. I know everything. I was divorced once abroad, and having a daughter doesn't affect us having children in the future. I like children very much, and it's more lively to have more children at home. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Sir, don't you understand Chinese? I am rejecting you. How come you have already thought about how many children to have? Bai Xiyue took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu, I don't have any plans for this at the moment. I haven't thought about falling in love, getting married, or having children. Mr. Zhu, I still have to go home to see my children, so let's say goodbye now. With that she stood up to leave. Juabor immediately stood up. Xie. Mother. A childish voice interrupted Zhu Yibo's words. Bai Xiyue was shocked. Miu Miu. Chapter 50, Are you tempted? The people standing not far away were Ji Liancheng and Miu Miu. Miu Miu broke free from Ji Liancheng's arms and ran towards Bai Xiyue. Mom. Bai Xiyue quickly squatted down and hugged her. Juabor looked at Miu Miu, then at Ji Liancheng. Mr. Ji. Ji Liancheng took 2 steps forward and said, Who is this? Juabor quickly extended his hand. I am Juabor from Kai Pharmaceuticals. I have long heard of Mr. Ji's name. Ji Liancheng also extended his hand. I've heard a lot about you. To say I've heard a lot about you is of course an understatement. But Ji Liancheng still has an impression of Kai Pharmaceutical. Juabor speculated about the relationship between the two in his heart, and asked carefully, Mr. Ji is Xie's friend. Bai Xiyue spoke first, looked at Ji Liancheng meaningfully, and then said to Juabor, Mr. Zhu, I'm really sorry, let's contact each other another day. Ji Liancheng had a cold face and said nothing. In Juabor's opinion, Ji Liancheng is a famous successful person, a man that even the CEO of Kai Pharmaceutical has to curry favor with. In front of him, Juabor inevitably felt a little restrained. Okay. Bai Xiyue turned around first while holding Miu Miu. Ji Liancheng nodded at Juabor and followed. Zhu Yibo called someone to pay the bill, only to be told that Bai Xiyue had already paid the bill. His feelings suddenly became more complicated. He left the restaurant and saw that Ji Liancheng and the other two had not gone far. The little girl was in Ji Liancheng's arms, and Bai Xiyue was holding her hand and saying something. From a distance, the 3 people looked like a family. Juabor drove away. At this time, Bai Xiyue was saying goodbye to Miu Miu. Miu Miu pouted unhappily. I don't want Mom to leave. Bai Xiyue explained patiently, Miu Miu will go back with Dad tonight and play for a day, and then he can see Mom. Miu Miu shook his head. I want Daddy and Mommy, I want both Daddy and Mommy together. Bai Xiyue glanced at Ji Liancheng. Ji Liancheng's eyes were on Miu Miu, and he did not receive her signal for help. Bai Xiyue had no choice but to continue trying to persuade her, but Mom is still busy with work. You forgot that Mom still has to go to the hospital for surgery. Only then did Ji Liancheng look at her. She glared back angrily. Ji Liancheng said to Miu Miu, Miu Miu, Daddy bought you a new toy, don't you want to go and see it? Miu Miu said, yes. I want Mom too. Mommy too. Bai Xiyue's face was stern. Miu Miu, Mom said she was going to the hospital, why are you so ignorant? When Miu Miu saw this, her little mouth immediately pouts, and she looks like she's about to cry in the next second. Ji Liancheng patted her on the back and coaxed her a few words, then looked at Bai Xiyue. Don't talk to the child like that, can't you just talk to her nicely? Bai Xiyue said, speak nicely to her, will she listen? But you picked her up and she hasn't gone home yet. Come here to eat. Ji Liancheng said, Miu Miu likes a dessert from this restaurant. I'll come and get it. Many of Miu Miu's tastes are similar to Bai Xiyue's, and Bai Xiyue also thought the dessert just now was delicious. Bai Xiyue couldn't admit that she felt jealous. After all, it was natural for a father to love his daughter. If she wants to eat, she has to buy it herself. Miu Miu looked at her pitifully again and called out, Mom, Mom. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a whole day, and Bai Xiyue missed her. This little girl looked very similar to Ji Liancheng, and when she acted like a spoiled child in front of her, Bai Xiyue had no idea what to do. She could only coax, Miu Miu, be good. Ji Liancheng suddenly said, if you have nothing to do later, go over and play with her for a while. Bai Xiyue said directly, I don't want to go. It's not that I don't want to play with Miu Miu, it's that I don't want to go to Ji Liancheng's house. Miu Miu immediately stopped working and twisted her body, saying, go ahead, Mommy. Ji Liancheng said nothing, just looked at her deeply. Bai Xiyue quickly gave up, then mom can only go play for a short while, because mom still has to have surgery later. Miu Miu immediately clapped his hands, great, great. Ji Lianqun carried Miu Miu into Bai Xiyue's car and asked Asung to drive back. In the car, Ms. Wang called. Bai Xiyue turned on the hands-free mode out of habit. As a result, the first thing Ms. Wang asked was, "Have you finished your meal? What do you think of this person? Are you attracted to him?" Bai Xiyue tried to turn off the speakerphone in a panic, but the more she panicked, the harder it was to turn it on. Ms. Wang was still saying, "I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you don't have very good conditions, so find someone suitable and get married quickly." Bai Xiyue hung up the phone directly. Chapter 51. She is narrow-minded. The carriage suddenly became quiet. Bai Xiyue was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She gnashed her teeth and hated Ms. Wang's quick words. Just now, Ji Lianqun didn't even ask her who she was having dinner with, whether he didn't care or not. Bai Xiyue didn't want him to know that she was on a blind date. As a result, everything Ms. Wang said was revealed in just a few words. She came for a blind date, and her blind date was someone who was extremely respectful to Ji Lianqun. This made Bai Xiyue feel very embarrassed. Assuming that she no longer has feelings for Ji Lianqun and is really together with Mr. Zhu, if they meet in the future, wouldn't she be inferior to Ji Lianqun? She didn't know how such narrow-minded thoughts came up, but she couldn't control her thoughts. It seemed that once the matter involved Ji Lianqun, her mind was like a wild horse running out of control, and no one could control it. Miu Miu snuggled in Ji Lianqun's arms and called Daddy softly. She had just been playing for half a day and now felt a little sleepy when she got in the car. Ji Lianqun coaxed her in a low voice. Bai Xiyue was alone in the driver's seat, feeling awkward and at a loss as to what to do. They soon arrived at Mingyexuan, and when the security personnel saw her car, they let her pass. Bai Xiyue asked curiously, "Is the management of your community so lax now? Are you letting any car in?" The last time Ji Lianqun was drunk, she came over and went straight in. Ji Lianqun looked at her in the rearview mirror and said nothing. Seeing that he ignored her and made a fuss again, Bai Xiyue simply shut up. She parked the car, and Ji Lianqun carried Miu Miu down. The little guy was almost asleep, tugging at Ji Lianqun's shirt, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Bai Xiyue whispered, "She's almost asleep, so I won't go in, right?" Unexpectedly, the little guy opened his eyes and called out, "Mom." Ji Lianqun curled the corners of his lips imperceptibly. Bai Xiyue was speechless, so she had to lock the car and follow Ji Lianqun. After walking for a while, Ji Lianqun made way for them. "Go open the door." Bai Xiyue glanced at him. He said, "It's inconvenient for me to hold the child. You can lift me up with one hand, and now you tell me that I can't unlock the password while holding a child." Bai Xiyue was too lazy to argue with him and walked to the front obediently. "Have you changed the password?" Ji Lianqun said, "No." After a few seconds, he added, "It won't change. Who cares whether you want to change it or not?" Bai Xiyue rolled her eyes and started entering the password. Ji Lianqun suddenly said, "I have never told the password to anyone else." Bai Xiyue paused, then pressed the last number. With a beep, the door opened. She said, "It's none of my business, right?" Ji Lianqun had a fever yesterday, and she asked about it. Ji Lianqun replied, "It's none of your business." Today, she will respond cautiously. Yes, that's right, she is such a vengeful person. Ji Lianqun seemed to have remembered what happened yesterday, and for some reason, his face turned sour again. Bai Xiyue rolled her eyes and walked in first. The next day, Miu Miu didn't have to go to the early education center, so he went to bed an hour later than usual. Besides, Miu Miu is particularly excited when his parents are together. It was clearly time to go to bed, but she refused to let Bai Xiyue leave, and even made an impudent request that Bai Xiyue sleep with her on her father's bed. After experiencing that twice, Bai Xiyue no longer dared to look directly at Ji Lianqun's bed. She sat on the first floor, motionless. No matter how Miu Miu begged, she refused to go upstairs. When Miu Miu saw that other tricks were useless, he pouted and was ready to use his ultimate trick. Bai Xiyue pointed at her and said, "Don't cry. What's wrong with you? You cry all the time." It would have been fine if she didn't say it. As soon as she said it, Miu Miu burst into tears. Ji Lianqun was preparing milk powder for Miu Miu. He looked over when he heard the noise, his face full of disapproval. "Why are you yelling at the child again? Can you be a little more patient?" Bai Xiyue said, it's all your fault. You cry all the time. What's wrong with that? What if you can't change this habit? She cries to us now. Will she cry to her teachers and classmates when she goes to school? Who will she cry to when she enters society? Will anyone care whether she cries or laughs? Ji Lianqun sat on the sofa and hugged Miu Miu, and said in a deep voice, she is still young, and you need to explain some things to her. Yelling at a child like this is not the way to solve the problem. Bai Xiyue sneered, you can, come on. Chapter 52, Kill 800 enemies and lose 1000. In fact, children are like this. When they start crying, they don't care about anything and will not listen to what you say. Bai Xiyue had an expression of watching a show on her face, sitting next to Ji Lianqun and watching him coax her. After watching for a while, she had to admit that Ji Lianqun was very patient when facing Mu Mu. He coaxed her softly. His voice was pleasant to begin with, but he lowered it deliberately to make it so gentle that Bai Xiyue felt uncomfortable listening to it. Never mind. It won't make my ears sour if I don't listen to it. If she can't afford to offend him, can't she just hide away? Miu Miu cried for a while and was about to fall asleep. She gestured to Ji Lianqun, indicating that she was leaving. Ji Lianqun shook his head, pointed at the sofa and motioned her to sit down. She asked softly, what's the matter? Ji Lianqun nodded. Bai Xiyue had no choice but to sit back down. Trying to draw her attention away from Ji Lianqun, she took out her cell phone. Only then did she realize that Lu Shiluor had sent her a message. He said, I wonder when Dr. Bai will be free, please do me the honor of having dinner with me. Bai Xiyue replied to him, you should be very busy, right? The other side replied quickly, I'm resting these 2 days, are you free to meet? Bai Xiyue said, is tomorrow night convenient? She has to go to work tomorrow, and although she has a day off the day after tomorrow, she has to take care of Miu Miu. Lu Shiluo said, that's convenient. Tell me what you like to eat and I'll book a restaurant. The two chatted for a few more sentences. Bai Xiyue put down her phone and then she realized that Ji Lianqun was carrying Miu Miu upstairs. But soon, Ji Lianqun came down again. Bai Xiyue asked him directly, what's the matter? Ji Lianqun sat opposite her, his elbows on his knees, his hands crossed, and did not speak for a while. Bai Xiyue looked at him strangely, I'll leave if nothing happens. He then spoke, did you go on a blind date today? It's not relevant to bring up this issue. Bai Xiyue's face was full of annoyance, does it have anything to do with you? She thought, no wonder some people say that everything in this world can be answered with 2 sentences, one is, does it have anything to do with you? The other is, does it have anything to do with me? She discovered today that it was true. However, having said that, in fact, although you can ask the other person nonchalantly, does it have anything to do with you about some things, in fact, you are not as indifferent as you appear to be on the surface. But it was obvious that Ji Lianqun was hurt by these words. But he didn't know that this was just Bai Xiyue's stubbornness of killing 800 enemies and losing 1000 of his own. Ji Lianqun took a deep breath, yes, it has nothing to do with me. But if I remember correctly, you were with a doctor named Li before. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiyue's anger flared up. She stood up and angrily said, I told you, does it have anything to do with you? President Ji, we are divorced. Whoever I am with has nothing to do with you. The reason why she was angry was, firstly, because Ji Lianqun still thought that she had had sex with him when she was not single, which was a great insult to her. Secondly, when he mentioned this matter, his expression was very indifferent, as if it really had nothing to do with him who Bai Xiyue was with. Ji Lianqun's expression was still calm, don't be angry, listen to me. I don't want to interfere with your feelings, I just think that being faithful to one person is. Bai Xiyue gnashed her teeth and interrupted him, Ji Lianqun, didn't I tell you that the relationship between me and Dr. Li is not what you think? He was stunned for a few seconds and said, but you are going on a blind date today, it's always the truth. She yelled, I'm a woman, raising a child alone. How can my mother not feel bad? Is it wrong for me to follow her arrangement and go on a blind date to make her feel at ease? Do you think I should be alone for the rest of my life? Will you be satisfied only if you see me die alone? Ji Lianqun now believes that he can no longer speak. He clearly didn't mean that, so why did Bai Xiyue always misinterpret his words? How could he bear to let her die alone? He said, you are not raising the child alone, I am here with you, as long as you want. Impossible. Bai Xiyue was going crazy, I can't give you custody of the child, not in this lifetime. But he didn't mention custody of the child at all. He just wanted to say that as long as you want, I can raise Miu Miu with you anytime. Then, grow old with you. But Bai Xiyue didn't give him any chance to speak and walked straight out the door. Ji Lianqing grabbed her. Chapter 53. We are back together. Let go. Bai Xiyue shook him off. Ji Lianqing didn't dare to pull her hard, so he had to block the door and prevent her from going out. That's not what I meant. Bai Xiyue, if you don't have a boyfriend, let's get back together. Bai Xiyue's head exploded with a bang. She stared at Ji Lianqing blankly. Ji Lianqing looked at her solemnly. He has dark eyes, thick eyelashes, a straight nose bridge, and moist thin lips. Bai Xiyue almost forgot to breathe. He stepped forward, gently took her hand, and said again, yeah, let's be together again. This time, Bai Xiyue heard it more clearly. The accident was unexpected, but it was not a surprise, but a shock. It was like a thunderclap out of nowhere, almost scaring me to death. He said together. He is such a good father. For his daughter, he easily said the 3 words, together. Considering Miu Miu's behavior today, Bai Xiyue just found it funny to think that he would worry about her not being faithful character. Is he afraid that her behavior will affect Miu Miu? A dissolute mother does have a great influence on her daughter. It turns out that in his heart, she is such a despicable woman. He never knew what she wanted. If she had agreed to be with him even though she knew he didn't love her, she wouldn't have filed for divorce 3 years ago. She didn't feel angry, she just found it funny, together. Why? Because of Miu Miu? Ji Lianqing, you are really a great father. It's not because of Miu Miu. Just because, I love you. However, looking at her angry eyes, these 3 words seemed like a spell that could not be uttered by her. She never loved him. I'm afraid that even if he expresses his love to her, it will only be a burden and a nuisance to her. He also admitted that perhaps there was a man's self-esteem buried deep in his bones that would not allow him to do such a humble thing. It was like begging her to give him some love. It's really humble. If she thinks the reason is stupid, then so be it. He said, it's good for the kids, isn't it? And, I'll be with you, so you won't end up alone. Growing old with her was the most obscure love statement he could have said. Thank you. Bai Xiyue slowly let go of his hand. I won't end up alone even without you accompanying me. 3 years ago, she filed for divorce, and Ji Lianqing felt as if someone had stabbed him with a knife, splitting his heart in 2. For more than 3 years, he had been struggling to survive with a patched heart. Today, he felt that the mended wound seemed to have split open again, revealing the wounds inside. It turns out that the scar has never healed. It's just that he has been deliberately ignoring it. And at this moment, he felt pain. It hurts so much. I have never felt such pain in my life. He slowly moved aside and heard her open the door and the sound of her footsteps gradually fading away. Once again, he let her walk away from his life. He deserved it. He should have given up when he saw the photo of that man on her phone screen yesterday. He is a big star, dazzling and glamorous. He is old-fashioned, boring, serious and indifferent. How can it compare to? He closed his eyes, and tears gradually wet his eyelashes. Bai Xiyue's tears fell from her eyes, and she had to wipe them away with the back of her hand so that she could see the road clearly. A few minutes later, she parked the car on the side of the road. As soon as she parked, she leaned on the steering wheel and burst into tears. Ji Lianqing. You're just a huge asshole. After knowing each other for so many years, have you never tried to understand me? In your heart, am I such a terrible woman? You said you wanted to be together, but who were you mocking with that condescending tone and look? Why force yourself to say it if you don't want to? Is it just to provoke me? The more she thought about it, the more uncontrollable thoughts came into her mind. Bai Xiyue seemed to have gotten into a dead end, thinking again and again about the 2 times they had drunkenly intimately after their divorce. Presumably, in his eyes, it was because of this that he regarded her as a casual and unbearable woman, thinking that she would accept anyone and sleep with anyone. After a long while, Bai Xiyue started the car, but instead of going home, she drove in another direction. Chapter 54. No good intentions. Bai Xiyue didn't go home all night. But she still remembered calling Ms. Wang and told her that she was going to work overtime at the hospital and would not be back that night. In fact, she drove onto the highway and went to a small village overnight. The next day, she showed up on time at the shift handover meeting of the general surgery department of Fushan Hospital. However, everyone saw that the beautiful Dr. Bai had red and swollen eyes, and it was obvious that she had been crying. Especially when she put on a mask, with only a pair of eyes exposed, she did not look ugly, but rather had a kind of pitiful charm, which made people feel pity. Bai Xiyue had solid professional skills and was pretty, not to mention that she was divorced. It was easy for her to cause all kinds of topics in the hospital, not to mention that she came to work in the same state today. It's just that some people really care, while others are just gloating. Lin Jifan quietly asked her, "What's wrong?" Bai Xiyue shook her head and said nothing. Liu Changliang still had a stern face today, and after seeing Bai Xiyue's expression, his brows furrowed even more tightly. After handing over the shift, Shen Xiaoying quickly took 2 steps to catch up with Bai Xiyue and asked, "Are you okay?" Bai Xiyue said, "What do I have to do? Why are you following me? Don't you need to check the room today?" Their head nurse said that there will be no more nursing rounds on Saturdays, so that the patients can have a good weekend. Shen Xiaoying deliberately spoke in a relaxed tone, "No need to bring Miu Miu today, let's go out for something delicious after work." Bai Xiyue said, "I'm very busy. I have appointments tonight and tomorrow night." Shen Xiaoying was relieved to see that she was still able to chat and laugh. "Then you're out of luck. There's a spicy rice noodle restaurant that's really delicious. I'll take you there some other day." After Shen Xiaoying left, Bai Xiyue returned to the office, and the smile on her face immediately disappeared. She took off her mask with a stern face, ready to take a breath before going to the operating room. The phone on the desk rang, and she picked it up. "Hello, this is Bai Xiyue from the tumor clinic." Chen Quan's voice rang out, "Dr. Bai, I'm Dean Chen." When she was in a good mood, Bai Xiyue would still give him a good face. But she was depressed now, so naturally she didn't have a good tone. "Dean Chen, what's the matter?" Chen Quan said, "Have you seen the medical records of my relative?" Bai Xiyue said, "I have seen it. I have also consulted the director of the Department of Thyroid and Breast Surgery for the treatment plan. My opinion is the same as theirs." Chen Quan said, "Dr. Bai, you know Liu Changliang's temper. I came to you because I couldn't get through to him. Dr. Bai, how about you do the surgery yourself for my sake?" When it comes to patients, Bai Xiyue can still patiently explain to him, "Dean Chen, the patient's condition is not complicated. Our hospital has a history of countless breast cancer surgeries, and there have been no mistakes or accidents. It's not a difficult case and doesn't require a consultation. It doesn't make sense for me to go across departments to perform surgery on someone." Chen Quan said directly, "Dr. Bai, you don't want to give me this face, right?" Bai Xiyue chuckled, "What Dean Chen said is true. It's not just me who decides who I perform surgery on." Chen Quan suddenly changed the subject, "Are there some medicines out of stock recently?" Bai Xiyue was stunned. He is not in charge of the business, so logically he has no idea what medicine is missing. Chen Quan added, "Dr. Bai, the problem of drug shortage is not without a solution. The person in charge of Kai Pharmaceutical said that we can sit down and discuss this matter. What do you think, Dr. Bai?" It was no secret that hospitals and manufacturers had various dealings. Bai Xiyue also knew that some departments could get big red envelopes from manufacturers at the end of the year. She doesn't want to know the specific operations. At least in her case, she has the final say on what medicine to use for what condition the patient has. Bai Xiyue said, "Dean Chen, how to solve the problem of drug shortage is a matter between you and the pharmacy department. What does it have to do with me?" Chen Quan said, "To be honest, the person in charge of Kai Pharmaceutical has been looking up to Dr. Bai for a long time, and Dr. Bai's medication usage is the highest in our hospital. They want to organize a party to thank Dr. Bai. I wonder if Dr. Bai will give them this honor." Bai Xiyue finally understood why Liu Changliang called Chen Quan a beast in human clothing. She said that this was a mild insult. Chen Quan took a doctor to have dinner with the supplier, and the doctor was a female one, so he didn't have any good intentions. Chapter 55. She is also scared. Bai Xiyue said, "No need to thank me, I didn't deliberately use their medicine. Dr. Bai, are you not going to show your respect? If I go, will the medicine be available?" Chen Quan said with a hint of meaning, "That's hard to say. It depends on how Dr. Bai negotiates with them." Bai Xiyue wanted to swear. A hospital couldn't buy medicine, did it have anything to do with a little doctor like her? Chen Quan added, "Don't think too much, we're just going to have a meal. I don't mind Lao Liu's temper. I just wanted to ask you to have a meal together, but he pointed at my nose and scolded me. Do you think this is reasonable?" Bai Xiyue said, Dean Qian, I'm going to have surgery soon. Goodbye. Regardless of the other party's reaction, Bai Xiyue hung up the phone and went to the director's office. Liu Changliang was on the phone, motioning Bai Xiyue to sit down first. He said a few words to end the call, then looked at Bai Xiyue. What's wrong? Don't tell me your eyes are red from crying at the movies. Bai Xiyue said, the director is the director. He has already thought of the reasons for me in advance. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, what's the matter? Bai Xiyue said, it's okay, I was crying because of Miu Miu. It's not a big deal. You're still angry with the child. Liu Changlian poured her a glass of water and sat on another sofa. If you ask me, Miu Miu still needs a complete family. Single-parent families have an impact on children. Bai Xiyue said, I grew up in a single-parent family, do you think there is something wrong with me? Liu Changlian looked at her, do you really think you are okay? Bai Xiyue asked curiously, what's my problem? Liu Changlian said, let's not talk about anything else. Just say that you like to keep everything to yourself. Is that normal? We have been teacher and student for so many years. I have long regarded you as my daughter. What about you? You always report good news but not bad news. It seems to be quite reassuring, but the more you are like this, the more worried I am. I am like this, and so is your mother. We are all very worried about you. Bai Xiyue found it incredible, I'm not like what you said. My personality. I think I'm quite cheerful. Liu Changliang glanced at her and smiled, are you really angry with Miu Miu? Yesterday was Friday. Did Miu Miu let her father pick her up? Bai Xiyue saw that she couldn't coax him anymore and was speechless. Liu Changliang asked again, so, you still think there's nothing wrong with you? Bai Xiyue defended herself, I only report good news and not bad news because I can solve the problem myself. There's no need to worry you. Besides, I'm not like you said I would keep everything to myself. Dean Chen just called me, so I came to report to you right away. He called you. Liu Changliang slapped his thigh angrily when he heard it, this beast. Bai Xiyue took the initiative to confess, he told me to have dinner with the people from Kai Pharmaceutical. Don't pay attention to him. Liu Changliang was very angry. Don't say that I treat you as my daughter. Even if he wants any female colleague from our department to go, I can't agree. Others are afraid of him, but I am not. Evil tendencies cannot be allowed to grow. I won't tolerate his bad habits. If he really makes me angry, I will quit my job as director and have a talk with him in front of the dean. Eating is nothing, a bunch of grown men, they just want to take advantage of me verbally and tell dirty jokes. I am a surgeon who treats the human body as a toy all day long, cutting this and that. Why would I be afraid of them? What I am worried about is, she looked at Liu Changliang and said worriedly, I can't stop taking the medicine, director. I'm trying to find a solution. Liu Changliang frowned at her and said, don't worry about it. If it doesn't work, I'll borrow some first. I can't let the patient be without medicine. Bai Xiyue nodded. Liu Changliang added, you should also pay attention to the selection of deputy director. The amount of money is secondary. You have to plan for the future. Bai Xiyue really had little interest in this deputy director. She only cared about the patient's conditions and was afraid of being asked to manage the department. But Liu Changliang also said that only with power in hand can he better seek benefits for patients. The same goes for this. Bai Xiyue agreed to consider it. After all, there are many people eyeing the title of Deputy Director of General Surgery. In the evening, Bai Xiyue arrived at the place where she had agreed to meet with Lu Shilo on time.